You are listening to Dark Secrets, a Dark Falls romantic suspense by Savannah Cade. Published by Griffin Inc. All rights reserved. Please subscribe to this channel so you'll know when new books come out. It also lets me know that people are listening so I can keep getting you more great audiobooks. Remember to like and comment on the videos too. This helps the channel keep bringing you more great content.
Chapter 1. Grace didn't usually spray luminol and pull out her black light when she entered a motel room. But today she held the light up and frowned at the blood revealed by the generously applied chemiluminescent. Old blood was everywhere. Small spots peeked out from under the edge of the bed where the old polyester blanket touched the carpeting. It looked to Grace as though something had happened in that spot and the bed had simply been moved. In one corner, another streak of luminol glowed cautiously, the remnant of a merely passable scrubbing. Some of the luminescent spots revealed that her suspicions had been correct about the old carpeting, about this motel room, and about the stains. Crap. This was the last thing she needed. She'd requested this room specifically. She couldn't recall ever renting a room this awful in her life. She could imagine Jimmy here, though. If he was on one of his serious benders, this would be nothing. Unfortunately, that meant there was nothing obvious here that supported her theory about her brother. She'd have to wait for lab results. "Oh, Jimmy," she lamented out loud to the dark room. "What did you get yourself into?" The way her heart clenched couldn't be stopped. No matter what the room looked like, no matter what she might be able to prove, none of it would change the facts. Jimmy was dead. Gone, after a life that had been a struggle from the beginning and continued to be one well into adulthood. Grace blinked back the tears that threatened. Many people didn't know what it was like having an addict in their lives. They were lucky. Addicts stole, they lied, they betrayed. And they often left you with only one option: completely cutting yourself off. She hadn't been able to do it. Neither had her parents. So they'd all suffered alongside her little brother. But damn it, she'd really thought these last 5 years had seen a turnaround. He'd been clean and 4 months shy of his 5-year chip. But the Dark Falls Police Department had written of Jimmy's death as just another junkie overdose. Case closed. Grace wasn't buying it. Jimmy wasn't using again. She knew it. She'd spoken to him just a few days before he died. No one would believe her. No one did. Even her parents were skeptical, but she believed. She'd lived with Jimmy and watched him turn to alcohol at age 10, then cocaine at 13. She'd gotten good at spotting the signs. Lots of siblings did. Sometimes parents tried to deny it. They turned their kids away, or they made up excuses and always believed the best. But siblings of addicts had a radar for it. Their investment was entirely different from a parental bond. Grace knew. She'd talked about it in Al-Anon meetings. She'd gone steadily for almost 2 years, then off and on for another handful. The siblings of addicts all had similar stories. They knew. They could tell when their brothers or sisters were using again. Grace couldn't count the number of times someone had showed up at a meeting with a suspicion, then even several months later said, "I was right." She'd had that feeling about Jimmy before. It happened the first time he'd gotten clean. He'd stayed clean for 6 months before relapsing. The second time, after their parents had paid to put him through an expensive rehab program, he'd stayed clean a year and a half. But Grace knew that his 18-month chip was an excuse to celebrate, to think he'd been cured only to have him slide back. But she didn't have that feeling. Not this time. The third time seemed to have stuck. Jimmy had moved to Dark Falls, something their mother had protested with every fiber of her being. He should be close to home. Part Vietnamese, part Chinese, and gay as the day was long, Jimmy wanted to get out of the South. Grace understood. She'd supported him. They texted daily, and she talked to him just a few days before he died. She did not believe he was using again. She'd even demanded a full autopsy. She checked off her mental list as she looked around the room at the various splotches her quick test had revealed. She'd want samples of them all. Jimmy's death was listed as an overdose. Had there been fresh blood, the police wouldn't have been able to write it off so easily. Grace had only pulled out the luminol on a whim when she'd seen the dark patches in the carpeting. It could have been wine or cheap beer, but her senses told her to test it. Crap. She looked around behind her, holding the light up. A lot of it was faint, old, but she needed to know what it was. She had her work cut out for her. After gathering samples from at least 5 spots around the room, samples that she highly suspected would be all different, she turned off her black light and clicked the regular light back on. Surveying the horrible room she didn't want to be in, she pulled out her phone and called her oftentimes partner Brad, back home. Brad, I was right. Well, that sucks. What did you find? She sighed. She'd kind of wanted to be wrong. She didn't believe Jimmy had died of an overdose. But if she'd come all this way and found evidence that he had, she would have told herself to accept the truth and go back home. That wasn't happening. I have 5 blood samples I need tested. Can you find me a good lab out here? Will you love me forever? Brad asked, and she heard his fingers already at the keyboard. Already do, Brad. It was common banter between the two of them. Then what's my incentive, Grace? He probably already had 7 local labs pulled up. Coffee. Large. Perfectly doctored, on me. I'll take that. The happy tone in Brad's voice filtered through the line and made Grace smile for the first time in 2 days. Brad was a great friend and he was cheap. His voice was too chipper for the situation, but she needed that. I have 3 labs, I'm sending general links as well as price lists. This could get bad out of pocket. I know, but it's my brother. What would you do? Honey, I don't know. I don't have a brother. It had been his response for years. Brad was an only child, but a great ear for when she had Jimmy woes. He'd been around long enough to hear her prayers that Jimmy stuck with this latest round of rehab. Thanks, Brad. Her phone pinged as she got the email from him. Flipping the black light on one more time, she made another sweep around the room. She shuddered and ignored the other things this particular wavelength revealed. Jimmy had died here 4 days ago, but they already had it cleaned and turned over for use. The police had not kept the crime scene tape up for more than a few hours as far as she could gather. But she'd been in town less than 24 hours, so she couldn't be sure. She had more rooms to rent. More money to shell out for Jimmy, even though he was gone. More samples to take. Luckily, it was 2 in the afternoon, and most of the rooms were empty. She just didn't know what she'd find.
Chapter 2. Nate Ryder had been expecting her. He just hadn't been expecting her. It was all he could do to keep his jaw shut, as the dark-haired beauty swept into the detective's bullpen like an avenging angel. She told him her name on the phone, but with her southern lilt he'd heard Grace Lee, and expected a manicured and hair-sprayed plasticky beauty queen type who would only use her first name. Or would maybe say something like, Grace Lee Collins of the Macon Collinses. The shape of her eyes and the flash of her badge told him she was Grace Lee. The flare of anger in her eyes told him she was not to be trifled with. She headed right toward him, her straight black hair flaring out as though she was in a shampoo commercial. He was wondering how she did that, and why he felt it in his gut when he noticed her expression was much more like that of an attack dog than a shampoo model. Detective Ryder. Her tone was sharp. You must be Grace Lee. He tried to sound genial. Who else would be in here, flashing a GBI badge in Colorado? The Georgia Bureau of Investigation is always welcome in Dark Falls. I'm not here officially with GBI. She pushed the words out as though they hurt to say them. So she understood that in spite of flashing her badge, she was merely here as a sister of the deceased and would be welcomed as any sibling would with a closed case. I understand, Ms. Lee. You're still welcome. The chief wanted them to have solid community relationships. It did make their job easier, but Nate was already regretting his words. He'd been looking her up online when she'd come through the door. Surreptitiously, he clicked his old-school mouse, opening the main info page. Crap. Even as he smiled at her, he realized he was in trouble. She was one of Georgia's premier forensic scientists. She was merely a consultant with GBI in her home state of Georgia, and often traveled around the country when most serious cases were called in. When the big, scary missing persons cases were solved, Grace Lee was usually involved. Suddenly, his brain put it all together. She'd only said she was with GBI, and that she was coming to see him about a personal issue. Then she'd showed up before he could ask why. But her badge, and the shape of her eyes and the stare that would have taken out a lesser man on contact made it all click. She was related to Jimmy Lee, the overdose death from 4 days ago. Open and shut case. Her expression said Ms. Lee wholeheartedly disagreed. Divert, he thought. You said this is a personal matter. Can I get you a coffee? There's a great shop next door and we can chat there. He was moving out the door before she could protest, and it was clear his manipulation hadn't escaped her. Luckily for him, she didn't have much choice but to follow. Since he was the detective who'd signed off on her brother's case, she couldn't just choose another officer to pick on. This wasn't the first time someone had disagreed with his handling of a case. Usually, it was the other way around, that he investigated something the family was convinced was accidental. Or they were trying to convince him was accidental. A few times over the years he'd seen a grieving family member try to reopen a closed case or a cold one, but they tended to do it with tears and pleading. He sensed nothing of the sort would come from Grace Lee. He hoped coffee would help. Maybe it would help him if it didn't help her. He nodded back toward his partner, new detective Marisol Zaragoza, to hold down the fort for them. Then he shrugged into his coat as he held the door for Grace, winter chill hitting him as he walked out behind her. She stayed quiet on the short walk, and he found himself growing intrigued. He'd been braced for demands, but she'd made none. In fact, she stayed silent until they had their coffee in hand and were seated at one of the more private tables in the back. She took one sip, smiled like she liked it, and pinned him with a razor-sharp stare. You were on Jimmy Lee's case. She didn't ask, and he didn't answer. She clearly had done her homework. He didn't die of an overdose, or if he did, it was flat-out murder. Now this he'd been expecting. Having learned not to go on the defensive too quickly, he tried to placate her by asking, "What makes you say that?" "You remember the details of the case?" she asked him, as though he might have forgotten a dead body from a mere 4 days ago. Then again, she was in the crime business too, even if she wasn't an officer. Maybe she was just making sure he'd been more than a signature, or wasn't buried under so many cases that they disappeared from his mind as soon as the case was closed. Deciding to believe she was being thorough rather than taking it as a personal offense, Nate answered, "I was at the scene." That sobered her for a moment, and he cursed himself. She might be in the crime business, but the dead body he was talking about, the case he wasn't going to reopen, was her brother. Grace pulled it together with another sip of coffee and started listing facts. He was found on the floor, eyes open, needle in his arm. Nate nodded. Then he played his own card, hoping to have this cleared up before the coffee was done. "You may not have known it, but your brother was clearly an addict." "I'm well aware that my brother was a junkie." Nate listened, stunned, as she listed Jimmy's very young forays into alcohol, cocaine, party drugs, and eventually heroin. Grace had no illusions about her brother. She told him how she was the straightest student, and her parents had hidden Jimmy's problems from her as long as they could. As an adult, I was right every time he was using again. And every time he wasn't. She paused, and Nate saw what was coming at him like a Mack truck. Jimmy wasn't using. He was about to tell her that her intuition wouldn't make them reopen the case, but she should know that. Grace Lee didn't disappoint. "That's just incidental. Who signed off on the case?" "No one should have." "I don't understand." Nate's coffee was all but abandoned. "First, I'll bet you $1,000 that Jimmy has no puncture marks in either arm or anywhere a good ME can find other than the needle that killed him. Because he wasn't using. So this was his first hit in 5 years. Right. That was the guess, that he'd been clean long enough to have the dosing affect him. She shook her head. Doesn't quite work that way. Addicts are always resistant. They basically pop back to their current level of addiction the moment they start using again. Is this personal experience? He'd had his own experiences with addicts from his time on the force. No. It's science. She paused. And personal experience, regardless, one needle shouldn't have been able to come close to killing him. It might kill me, or you, if you don't have a history with it. But trust me, my brother could put away the heroin. One dose would not kill him. Another pause while Nate thought about that. He'd heard about that. About some addicts not even being able to have pain medication at the dentist. She was already talking again, and Nate was certain he needed to listen to keep up. Again, I'll bet you he has no other needle marks, so that was his first dose. Secondly, he didn't even get the full dose. Nate raised an eyebrow, wondering how she could know that. He died with the needle still in his arm. I saw the pictures. I read your report. Of course she had. Normal people asked to see the report. Grace Lee came in with corrections. The needle was still half full. So your report suggests that my brother, who was a serious addict, started using with maybe half a dose and fell over dead. No vomit. No seizures. How do you know he didn't have seizures? Nate interrupted. Damn. He wanted to dislike her. He wanted to tell her she was wrong and to have a nice day. He wanted to tell her to take it up with his chief. She'd have his back. But instead, he was getting more and more intrigued. Her southern accent made her sound like she should be talking about sugar and maybe trying a dash of hibiscus syrup in her sun tea. Or maybe asking him whether the linens would match at the wedding on Sunday. Instead, that sweet mouth spoke of addiction and evidence, of heroin and shoddy police work. His shoddy police work. He was frowning because it was occurring to him she might be right. He didn't have seizures because only the tip of the needle was in his arm. It should have fallen out, or at least created a bruise under the skin. Even though he was dead. Nate cringed at his own bluntness. I'm sorry. Don't be. I have to work it like it's a case, not my brother. At Nate's nod, she went on. The blood won't congeal for several hours. Had the needle been flung around in a seizure, he should have bruised. Honestly, I'm not sure it was even in a vein from the pictures I saw. She was going to ask to see her brother's body. He felt it coming. But she said, junkies don't die with the needle in their arm. That's for TV. It's wrong for all the reasons I listed, and because it takes only a few seconds to push the plunger and pull the needle, but it takes longer for the effects to take hold. So, if he really died of an overdose, the fastest it could have happened was a few minutes after he pulled the needle out. Damn. Double damn. Grace Lee was making it hard to say no. And she hadn't even asked him for anything yet.
Chapter 3. Grace stood in the hallway in the basement of the hospital. The gray metal entryway with the placard next to it counted as the entryway to the county morgue. She'd held back, waiting in the empty hall, having decided it was time to let Detective Ryder run the show. Though he hadn't said it, he seemed to think she had a case. At least enough to bring her to the morgue and let her see her brother's body. It's a case. She repeated the phrase in her head as though the more she said it, the truer it became. Despite only having coffee in her stomach, it still churned with the thought. She was not looking forward to calling her father and telling them what she'd seen. Her mother was the one who had cut Jimmy out of the family more than once. She was the stoic, and she'd take whatever final conclusion Grace gave her. It was her father who was breaking at the loss of his little boy. Somehow, Grace thought a murder might be easier for him to stomach than an overdose. Her father wouldn't handle it if Jimmy had truly been the instrument of his own death. Ryder strode down the hallway toward her, and she felt the chill in here more than she'd felt it outside. The look on his face only made her colder. An older gentleman followed the detective and held out his hand. Miss Lee, welcome. I hear you're with GBI? She nodded. Professional courtesy. He was going to let her in. Breathing a sigh of relief, she shook his hand and only asked if she could view her brother's body. Of course. He smiled as though she were asking about Candy rather than her own family member, but she didn't balk. She was lucky to get in here. Some medical examiners closed their place down and guarded everything like a dragon hoarding gold. Dr. Grunholt didn't. Or he didn't, for a fellow forensic scientist at least. She and Ryder waited while Grunholt, clearly the only one here after hours tonight, pulled the files and went to the drawers where the bodies were kept. It would be too much to hope that her brother would still be out on a table. Though he'd had an autopsy, it would have only been standard, not as extensive as if they'd believed it was murder. Though she'd requested the full autopsy, she'd not yet heard if it had been performed. Between Ryder and his partner at the scene, the death investigator, and the ME's decision that Jimmy was a junkie who had overdosed, she was lucky he'd even gotten the report he had. She'd seen more thorough reports on 90-year-old women full of stage 4 cancer and battling pneumonia. Jimmy was young, and his death deserved more than it had been given. Grace held her tongue as Grunholt opened a door and slid out an empty tray. Her heart stopped. She was opening her mouth to ask why her brother wasn't where he was listed, when Grunholt offered a smile and a wave of his hand. "I'm sure he's in the walk-in. He's supposed to go for cremation." He was? She didn't know that. She was his sister. Her parents were in Georgia. Who could have signed for that? To be fair, Jimmy would have wanted to be cremated, but her parents wouldn't have agreed. Unless he had. "Did you get a will?" "Let me check." For a case that had only been 4 days ago, the autopsy only 3, the doctor seemed to not know much. "How much volume do you have here?" She felt the words trip off her tongue. "I have 28 in line right now." That had been a much easier answer than where Jimmy's body had gotten to. She watched as he reached out and opened the large silver door to the walk-in cooler, but she didn't follow. Ryder didn't either. Despite his status as a major crimes detective, he looked a bit uncomfortable with the morgue. Grace ignored him. Or she tried to. He was a good-looking guy, and the shocking blue of his eyes grabbed her. They probably made people confess to crimes he wasn't even interrogating them about. Grunholt came out of the cooler looking at his binder. Not rolling her brother's body out, or telling them to come in because he'd found it. Her stomach flipped again. She looked to Nate, who flashed her a worried look with those stunning blues, and she liked this even less. She wanted to ask if the ME routinely lost bodies, but again she bit her tongue. "I'm sorry. I misread the notes. Your brother was already sent for cremation." "No." She almost shouted it. Forcing her irritation down, she asked as calmly as she could, "Who filled out the paperwork for that?" Grunholt looked through the file again and said, "Kevin Anderson." "Do you know him?" Grace nodded. He was Jimmy's boyfriend, and definitely on her to-do list. Unless, had they gotten married? That was the only thing that would have put Kevin at the front of the decision-making line. What was the relationship listed for Mr. Anderson? The ME looked again, as though all this was new to him. He paused. Red paused again. "Nothing is checked." Not married, she thought. So why had Jimmy's body been cremated? This was getting worse and worse. Beside her she could see Ryder wearing a clear, everything is fine face. On anyone else, she would have been angry. But despite her barging in and basically accusing him of poor police work and missing clues, he'd listened to her. She felt bad about it now, but she was fairly certain his expression now meant he was seeing the same things she was. She was opening her mouth, but Ryder's voice came out. "Can we get a copy of the autopsy paperwork then? And the intake forms as well?" Bless him. It would sound like an official request. Grunholt shrugged at them. "Front desk is closed for the night, but I'm sure you can get it tomorrow." Grace wasn't so sure it would still be here tomorrow. The morgue smelled better than this case did. Again, Ryder leapt to the rescue. "I know my way around. I'm down here enough. I'll do it." He held out his hand, and tempered his obvious workaround with a friendly smile for the ME. Grace thought about that. While she could afford to make enemies, she'd be leaving Dark Falls once she was done. Detective Ryder couldn't. "Don't you already have these?" The ME frowned. "Not the complete set. Just the short report. And not the intake papers." With that, the ME shrugged again and handed the full file over to the detective. Grace watched it pass from hand to hand and prayed that Ryder would copy the whole damn thing. Then he disappeared into the front office with her evidence in his hands. There was nothing she could say without revealing her thoughts. Those thoughts were veering very strongly to something being amiss at the ME's office, but what? With her own forced smile, Grace asked, "You did the autopsy. Can you tell me a little of what you saw?" Grunhild smiled like a friendly family doctor. "Oh, I didn't perform it. One of the assistant MEs did it." "But you signed it," she let it trail off. The ME signed off on everything. His signature wasn't unusual. But if he didn't perform the autopsy, then he shouldn't have signed it without the performing physician's signature already on the paper.
Chapter 4. Nate grabbed Grace by the elbow and pulled her out of the morgue before she could say anything else. Once again, she surprised him with her patience. She didn't pepper him with questions, as he practically dragged her through the twisting corridors of the hospital. It must be the southern accent. It made him expect things he didn't get. They were barely out the door when he heard her stomach growl. "You're hungry. You forensic types. I can't believe a trip to the morgue makes you hungry." "No. A trip to the morgue simply doesn't make me lose my appetite. Not having eaten anything today, except the coffee I had with you, makes me hungry." Pressing his lips together, he felt his own stomach still rebelling at the thought of food, but he couldn't begrudge someone else. Especially when she'd opened a big fat can of worms. "Baked sandwiches, okay? On me." "I can get lunch," she offered relatively quietly, but Nate wouldn't accept. If she was right, he needed her maybe more than she needed him. "I've got it." It was all he said before handing her, and the file he'd been clutching, into the passenger seat of the unmarked SUV. She was thumbing through her brother's paperwork before he even closed the door. Not wanting Grace to overhear, and glad she was preoccupied, he stood at the back of the car for a moment and pulled his cell phone out. He wasn't one for making use of speed dial, but he dialed his partner often enough that her number was a one-touch necessity. "At the usual, what you got?" Nate replied through clenched teeth. "I've got a crap show, is what I've got. The Lee overdose is not what it seems. And his sister is here from out of state." "Sister? Oh no. You need help with the wailing family?" The offer was sincere, though Nate could hear the prayer behind the words, Mary's fervent hope that he'd say no. "She's not wailing. She's a forensic scientist, and this is not good." "Seriously? You think she's right, and it's not an OD at all?" Her voice took on a serious tone. But the ME said, "That's the bigger problem. The sister is all over the brother's death, but now I've got a cluster F in the morgue." He leaned against the car, no longer worrying that Grace Lee might see him. While one hand held the phone, the other worked to hold his face on his head as though it might fall off. The way it was throbbing, it might. If the ME's office is involved, this is big. And bad, very bad. "Can you cover our cases today? Tell the chief to call me if she wants an update." The more he thought about it, the more he realized that not only had he not gotten rid of the sister by the end of coffee, he might not get rid of her anytime soon. Mary's easy promise that she would hold down the fort was the only thing about this that made Nate feel any better. Hanging up, he climbed into the driver's seat and drove quietly to the sandwich shop while Grace thoroughly read the file. He didn't doubt she understood every word. He also didn't doubt she was picking holes in it. Once again, they calmly ordered and took their sandwiches and drinks to a secluded seat in the back of the place. The lunch crowd had come and gone, and they mostly had the place to themselves. At least his stomach had settled. Like her, if he let dead bodies get to him, he wouldn't eat. The morgue just wasn't his favorite place. Biting into his sandwich, he waited for her to start in on what she'd seen. Grace Lee did not disappoint. Not to be rude, but has your ME's office always gotten rid of evidence? Not that I'm aware of. She was not pulling any punches. Did they do that with your brother? In spades. She flipped open the file he'd copied. His stomach flipped, and he regretted switching the machine to make her nice, full-color images. Not while I'm eating. Sorry. She flipped the folder closed and looked contrite, but then took a bite of her sandwich as if she'd not just showed him her brother's internal organs and dead, sightless eyes. Grace apologized again, as she watched him set down his sandwich, his appetite suddenly gone. I'm really sorry. I forget other people don't deal with this all day, and you handled the morgue really well. I was faking it. Nate wiped his face. Well, he could wrap up the rest of his lunch. Okay, I'm done. Let's look, and you tell me what you saw. Her face animated again. Her apology accepted or not, she was ready to go on. She dipped a hand-cut fry in ketchup and started talking between bites. 1. There's no toxicology report in Jimmy's file. They should have at least checked for heroin. Nate knew that. He just hadn't seen that it hadn't been done. No, that wasn't right. His oversight hadn't been that bad. It's not in the file. He felt his brows pulling together. The ME told me it was cut and dried. Heroin OD. I had a verbal confirmation. I understand. Why would you read the same report you just heard? He was grateful she was willing to forgive. Maybe she understood that he had a stack of cases. 10 different dead people, in 7 different incidents that he had to solve. 2 seemed incredibly clear. In another, it was obvious the man had been beating his wife and she'd cracked and killed him. How she should be dealt with was murkier than mud. So he'd heard the report on Jimmy Lee, seen an obvious OD, got medical confirmation and closed the case. Crap. At the stations in Georgia, the guys don't have time to read the newspaper in the morning, let alone a report they just got an oral confirmation on. They don't have time to handle the bodies properly. In fact, a lot of the time they don't have the time to let me do it. She paused a beat and looked him in the eyes. You didn't do anything wrong. You got lied to. By Grunholt. No, not Grunholt. The assistant. Sussex. Is that who did the autopsy? She asked and polished off her tuna melt, reaching for another fry. Again, that sweetly southern voice had made him think she'd go for a salad and garlic bread. Nope. Tuna melt. Extra cheddar. With fries. It was an order he understood. Nate thought back to whether Sussex had actually said he'd done the autopsy. Yesterday I would have just said yes, but today, after this morning, I don't think I can. Sussex gave me the report, but didn't specifically say he'd done the autopsy. She nodded. Okay, so Grunholt signed off on the autopsy, letting one of the MDs working as his assistant actually do the work and write the report. That's not uncommon. The ME technically has to sign off on every autopsy, so that any underling errors can be caught and corrected. It's Grunholt's job specifically to do that. To catch that a tox screen had not been run to confirm the OD. The MD who performed the autopsy should also be trackable. Grace flipped the folder open, this time to one of the forms. It was the final autopsy report, typed from the dictation at the time of the autopsy. That doctor's signature should be here too. It's not. The fact that it's not there makes it look like Grunholt did it. But he admitted that he didn't. Nate was turning it over in his head. At this point, it could simply be a series of casual errors. Things standardly not done to full effort, simply because to do so would mean other deaths didn't get investigated at all. Just like him missing that the tox screen hadn't been done because Sussex had told him that the OD was confirmed. Grace interrupted his thoughts. Look, there's too much here that's problematic. My brother was cremated on the signature of his boyfriend. That's not legal. My family can, and may very well wind up suing your forensic center for negligence. While Nate wasn't happy to see any local departments wind up in court, He had to agree they had a case. But Grace's next words popped his head up. "You're copying these records for me. Unfortunately, will make you part of that case if my parents decide to pursue it." She looked apologetic, as if she innately understood he would not want to testify against an office he relied on regularly. "Honestly, I don't think it will get pursued. It would be a last-ditch effort if nothing else I did here worked. But I think there's an abundance of evidence, Ryder." "Nate," he corrected her automatically. "Then call me Grace," she returned and nodded at him, as they came to an understanding. She was saying there was enough here that his M.E. and the entire office might be gone before her family could mount the lawsuit. He couldn't wait to hear what else she had to say.
Chapter 5. Grace took a deep breath. "Look, Jimmy actually wanted to be cremated against my parents' wishes. But that was his plan. So Kevin had the right of it. He's just not allowed to make it legal, that's the problem." "Tell me about these bigger problems," he prompted her, and Grace felt her stomach roll for probably the 15th time that day. For someone used to staring decomposed bodies in the face and not having her stomach turn, this was not a good feeling. "Well, look here." She pushed 2 photocopied reports across the table at him. The crematorium picked him up before Grunhild signed off on it. So any possibility of Grunhild correcting anything that was wrong couldn't have even happened. At the very least, his body should have stayed there until that signature, she pointed, was collected. Nate should know that much from the forensics classes all detectives took. Half of it was basic forensic skills, what to touch, what to leave for an expert like her. But the other half was legal. She could see from the look on his face that he understood some serious corners had been cut. He frowned and asked, "It gets worse?" She nodded. "Look at the picture of Jimmy's body on the table." That was clearly the last thing Nate wanted to do, but there was something she wanted him to see. Otherwise, why would she be showing him her brother's nude dead form laid out in the morgue? She watched his expression change as she said the words. "You said he had a needle in his arm on scene." He nodded. "And this is the arrival picture. No one should have removed that needle. Not before these pictures. So someone specifically pulled it out. But why?" Grace knew, and she didn't like it. The way someone set this up, each report makes sense on its own. Your report of the crime scene matches every report there. The autopsy now makes sense. Even the lack of specific checks for heroin. There's no tourniquet, which you saw on his arm, and no needle. She pulled the picture back toward her and scrutinized it closely. "I can't claim enough to win my bet, but I don't see any new track marks, but that's the problem. If he's found with the needle in his arm, there should be up-close pictures of that mark. Look," she shuffled through the pile. "No close-ups. You got everything in the ME's file?" "I got everything." He nodded as he said it, but he looked like he wanted to bang his head on the table. He probably had the same questions she had. Had this been going on a long time? Was it just carelessness? Or was there something more sinister in Jimmy Lee's death? Grace strongly suspected the last one. So no close-ups. No pictures of the skin between his toes either. She pointed out but didn't state what Nate would already know, that many junkies shot up in that particular spot to hide the tracks. That should have been included in Jimmy's report, had any needle marks been visible. Nate stated the most pressing problem. And by cremating him, they took away your chance to get more pictures and to order toxicology reports. You can't get anything from the ash, can you? We can get some things, but not this. She shook her head, sad and angry all the same. Jimmy was gone, and she wasn't processing it. She was dealing with it by trying to figure out why he'd been murdered. If she was lucky, Nate Ryder could figure out by whom. But she wasn't processing the emotions tied to the fact that Jimmy had gotten himself together and finally been happy, and now he was gone. Her little brother, the only one like her in the whole world, gone. "Grace?" Nate prompted her, seeming to understand that she wasn't fully herself. She nodded, all she could manage right then, and pulled herself together. "There's nothing in Jimmy's ashes that will tell us what we need. But there's one more problem. Why was Jimmy's autopsy bumped to the front of the line? There were 28 bodies in there. Dark Falls, even if y'all service the entire center of the state, should not amass 28 bodies waiting for autopsy in 3 days. Which means some of them, actually, probably a lot of them were there before Jimmy was. So why was he bumped to the front of the line, given a crappy autopsy, had that same autopsy manipulated to remove some of the evidence, and then cremated? All this not only before I could sign off on it as the next of kin, but before the ME even got his signature on the form? She paused for a minute. If that's a series of careless mistakes, then y'all have the crappiest ME in the history of the country, and he and his assistants deserve to be stripped of their medical licenses. She watched as Nate sat back and absorbed what she said. She also noticed that he asked her questions rather than telling her she was right. So far, he'd taken her to the ME's office and photocopied the files for her. But he hadn't agreed to anything.
Chapter 6. Nate sat in his desk chair, finally having dropped Grace back at the station where they'd left her rental car. He would have bounced his ideas off Mari, but the relatively newly minted detective was away from her desk. She was probably following up on the cases Nate had dumped on her. All Nate could do was swivel in his chair and throw his stress ball into the air, catching it over and over. Someone had given his stress ball a woman's name. He couldn't even remember the stupid name right now. His mind churned. Grace was suggesting that the ME's office was corrupt, and either doing this kind of shoddy work a lot, which would mean Jimmy's death could be an overdose and they just half-assed it, or they'd messed up his autopsy and paperwork specifically to cover something done to Jimmy. Unfortunately, the second option seemed more likely. Especially since Grace had said several things about the scene looked more like Jimmy's body had been staged. Maybe OD'd and staged. Or poisoned and staged. Neither option was good. It meant that someone had gotten rid of Jimmy Lee for a reason. Someone wanted to be certain Jimmy was written off as an OD, then wiped aside and forgotten. The other problem with that was that the morgue was in on it. So unless the ME assistant, who had done Jimmy's autopsy, was also the murderer, there was a conspiracy in Dark Falls. Crap, crap, crap. Just then, Mari came back into the bullpen and spotted Nate. She was a little more fierce than she needed to be some days, but Nate liked that about her. At first, he'd been concerned when he'd been told that Detective Zaragoza was his new partner. Emphasis on new, but she knew her stuff and didn't hesitate to do what needed to be done. He'd quickly found he could count on her, and was now concerned they'd assign her to someone else. Sliding a chair up, she asked Nate point blank, "What did you get into with the sister this morning?" "I need coffee," Nate announced, abruptly standing up. Only this time, he didn't go to the coffee shop. Though Mari didn't follow him, he worked his way through what to say, even as he poured what was left in the pot into a mug. Nate felt the words pouring out before he even made it back to his seat. Still, he wanted to get as much caffeine into his system as possible, hoping to counteract the bad case of the jitters he was developing. He did not like this one bit. So he told Zaragoza everything, just so someone else would know, and it would be harder to wipe him and a murder off the map. Marisol leaned back in her chair, waiting until Nate took his seat again. They bounced the stress ball back and forth between them, as they worked through the information he and Grace had found. "Where's that autopsy file?" Mari looked around Nate's desk, as though she would just grab it and read it. He wished she could. "Grace has it." "Grace? You call her Grace after one morning? And you gave her the whole file?" Mary's eyebrows went so high they disappeared. "I heard you had trouble with drooling when she walked in. Did you forget that we don't hand out files to civilians? On top of us not catching the missing toxicology report. That is not good, Nate." Nate shook his head. "She's not a civilian. She's with GBI. She's law enforcement, and that's completely on the up and up. And I told her to call me Nate after we looked at pictures of her dead brother's naked body over sandwiches." He stopped there, not addressing the drool comment at all. It wasn't worthy of a response. And if it was, well, he didn't have a decent one on hand. So, Mari leaned forward, seeming to accept what he'd said at face value. She plucked the stress ball from his desk, having picked up his habit the first time she'd seen him do it. Let's play this out. She tossed the ball into the air and caught it. They killed Jimmy, why? She chucked the ball to Nate, who snatched it from its flight and answered. I don't know. I really don't. Maybe he saw something, knew something. Skip that. They killed Jimmy. Nate tossed the ball up, giving his hands something to do while his brain churned. They cover it up, using the Me's office to do so. Why? Why not let the OD stand? Easy. Because a real OD would have a toxicology report. Which means. Nate caught on then, and whipped the ball back to Mari, who caught it one-handed, her face scrunching up in thought. That Jimmy didn't OD on heroin. If the routine tox screen would have caught that, they wouldn't have had to cover it up. Damn. Grace was right. Mari smirked at the terminology Nate used, as though Grace was already employed here. Even in her absence, he was giving her the status of a co-worker rather than that of bereaved sister. Nate raised an eyebrow, daring Mari to start that up, and she wisely kept her mouth shut, though it did twitch with a half-smile. She tossed the ball and her next question back to Nate. So is the ME's office in on it, or coerced? Coercion hadn't really crossed Nate's mind before. He caught the stress ball and squeezed it while he thought. Coercion makes more sense. I won't take them being involved off the table yet, but I can't make it work very well right now. So this mysterious they pay or threaten, and the ME and the office makes Jimmy's murder go away. Or they managed it until Grace came in, ready to avenge her baby brother. She swears he wasn't using at the time. Nate shook his head. She'd been right about everything else. Maybe she was right about this too. They didn't count on Grace. Then he chucked the ball to Mari, not realizing her attention had turned elsewhere, and the blue squishy ball skittered across the floor, uncaught. Nate repeated the words, as a cold chill settled into his bones. They didn't count on Grace. Grabbing his coat, he ran out the door.
Chapter 7. Grace's phone buzzed and she ignored it. That's the point of putting it on silent in the first place, she thought. She was looking through a small field microscope, not the best quality and not the easiest thing to do, at the blood samples she'd taken from the hotel room. She'd managed to buy time in all 8 of the rooms facing the back parking lot, and what she'd seen disturbed her. She hadn't told Nate Ryder about any of it, and wondered if the police were already aware of what she'd only now found out. Once she'd looked at the other rooms on the same row of the motel, it became a little clearer why the clerk hadn't really wanted to rent her the room Jimmy had died in. It wasn't about the recent death in the room, it was about the room itself. The other rooms hadn't had blood in them. Sure, the black light had showed all kinds of other things that would make a normal stomach turn, but it revealed only the most trace amounts of blood. Clearly, room 11 was the room. It must be for meetings or something, because it was definitely different. The clerk wouldn't have wanted her in there, not because anyone was afraid of what she might find, but because they wanted the room available for whomever might be using it as a meeting place. 5 samples of blood, so it wasn't likely a room for snuff films or anything like that. Grace imagined it was probably a meeting place, and 5 times the meeting had turned bloody. She hadn't found enough of any one sample to be confident a murder had taken place. And the obvious lack of cleaning staff or skills, which allowed her to get the 5 samples in the first place, probably meant that there hadn't been other incidents they'd simply cleaned up better. Grace was willing to bet something was irregular happening there. Then again, this was not her forte. She needed Ryder's police-style thinking to help sort it out. She was an expert at the way bodies were posed, at digging them up, at determining possible manners of death. Dealings of shady groups of criminals in hotel rooms wasn't something she should be guessing at. The 5 blood samples yielded 4 different blood types. Grace sat back and thought. Was she possibly wrong? Normally she'd do this in the field with her little plastic test tubes and small jars of reagents and her small microscope, then she'd go back to the lab and retest. The fieldwork gave her a starting point. But right now it was all she had. Though she had a list of local laboratories from Brad, they wouldn't let her simply walk in and use the equipment. She'd have to order tests and pay for each one and wait for results, dealing with whatever their backup time might be. Sometimes it was 6 weeks or more. Sitting back, she rolled her shoulders and did her standard stretching routine. When she was over a microscope, or more often sorting bones over a table, her shoulders could cramp. It was long, tedious work, and she developed a routine. One that was blown all to hell here in her hotel room, her real room in a decent hotel. Not one in the run-down and questionable motel where Jimmy had died. She reached out to Kevin, doing her best, though she wasn't sure how to approach the man. She'd met Jimmy's boyfriend when they'd come to Georgia for a visit the year before. By then, they'd already been together for a year, and it was definitely meet the family time. Her parents pretended the two men were just good friends. Grace welcomed Kevin with open arms. They'd even had a good heart-to-heart over chilled glasses of Chardonnay one night. Neither of them would drink in front of Jimmy, even though he insisted he was fine with it. She'd liked that about Kevin. Kevin had liked that she welcomed him not in a well, at least Jimmy isn't using kind of way, but with a straight-up, I'm so happy for you. So many families have to come around to accepting their gay kid. Mine too. He'd lifted the glass in a small salute before taking a sip. Thank you for just being happy for us. They'd talked. He told her how Jimmy was doing. She told him childhood stories of her younger brother, some embarrassing. But they hadn't stayed close friends. Now she wanted to question the grieving man about Jimmy's death. See if he thought her brother was using, and she was off her rocker for insisting he wasn't. Or maybe he agreed with her. Grace's brain wandered again. She also hadn't shown Ryder, Nate, her texts from her brother. Something had stopped her. Maybe she wanted him to do some digging on his own, get on the same page she was on before she gave him more. At the time, she'd thought Jimmy's messages were a little odd. She texted back, asking what he was doing, but her brother had been coy. Since that wasn't too strange, and since she liked Kevin and thought the other man helped keep her brother stable, Grace had waited. Her heart twisted. Should she have picked up the phone and called Jimmy? Demanded to know what he was up to? Could she have kept him safe? Or would she just have bumped his death by another day? She'd never know. She dealt in death all the time in her job. Though she'd developed a lot of rationalization over it, and she was telling herself she'd done a good job loving her brother, the pang of that regret was hard to shake. Work seemed like the right solution, as though solving the mystery of Jimmy's death, his murder, she reminded herself, would make any of this easier. Grace looked back at her samples, checking again for blood cells clumping together under the microscope. Some did, some didn't. That's what told her the blood type. 4 blood types meant at least 4 different sources of the blood. Maybe 5. Those last 2 would take more testing to sort out. Whether the substance was human blood was one of 2 things her little field kit could test for. The other was blood type. And that was it. That was all she could do here. Frustrated, Grace picked up Jimmy's file from the Mies office and started reading through it again. She figured it deserved a second pass. The first time she'd read it, she'd been emotional. The assistant, no matter what else he'd done or skipped, had thoroughly cataloged the physical evidence of Jimmy's lifetime of addiction. His sinuses were shot from cocaine. His liver was a mess. His lungs damaged from the various things he'd smoked. His arms scarred from years of needles. Grace blinked and suddenly sat up straight. Jimmy's inner forearms were a mess of scars. If he was using, he would have been shooting up between his toes, simply because his history made the veins in his arms no longer usable. Not only did her scenario about him not dying from half a speedball suddenly have some proof, but she also realized that Jimmy couldn't possibly have died from any needle in his forearm. Her phone buzzed again, breaking her thoughts, but she ignored it and pushed them back on track. Some part of her wanted to be wrong. It was simpler if Jimmy had died from his drug use. It was the sadly common end for many addicts. Murder was a different game. Though Grace dabbled in it a lot with the victims she helped process, and later often testified to the facts of the case, a murder in her own family was much worse. Her phone buzzed again. She began gathering her materials, rinsing samples down the sink, and placing her mini equipment back into her travel kit. Her phone buzzed again, and exasperatedly snapping off her gloves, Grace finally picked it up and looked at it. Nate. It was the only name she'd put into her phone, not Ryder, not Detective. Just Nate. Deciding to ignore the implications of that, she hit the button and said, "Hello?" Even as she did it, she registered the information on the small screen. He'd called about 5 times in the last hour or so. His frantic tone relayed that. "Where are you?" "In my room?" "Not at the motel where Jimmy died, right?" The words fought each other, tumbling together. He was clearly worried. "No, of course not. That place was a health hazard." She thought she was being funny, but her brother had died there. He'd gone there in the first place. Jimmy's addiction had brought a lot of strange things to her life, that was for sure. "Where are you?" It wasn't a question, more of a panicked demand. She rattled off the name of the hotel. As soon as she did it, her brain pricked. Was Nate worried? Or was he frantic because he was in on it, and she was digging up too much evidence? For a moment, she even questioned whether any of the blood in the samples was his. But that was crazy. He would have to be an excellent actor to pull off his reactions earlier that morning. Also, he wouldn't have helped get her the entire file from the ME's office. While she sorted her doubt, Nate was still talking. "Where have you been today?" Deciding she had to trust someone and that Nate was the best bet, she told him. "Oh hell. You went to the room where Jimmy died?" "And I rented the other rooms and checked them out." "Damn it, Grace." He sounded angry, upset, and maybe afraid. "What's going on, Nate?" She almost whispered it. He'd likely been working the rest of the long afternoon, too. What had he found that had him calling her and flipping out? "You may have put a target on your back. They killed Jimmy. The cover-up leaves no doubt in my mind." "I have more evidence." "Proof, really?" she interrupted him. "Tell me later. I'm assuming you checked in with your real name?" She almost laughed. "Yes, I'm no James Bond here. Just a scientist. I want to get you out of there as soon as possible. But I don't think I want you going anywhere. Can you pack up and be ready to walk out the door when I get there?" "Yes," she was whispering again, suddenly very afraid. He seemed to think someone was going to come murder her. Or worse. "Bolt your door. Don't open it for anyone but me. Charge your phone. I'll call you when I get there. Should be about 20 minutes door to door." The noises in the background sounded like he was in the car and driving around. Probably now on his way to get her. "Do you have a gun?" No. Though she'd never carried one, she suddenly felt the need. "Don't open the door for anyone. Not for maintenance, room service, even a fire. If anyone knocks, don't say anything. Go in the bathroom and call me where they can't hear you." "Okay." She wanted to say it sounded extreme, but he was scaring her. They hung up, and she finished packing faster than she'd ever done in her life. Then, because she was sitting on the edge of the bed, tense with nothing to do, she tried her packing ritual of touching everything. Cell phone, laptop, wallet. She opened it and checked that her ID was still in place, along with her cards and cash. Clothes. Field lab kit. Grace double-checked the table surface where she'd been working. Heading into the restroom, she grabbed a washcloth and wet a spot. She proceeded to wipe down the table. Though she didn't think she'd spilled anything from the samples, she knew, more than most anyone, what a forensic team might find. There was no reason to think the bad guys, whoever they were, would have a team like that, but they had at least one person in the ME's office on their side, so why not a forensic team member? She was tossing the washcloth on the counter in the bathroom when she thought better of it. It now held everything she'd wiped off the table. Folding it up, she shoved it down into her bags. Just then her phone rang and her heart skipped 3 beats.
Chapter 8. Nate stood outside the hotel room door, telling his heart to quit galloping. She was safe. She was inside. He could hear Grace coming to check out the peephole, and then sliding the bolt. She was okay. But his heart wasn't slowing. Not until she threw the door wide, and just stood there looking at him terrified. The problem was, she had every reason to be. Looking both ways down the hall to make certain he wasn't followed, Nate stepped quickly into the room and bolted the door behind him. Grace was still standing in front of him, looking uncertain when he pulled her into his arms. She melted into him, folding into his touch just as he began to think how inappropriate his action had been. She hugged him tighter, making him glad he'd done it and glad she was on the same page. 3 breaths, that's all he allowed himself. She felt right against him, something he was in no position to think about right now. Grabbing her upper arms and pushing her back, he leaned down so their eyes were level. "We have to get out of here right now. But the truth is, I have no idea if anyone even realizes you're in town and what you're doing. It may be a big panic for nothing. But it might be something," she whispered. "I checked out all the rooms around where Jimmy died. There's some strange activity there. And only later did I realize that room 11 is special. So they certainly have an eye on it." He nodded. "Smart woman. Let's get out of here." He was picking up one of her bags and letting her get the other. The gentlemanly thing to do for a Southern woman would be to carry all the bags, but he needed one hand free to get to his gun, leaving no room for proper manners. Nate was pleased to see her smaller bag was a backpack, and she put her phone in her pocket. Not only book smart, but street smart. No wonder he liked her so much, if he was willing to admit it. He faced the door and looked over his shoulder. "Ready?" She offered one nod, and he opened the door, holding his breath. The hallway was mercifully empty. Unable to hold her hand, just to keep them tethered, he put Grace in front of him, giving him a wider range the other direction, where he most expected an attack to come from. But he had to push her forward, when she naturally stopped at the bank of elevators. Elevators can be a trap. Stairs. She didn't respond, just kept moving forward silently, and he was grateful she was only on the 8th floor. At each level, as they practically ran down the stairs, a huge door with a number marked their progress. The solid metal meant no one could see them passing by. But it also meant he couldn't see out. Couldn't get any information. They made it down through the metal twists and turns without incident, and Nate was starting to pray things might go smoothly. He held his breath again, at the bottom. This time, he had to open the door, not knowing what was on the other side. For a moment, he listened and didn't hear anything beyond what he would expect in a hotel this size. So he pushed the door open and found the hallway blessedly empty. Trying to appear casual, they headed out toward the lobby, but as they neared the open space, he spotted something he didn't like. "Turn around. Go the other way." He led Grace all the way out through the door at the end of the hallway. Outside. He wanted to think of it as freedom, but he knew better. Grace still didn't ask. He didn't think Greg Slater had seen him, but the fact that the man was in the lobby of Grace's hotel was disturbing. Coincidence or not, Nate couldn't afford to think of it as anything less. His heart rate kicked up again as he thought of his options. One was for him to go back through the lobby, look Slater in the eyes, and pass by. He could get the car and drive around back, picking up Grace. But that would leave her unprotected. Even for a few short minutes, it was too much. And if Slater followed him out, then he wouldn't be able to get her at all, leaving her in even more danger. Nope. Not a plan. His car was out front. Route in mind, he touched her elbow. "We're heading around the back and looping around straight to my car." As they walked, he gave her instructions to look casual, but get the backpack off before she got to the car. She wasn't to throw it in the back, just climb right in. Not frantic, but not slowly either. Their actions couldn't look suspicious, but he wanted her safe in the car as soon as possible. If only the car was safe. She followed directions to a T, sliding into the passenger seat, backpack on her lap, even as he had to open the back door to toss her luggage in. He slid into the driver's side, his adrenaline pumping from having seen Slater. There was no telling how many people Slater had around the hotel on the lookout for Grace. Maybe for Nate, too. It could be nothing. He was certainly paranoid, given Grace's poking around. The engine started smoothly, and he pulled out of the spot, heading casually to the exit to the main road. He was just starting to think he'd done it when he heard the squeal of tires behind him.
Chapter 9. Grace grabbed the handlebar over her door as Nate spun around yet another turn. It seemed all his paranoia had been spot on. She'd inadvertently alerted someone to the fact that she was digging into Jimmy's death. It hadn't even occurred to her that her research would let her brother's killer know she was digging. She was usually brought in by the police after things were secure. She was never a target. Until now, apparently. She was grateful for Nate and his tactical driving skills. But she didn't speak to him. He had too much on his mind just keeping them safe. He told her to get low and stay there, and she was doing her best to crouch down and stay out of range of bullets. Grace stayed as quiet as she could, afraid of distracting him. He took another turn, and another. She was waiting for him to pull into a parking spot and wait for whoever was chasing them to blast past, but apparently that was just for movies. Probably it was a good way to get cornered. She'd never had to think about these things before. She glanced over, sitting up now, as Nate had finally told her she could. Her heart was racing, and she could see Nate breathing heavily. Did we lose them? It sounded stupid, as the words fell out laced with uncertainty. I hope so. We just have to sit tight and see. Digging his phone out of his pocket, he hit a few buttons and handed it to her before putting his hands back on the wheel. I'm calling my partner. It's on speaker. It rang twice before a female voice came on the line. Man, where are you? The GPS on your car is going crazy. Winfield got an alert at the tech desk and came to me. That's exactly my problem, Mari. Are you at the station? I need this private. Very private. Grace held the phone while they waited on the line. It took several minutes for Zaragoza, according to the display on Nate's phone, to come back. She took advantage of it. Who was after us? You recognized him? Slater, ex-street dealer. One of the big guys. We catch his people out and about, but he's Teflon. Greg Slater by birth, but my guess is no one on the street would answer to Greg. His eyes darted around, filling her in but still watching for any threats. Your brother died with heroin in his arm. Now one of the biggest local street dealers is in your hotel and following us. His eyes darted again, his hands still on the steering wheel, though they stayed at the bottom of it and out of sight. He sighed. I'm not sure if we should stay in the car or get out and get on foot. We can't keep your luggage if we get out. What's in it? Clothes, shampoo, the usual, but also my field kit. When he motioned her to keep going, she got more specific. I have blood samples from room 11 and test results from them. This time his eyes went wide. You ran lab tests in the hotel? Only the most basic ones, but yes. She nodded at him. They couldn't leave her bag. This was looking worse and worse, and she had evidence in that kit. No way. She wasn't going to let someone bury Jimmy's murder. Nate came to the same conclusion. So we stay in the car. Just then, the voice came back on the line. I'm in the parking lot, in my personal vehicle. Talk. We just got chased out of Grace's hotel by Slater. In the flesh? Yes, Nate took a deep breath, and Grace watched as he seemed to calm down a bit. Here's the problem. I was thinking I'd bring Grace in and we'd be safe. But if someone in the ME's office is in with Slater, or Slater's in with whoever did it, then I can't trust that no one in the PD is on the other side either. Damn. I had not gotten that far with it. Zaragoza sounded flustered, and Grace felt it to her toes. What had these two dug up this afternoon? The feeling of dread in her gut amplified as it sunk in, that she had two police officers worried they couldn't trust their own precinct. I need a car that can't be tracked by GPS, and also isn't registered to me or anyone closely connected to me. Slater had to have seen me at some point. I need clothes. My things. I need cash. Grace is covered. I can't take her to a safe house. She's carrying evidence. Evidence? Detective Zaragoza sounded shocked. She's been running around with a field kit. She rented room 11 and took samples. She found something? Her voice came through the line with shock. Several somethings, Grace spoke up for the first time. More in the autopsy report, too. This time Nate turned and looked at her with eyes wide. You still have the file on you? In my bag. She patted the backpack still clutched tightly in her lap. He breathed a sigh of relief at that, and he and his partner made plans. Grace didn't know her way around, so she didn't know what the addresses meant, though clearly the two officers did. She didn't understand until Nate put the car in gear and pulled into the closest parking spot at a row of shops. He opened his door and climbed out, telling her, "We're on foot now."
Chapter 10. By the time Nate pushed open the door of the small house, he was exhausted. He was hungry, cranky, and likely had pine needles in his hair. Though he'd thought they couldn't bring her bags on foot, it turned out they had to figure out how. She had evidence in there, and he couldn't leave it behind. Because he'd insisted on carrying Grace's suitcase, one hand had been full, his left hand. He'd kept the right at his side, available to grab his gun should the need arise. After the car chase that had happened suddenly, he wasn't even going to pick the leaves out of his hair. He had to be ready. Since he wasn't a good shot with his left hand, he hadn't been able to switch carrying hands, and as he finally set the bag down, he felt as though he might just tip over the other way. "Thank you." Her words were soft and sincere, but not overly fawning. Just as he decided he liked the sound of that, she added, "You could have pulled the evidence out and left the suitcase behind." Nate shook his head. "What would you wear? You think I'm that much of a problem? I'm a pro. I dig dead bodies out of the dirt for a living. I'm not concerned about what I will wear." "No, let me finish. What will you wear when we have to get out of here, and we need to be looking as different as possible? What if we left the suitcase behind, and they found it? They might know too much about you. If we left it in the woods, we would have been putting evidence directly between the car and our destination, this house. And what if we'd left some of the evidence behind?" Though he was tilting, and his shoulder burned from carrying a suitcase that couldn't be wheeled down a forest path, he believed it was the right decision. "We'll repack everything into the backpack, and my bag from here." "Your bag?" He shrugged. "I'm getting one." When she set down the smaller bag she'd carried, Grace arched one delicate eyebrow at him. Nate ignored it and looked to his phone, then he called Mary's brother. Hopefully, it was a call chain that wouldn't be traced. Sure enough, the brother did a great job getting to Mari, and he got a call back within 20 minutes. He'd managed to scrounge through the cupboards and find granola bars. He didn't check the expiration date before ripping one open and shoving half of it into his mouth, but he did check before tossing one to Grace. He wasn't a detective for nothing, and even he found his behavior just a little odd. "Where are we?" she asked after finishing the snack and looking around. Nate followed where her eyes went, to the couch with curled wooden armrests and ornate feet. The colors were in some long, outdated scheme, he guessed, and didn't match either of the chairs set off to the sides. Doilies draped the back of each seat of the couch and protected the wooden side tables from the lamps and glass dishes of peppermints that rested on each. The dust at the base of the lamps made the candies questionable. "It's where Mari told us to come. It belonged to the grandparents of a fellow officer, one I trust with my life and yours." Belonged. Grace didn't miss a beat. He liked that. They passed about 3 months ago, apparently. He hasn't had a chance to sell the house, so it's our lucky day. He rethought those last words only after they came out of his mouth. This was not at all a lucky day. And Grace was only here because she'd lost her brother a few days ago. She appeared to be grieving through work, and that was something he understood. He knew about the key to the back door, and Mary's advising us to lay low for a bit until she can send reinforcements. Nate took an incoming call and set all of that up. You can't come, he told Zaragoza. We're linked. If I wanted to find me, I'd follow you. He could see Grace out of the corner of his eye as she walked down the hallway and checked the place out. He fought the strong urge to go in front of her and clear the rooms. But this house was untouched. The only way she'd be in danger was if somehow Slater X and his people got the jump and found this house before Nate and Grace had. Since Nate hadn't even known about it, he seriously doubted they'd be found. Pushing his attention away from watching the backside of the woman walking down the hall away from him, he told Mari, I hate to do this to you, but we need cash. A lot of it. I have it, but I don't think you can go to my house and get anything. Masuka says you can use anything at the house. There are 3 granola bars left, a few cans of soup and cereal and running water. Nate interrupted before his stomach did. He could hear Mari cringing through the phone line, and he told himself that his phone didn't recognize the number she had called from, so it should be safe. I'll send food too. Cash, food, what else? Nate thought. Grace had clothes. He almost said, that's it, but then he changed his mind at the last minute. Magazines. I need more ammo, just in case. Mari took notes, and Nate knew he'd be taken care of, but he wouldn't see her. Slater X would be able to find their connection easily, and Nate was beginning to suspect there was someone inside the department who was leaking information to Slater X or even to whoever was above him in the organization. They talked about it a few minutes more, and he hung up, hopeful that they had at least one night of cover here. Grace. She emerged from the last door in the hallway, and he could see the pastel blues of the room behind her. We're going to try to stay here tonight. We should be getting some supplies in the next few hours. Our only job is to try to stay low and keep the house looking unoccupied so the neighbors don't report it. She nodded. So I shouldn't have flipped the lights off and on like a ghost, or pressed my face to the window like a lost orphan? He'd felt his heart drop until he caught on. You're funny. Yeah, I figured since we were in the house of an older and dead couple, we shouldn't act like live people. She quirked the edge of her lip at him as she passed him on her way to the living room. The curtains were pulled, but they weren't completely opaque, so Grace looked around one last time and sank into a seated position on the floor. Nate headed through the house to check it out for himself. He didn't like not knowing for certain that there wasn't someone hiding in a closet or such. He didn't find any people, but he did find some amusing things. The bathroom looked like it belonged to the trendy crowd from about 40 years ago. The bedroom made him think of his own grandparents' room, but with less of an eye toward an aesthetically pleasing look. Still, he couldn't complain. It was free. It was local. He'd been able to walk to it from where he and Grace managed to get away from Slater's guys. He didn't need to like the decor. After checking all the corners and closets, he returned to the living room to find Grace had pulled a book from the shelf and was reading. She sat cross-legged on the old green carpet and held the hardback copy across her legs. Her hair swung down, obscuring her face. She didn't look up at him, and he found himself wishing she would. What are you reading? Nabokov. She didn't look up. Lolita. She nodded. Only then did she look up. It was Jimmy's favorite. Tears rolled down her face, and Nate felt his legs crumple as he hit the ground beside her. His arm snaked out and reached around her shoulder, pulling her closer before he even thought about what he was doing. He'd known her less than 48 hours. She'd swept into his office like an angry angel. Then she'd been reasonable, bright, sharp, and solid. But it wasn't surprising that she was in tears. It was only surprising that she hadn't been in tears before this. It's brilliantly written. I mean, the subject is so distasteful, and Humbert doesn't deserve our sympathy, but Nabokov writes it so well. I think it's the only book I've ever read where you don't root for the main character. Nate almost laughed, even though it wasn't appropriate. She was analyzing literature through her tears. Instead of chuckling, he said, I've heard it's excellent. You should read it. So, he made a promise to read classic literature. He promised it to a woman he barely knew, but somehow was starting to feel that he'd known forever. He nudged her a little, a physical suggestion that she put her head on his shoulder. When she did, Nate ignored the way the center of his chest settled. He told himself he wasn't in big trouble. But he was. He sat there with her, while she silently cried for her lost little brother. He had no idea how long they stayed that way, only that the light had changed outside by the time the back door knob began to turn.
Chapter 11. Grace both felt and saw Nate pop up, suddenly on alert as a shape appeared at the back door. She wasn't worried by it. Maybe because Nate had so cleanly inserted himself between her and whoever was coming. Maybe because, thought Nate was on alert, he didn't seem surprised. Slowly she rose to her feet, trying to stay out of sight in case it was a neighbor who saw activity and thought they'd come check it out. She waited as a key pushed into the lock and turned. Nate had pocketed the one they'd pulled from under a flower pot on their way in earlier, so whoever was coming had their own key. Nate had drawn his weapon and had it ready along his thigh as she thought up lies for why they might be in this house. But then the door opened, and though she didn't know what was happening, she could see Nate's shoulders relax. He had his weapon reholstered faster than she would have thought possible. Masuka. He stepped forward and embraced the other man. Oh, it's good to see you alive and well. That's the worst run-in with Slater's people in a long time. Nate nodded solemnly. They were there for us. Maybe for Grace. He then turned and introduced her. This is Grace Lee. Grace, this is Officer Hikari Masuka. The smaller man put his hand out and offered the kind of shake she liked, clean, respectful, short. She smiled, but before she could say anything, Masuka asked, Chinese? He was frowning at her as he examined her face. He was clearly Japanese and she was, well, yes, and also Vietnamese, and even some hillbilly. Ah, it's the hillbilly. He grinned. I should have recognized it. Grace was glad to laugh along with him. She knew the slight drawl she had was a little discordant with her Asian looks. But she wasn't fully Asian either. She preferred Masuka's straightforward question any day. And you? SoCal. At least he made her laugh. It was only when she turned to Nate that she caught the flash of, what? She didn't know, but Nate wasn't laughing with them. He interrupted, making the other officer get down to business. Look man, I'm so sorry, Masuka started. I was in the lab, and I was following the GPS. I heard the report about Slater and, well, I may have given the wrong someone information about where your car was. As Grace watched, Nate frowned and she felt her own eyebrows pull together. They'd been followed and... You think someone at the station took your information and tipped off this Slater X guy? Masuka only nodded in reply. It was a simple gesture, a clear response. But it made her heart drop. They were after me. You're investigating a death that was a closed case. It was crap, she protested a little too loudly. She knew it. She shouldn't alienate the officers at the station that was helping her. This was the precinct Jimmy had died in. She needed them. But instead of being angry, Masuka nodded. You're right. No one here caught it. This time it was Grace who shook her head and conceded. How could you? The medical examiner's office lied and covered it up. That made Masuka blink twice. The Me's office is in on it too? He looked to Nate. So did Grace. Nate nodded. As of last night, that became a definite yes. So we have to be very careful who you tell where we are and what you know. Masuka held up his hands as though to swear off the problem. I've only talked to Zaragoza. Well, once I told her it was likely someone in tech, and she said you had the same thought. As of now, we aren't even telling the chief where you are. That was smart calling Zaragoza's brother. I don't imagine anyone will check his call log. Grace hadn't thought of that, but it explained Nate's obsession with using the house phone and calling from her phone and so on. His phone was linked to the precinct, and it just might be that anyone there could pull the records on his calls at any time. She thought about asking but kept her mouth shut. Masuka quickly ducked back out to the car, returning with a cloth bag and handing it to Nate. I'm usually not here this long, so I'd better go. Money's in the bag. Keep the house key in case you need it in the future. He handed over a page with several numbers on it. Any of these people will call me to tell me to call you. It keeps Zaragoza at work in the office while you go missing. Makes it harder for anyone but the four of us to know where you are. Are you getting out of town tomorrow morning? Nate nodded and Grace stared at him, shocked. We can't leave town. This is where we need to be.
Chapter 12. They'd eaten sandwiches made from the bread and meats that were part of the treasure trove in the cloth bag. Nate didn't know whether Grace understood that Masuka couldn't just go to the deli and order food for more people than he had in his house. It was paranoid, but Nate was getting more and more paranoid. Luckily, she didn't complain. When they managed to eat enough and clean up, Nate suggested they raid the closets while there was still some natural light left. They needed a change of clothes, him most of all, and the other officer had told them to please take what they needed. It took several tries to find something of Masuka's grandfather's that didn't look ridiculous. Wearing too small clothing was worse than looking like Nate Ryder. It would draw attention from everyone, not just the people looking for him. Masuka wasn't a big guy, but he was much bigger than his grandfather had been. Nate pulled out each shirt until he came across one large enough to fit him. It looked like it hadn't been worn at all, and the plaid short-sleeved button-down was definitely different from his usual clothing. The fedora ought to help too. Grace had even grinned at him as she tried on a polyester blouse in a pale pink with a 70s-era bow at the neck. Nate already knew that wasn't like Grace. He'd grinned back at her. Night fell around them, and things stayed quiet. She read the book until long after he would have thought the evening had gotten too dark. But they couldn't turn on any lights. Even their cell phones might be seen. He couldn't afford to drain his battery either. When she finally set the book aside, they were both leaning back against the couch and he asked her about her childhood. He found he desperately wanted to know. He wanted to know if little Grace had played at scientist, if she'd wanted a family, what her memories of Jimmy and Southern life had been like. As she answered, he felt himself slipping further and further under. She spoke of her life unabashedly, volleying a question back at him for each one she answered. The words slipped out of him, coming easily even though some of the stories were hard. He'd found his grandfather after the older man had passed. His grandfather had been a harsh taskmaster, but also maybe the one who'd most simply loved Nate for Nate. She told him that little Grace had been bullied, but had emerged strong rather than angry. Nate felt for the awkward, too smart, unusual-looking kid she'd been. But now, the combination was beautiful. He'd seen heads turn when she'd come into the station. Then she'd opened her mouth and completely dispelled the idea that her stunning looks were the best thing about her. He was going to hit the ground hard on this one. So when she leaned in closer as they talked, he did too. The tug inside him was gravitational. A tilt of his shoulder, a tip of his head, a turn of his cheek, and his mouth was so close to hers that he didn't stop the motion and closed the final inch between them until it was nothing. Until he tasted her mouth against his, and somehow he sunk even deeper. His lips teased at hers at first, liking the way she nipped back, that her fingers had found his thigh and her hand had perched there, searing him through his jeans. As she turned, seeking more contact with him, Nate took advantage and pulled her closer. The kiss changed from sweet and searching to aggressive and needy. It wasn't just her. He could feel it in his chest, the tightening that told him he was going to slide over the edge with her. The pull that told him this was right. Before he fully realized what he was doing, Nate found his fingers tangled in her hair. She was mussed, her mouth bee-stung from his kisses, her shirt slightly askew, her leg over his. It was so easy to lean over and take her to the carpet underneath him as their mouths sought each other out. He kissed her jawline, his tongue flicking out to taste as he went along. The groan he heard was his, her name slipping from his lips like it was another thing to test and explore. Grace gave as well as she took, and he groaned again when her thigh slipped between his legs and rubbed along his already aching flesh. God, he wanted her. He had since he'd looked up and seen her storming into his office. In his memory, her hair trailed behind her, and her eyes focused on him as she beelined through the precinct looking for her man. It had been like being hunted down by Wonder Woman, and now she was here, pushing up against him, struggling to get closer to him. Him. Her lips found the shell of his ear, then her teeth did, and he arched like a bow against her. Nate. The whispered sound of his name was a plea for more, and he leaned over to answer it, his mouth fusing to hers as his head realized he was a goner. Her tongue was dueling with his, and his hands had clutched her, one wrapped under her shoulder, one cradling her fine ass when the ice water hit his veins. Abruptly, he pulled back, trying to find her eyes in the darkness. Grace, we can't do this.
Chapter 13. What? Grace asked as she pulled back, stunned. It had been great. Until he abruptly quit. That kiss, as long as it had gone on, was better than some sex she'd had. She didn't say that. Not to a man who just pulled away and told her they needed to stop. You're grieving your brother. We just ran from a drug dealer, and possibly a killer. He leaned back onto his heels and looked at her. Despite the dark, she could see the resignation on his face. I can't take advantage of you this way. She barked out a harsh laugh. You aren't taking advantage of me. If anything, I was taking advantage of you. Had she been using him? She had needed to sink away, not think about Jimmy being gone forever. But that kiss had not felt like the kind of mindless escapism her situation might have made her go for. Grace sat back too, needing distance now that he was no longer sweet-talking her with his tongue and fingertips. You're right that I'm grieving the loss of my brother, but when I lost Jimmy I got sad, not stupid. She waited a beat, and when he didn't say anything she went on. I'm not doing this just to make the bad feelings go away. I'm a grown-ass woman who knows my own mind. I've done things in my life that I regret. I know what they are, and you, Nate Ryder, are not going to be one of them. Nate sighed into the darkness. He was too far away now for her to see his eyes, but she wished she could. Grace sensed him as he pounced at her like a panther. She hadn't expected him to be so swayed by her words. She'd only been commenting that she was a big girl and didn't blame others for her decisions. Barely able to brace herself, she found herself on her back on the carpet before she had time to blink. His kisses were ravishing, his tongue searching, his touch demanding. Grace reveled in all of it. She clung to him as he rolled them over, leaving her on top. Here she was, surrounded by hand-tatted doilies and the most uncomfortable furniture she'd ever seen, and she was pretty sure she was about to have the best sex of her life. Nate sat up, bringing his chest flush against hers. This time the movement made her groan, and she leaned down to meet him in another deep, soul-fusing kiss. Nate's movements changed. They were jerky and odd, and she was about to ask what he was doing when she realized he was standing with her still in his arms. He didn't act as though she was heavy, but they stumbled together into the small hallway in a tangle of arms, legs, and tongues. In moments, the wall was at her back, and Nate was using it to push the two of them closer. He was lifting her, his hand cradling her ass again, and Grace found herself climbing this man like a tree. Her legs wrapped around his waist and she hooked her ankles. Her back arched, she moved her hips in a way that told him exactly what she wanted. Her head was tossed back, his mouth on her neck, tasting and testing. Her fingers combed through his hair and held on. God, Grace, I want you. She liked a man who could say what he wanted. She liked it even better that Nate Ryder wanted her. Arching her back even more, she pressed into his touch. She wanted more of him. Needed more of him. Oh crap. The words fell out of his mouth with a regret she didn't want to hear. She felt him easing back and tightened her legs around him. But he was pulling them apart. Again? She stepped down, smoothing the stupid pastel pink polyester shirt. He hadn't even managed to undo the bow and really touch her. Still, she'd been on fire for him. By the time she was on her own 2 feet again, her eyes had adjusted to the very dim light, and she could see him running his hand through his hair. She could see his blue eyes darting to the side. She didn't even have to ask. She saw regret. Crap. So maybe Grace Lee wasn't going to regret sleeping with Nate Ryder, but it was a blow to think that might run the other way. "We can't do this," he whispered the words into the dark. It sounded to her as though he regretted more that they couldn't. But what did she know? She'd thought this was going to happen twice, and look where it had gotten her. He whispered again. "We don't know each other well enough for this." Grace disagreed, but now was not the time to say so. She knew that he would put himself between her and a door when he didn't know who was on the other side. She knew that she'd been angry at him when she stormed his office. He could have easily gotten angry right back and kicked her out, but he'd stopped and really listened. She knew he respected her skills and her work, and her ass. She knew he kissed like sin on a stick. There wasn't much left that she needed to know. Her ego hurt, and she didn't have it in her just say, "Okay." Instead she quipped, "What? Are you afraid that I'm psychotic? Just a bad match? That I'll stalk you and never let go until the end of my days?" There was a pause in the darkness. She heard only their breath, still running a little fast from the drugging touches and the high emotion. Grace almost didn't catch what he said. "No, I'm starting to become afraid of just the opposite." Her breath caught suddenly in her throat, and her mouth formed a small O as she recited back what he'd said. No. He couldn't be right. She couldn't have come out here to find her brother's killer and fallen headfirst for Mr. Right. Grace lived in Georgia. She had a job in Georgia. Her parents were on the other side of the U.S. from here. But she put a sudden stop to that kind of sexist thinking. What if he came with her? Back to the South. Her heart kicked as she thought about her parents meeting him. She thought, too, about heading back home without him, and she felt the immediate sinking in her chest. "Grace?" he asked. She must have looked stunned. Her eyes darted up and caught his, their blue piercing in the darkness. She couldn't speak. What he was suggesting was crazy. They hadn't known each other long enough. But she found she couldn't shake the feeling. His mouth sought hers in the darkness. This time he kept space between their bodies. The kiss was simple, seeking, deep rather than demanding. She kissed him back, wondering for the first time in her life if this was her last first kiss. Her eyes fell closed. When she leaned into him, she hugged him this time, rather than trying to touch every inch of him and think about ways to tear off his clothes. Nate pulled back just an inch. "Can you do that, Grace? Can you give us some time and see where this leads?" She didn't nod or shrug or shake her head. "I don't feel like I have a choice." "I'm sorry. You do have a choice. You can even just walk away if that's what you want. I mean, I'd hate that." She was talking before he finished his sentence. "I can't walk away. I have to stay. I don't think I could live with anything else." "Me either." He kissed her again. His hand reached out and laced their fingers together. He tugged her down the hallway, still toward the bedroom, but clearly for an entirely different purpose this time. "We both need sleep, and I'm not putting a wall between us. Not with Slater and his men out there." Grace nodded. She wouldn't want that either. She was sitting on the edge of the bed when Nate's phone lit up as it buzzed. The noise wasn't a problem, but the light might alert a neighbor. He scrambled to cover it and waited for the light to go away. Then he squatted low, hid behind the bed, and turned it back on. From where she sat, she could see his frown. He pulled a slip of paper from his back pocket, the one with the numbers Masuka had given him. "Crap. What is it, Nate?" Grace felt the adrenaline hit her, with the alarm in her chest. "It's Masuka's brother's number." Then he turned the phone toward her so she could read the message. "Get out."
Chapter 14. Nate's heart was racing in an entirely different way now. Why would his brother say that? Nate didn't even look up at the sound of Grace's voice. "It's from Masuka. No one will likely trace the calls from his brother to me." Gotcha. But she was already in motion. She'd rearranged the evidence earlier, pulling it from her suitcase and putting it in her bag. Nate had insisted they use bags from the closet, so he had an old leather duffel, and she had a large purse ready to go. Supposedly it was for the morning, but after that text he was glad they'd been ready. Both Grace's evidence and the money were split between them. He pulled the food bag out of the fridge, never having unpacked it. He shoved the cold food down into the bag, and hoped it didn't go bad before they needed it. She was ready before he was, standing at the back door, her expression stern. Damn. That was not the way he wanted to remember her face. Though they didn't have time for it, he pressed a quick kiss to her surprised lips and watched as her expression lit up. Then, just as fast, he pushed her to one side, drew his weapon and slowly opened the back door. With her hand in his this time, he tugged her out the way they'd come in, through the backyard with the high fence. Out the back of the property, into the adjoining woods. He took a moment to reach over the top of the gate and feel his way around, latching it on the inside. He didn't want to leave an arrow pointing to where they'd gone. They were into the woods, just far enough to be out of sight, when he heard a car squeal to a stop on the street in front of the house. Surely, it was someone coming for them. He kept pressing into the woods, tugging Grace behind him, as he struggled to make out the noises from the house behind them. There was yelling and pounding on the door. He heard neighbors shouting about the noise. That it was the middle of the night, though it was barely 11:30. He heard the door give way, as he felt the branch crack under his careless step. But he didn't have time to be quiet. How long before the intruders found out the house was empty and came after them this way? There was no car at the house. There weren't too many ways for him and Grace to have come in on foot. He picked up what was an already fast pace and pulled at Grace to keep up. In 5 minutes, they'd moved beyond hearing the noises from the house. But they weren't far enough to escape the explosion that came another 3 minutes after that. Holy hell! Grace yelped and tried to turn around. There was light behind them. He could tell, though he didn't look himself, that the house was going up in flames. Grace's voice came to him, close to his ear. What was that? Normally, he wouldn't tell someone he was protecting the whole truth, but something told him that's exactly what he needed to do with Grace. She wouldn't forgive him lies or even filtered comments. So he said, "Bomb, or else they lit a fire under the water tank and blew it up. House is in flames now, though." They'd gotten out just in time. He stopped then, even though Grace was pushing him forward. He shook his head at her. "We're safely away for right now. I want to get us out of town, but it's time to stop running blindly and go in our best direction. I just need to figure out what that is." His brain rapidly shuffled through ideas. The easiest would be coming out the other side of the woods and knocking on doors until he could find a car to borrow. But he couldn't justify getting a citizen involved in what was rapidly becoming a deadly cluster. "We'll have to go out to a main road and see if we can flag a cab." "Bus station," she posed. He'd been thinking of a cab, but that would be more traceable. The bus would be slower, but they might be able to blend in better. Cab to bus station it was then. This way. At this hour. He saw the skepticism on her face and laughed. "We aren't Atlanta, but we do have cabs in the main part of town. Even at his hour. Come on." Nate took stock. He was smiling. He was running from a crime lord with a bombed-out house in his wake. They were carrying evidence that might incriminate someone in his own police department, and he had proof that something was off at the Mies office. He couldn't trust anyone at the precinct, except Masuka and Zaragoza, and he was smiling. It took 45 minutes on foot to come out where he wanted. Then they had another 30 minutes of walking the streets and back alleys to get to where they could catch a cab. Grace didn't complain. "I don't see cabs," she said, looking up and down the empty streets they walked. "What about a ride service?" Nate shook his head, the fedora showing off the motion but hopefully hiding his face. Grace's hair was tucked down the back of the woven, multicolored jacket they'd purloined from the late Mrs. Masuka's closet. "Right now, my hope is that they can't find us." He'd even had them both turn off their phones. Burners were their first stop when they got to the next town. He continued, A ride-share app is a phone marker, the use of a credit card is another marker, and more. And since we'll call them maybe 30 minutes before they show up, Slater's people can be waiting for us at the pickup. Do you really think they can hack the app? It's a nationwide service. I would assume they'd have guards in place for that. I'm sure they do, but these people don't have to hack the app, only your phone or mine. Well, damn. She kept her hand tucked in his, and he was disturbed by how right it felt there. My thoughts exactly. Though he wondered what she was thinking, mostly he wondered what she was thinking of him. What he'd said back at the Masuka house had been a pretty ballsy thing to say to a woman he barely knew, a woman he'd only kissed for the first time moments before. But the thing was, he felt like he did know her. And she'd shown surprise at his words, not fear. They turned the corner, and he spotted a cab with lights on about a block down the street. Raising his hand, Nate let out a whistle and hailed it. Thankfully, the driver hightailed it up the road, grateful for the paying ride, and Nate wished he could tip extra. But he couldn't. They couldn't afford to be remembered later. He gave an address 2 blocks away from the bus station, and was grateful when Grace didn't speak or even really show her face. He hadn't coached her. She just seemed to pick it up. His heart thumped the whole ride. He couldn't talk to Grace. He wanted to look out the window as he passed places and see if there was anything to notice. But looking out meant someone could look in. If anyone on the street recognized him, he might be in trouble. He wanted to say he was paranoid, but in the last 24 hours, he'd found out that his paranoia was not unwarranted. He used the ride as an excuse to look at Grace. He was losing it. If he'd made love to her back there like he'd wanted to, they might not have seen the text. But the near-death experience of having the house blow up behind them made Nate rethink that decision. He would take the next opportunity he had. Unfortunately, it didn't come that night. They walked the 2 blocks to the bus station, then sat in the corner for an hour waiting for the bus to leave. His adrenaline kept him on high alert the whole time. Though he encouraged Grace to get some sleep while they waited, and then on the nearly empty bus, she didn't even bother trying. By the time they stumbled into a motel room 2 towns over, his feet hurt and the sun was coming up. He was about to start missing work for the next day, and Grace was dragging. He'd left her alone outside the motel while he registered, trying to keep the 2 of them together from getting remembered. So after he bolted the door behind them and checked the window locks, he turned to find Grace on the bed, her borrowed bag on the table beside her, easily in reach. Her eyes were almost closed, but they rolled slowly and settled on him. She patted the bed beside her, where she'd left a space for him. Then her eyelids sank shut, and he could tell she was asleep. For a moment, he just looked at her. She was on top of the covers, still in the pink bow shirt. Setting his own bag on the bedside table, he rolled in beside her, thinking that both of them shouldn't sleep at the same time. He hadn't removed his holster or weapon. It wouldn't be comfortable when he woke up, but he wasn't willing to take it off. He tried to stay awake, but it lasted all of 5 seconds before he was out cold.
Chapter 15. Grace woke to sunlight, filtering around the edges of curtains that were synthetic enough to be blackout curtains if they'd been big enough to reach the edges of the windows. Beside her, Nate slept on. His clothes were rumpled, and his jaw bore the unmistakable shade of stubble, making him look less reputable. Not wanting to wake him, she pulled out her bag and started looking through it for anything she could test, anything she could reread and find more evidence. She'd wanted to stay in town, but Nate had been right. They'd had to get out and lay low for a few days. Though she'd asked him if he was going into the office this morning, he'd said no. But she still wasn't sure if that was because he wasn't expected in, or if he was simply disappearing for a while. It was possible the entire Dark Falls PD would have a bolo on him within the hour. And one for her, too. She was thinking about that as Nate woke up an hour later. Had this Slater ex-guy come to the hotel for her? Or had he followed Nate? If she had been the target, she was going to count that as good news. That would have to mean she was onto something. She'd known in her heart from the first minute she'd been told about Jimmy's death that something wasn't right about it. Slater X being on her tail was proof of it. Deadly proof, but proof nonetheless. Nate, it seemed, was one of those people who woke up suddenly, going from dead asleep to fully alert in a heartbeat. Grace was not. She cataloged that knowledge, though she didn't know why. Aside from a few heart-stopping words the night before, there was no reason to suspect that she'd ever wake up next to him again. But she wanted to. Morning? The word cut off as it left his lips, as though he'd been going to say something more, but felt it prudent to not say it. She smiled back at him as she watched his eyes scan the room and land on all the things she'd pulled out. He rolled, predator-like, onto his feet and came over to examine what she was doing. The bedspread on the second bed was hardly a good table, but it was what she had. "You've been working?" he asked, and then he turned away quickly, digging through the bag he'd been carrying. As Grace watched, he produced a toothbrush and toothpaste. Masuka had packed a thorough set of supplies in that bag. Though they were on the run, Grace was well set, already packed for traveling. Nate had been blindsided, suddenly unable to return home, use his credit cards, or even his phone. He emerged a minute later and asked again, "So, what are you working on?" Grace turned to the material before her. "I was just looking through everything, trying to see if maybe I could find something more useful." "Did you?" She shook her head. She still had 5 blood samples and 4 types. She had photos of the rooms at the motel, photos of the luminal, and more. She had the report from Jimmy's autopsy. She didn't have anything new, but she at least had a direction to aim. "I need to get these samples to a lab. I have a place picked out. Brad gave me a name of a tech worker there, who might be able to get us a rush order." "Brad?" Did she detect jealousy in his tone? She couldn't tell. "We work together at GBI. He's my lab geek." "Your lab geek?" Yes, she definitely detected jealousy. She might have said it that way just to check. "Yes, he's a good friend." "Friend?" Now she laughed. "Just a friend." "Please tell me you're single," Nate implored, the look in his eye letting her know he was thinking about the living room floor in the House of 1,000 Doilies. Now she was too. That mesmerizing blue made her bold. "I don't know. You tell me." "You're not. Not anymore." The answer came as fast as he closed the gap between them, and suddenly she was in his arms and her mouth was on his, and her blood was rushing through her system. When at last he set her back on her feet, when had he lifted her up, Grace realized her head was swimming, and for the first time in her life she understood why people said they lost their minds. She'd dated. She dated men she liked, and even 2 she'd eventually loved. But she'd never been pulled under by a force like this. She'd been with men she liked, but Grace thought maybe she'd finally found a man she could need. It was a stunning revelation. With a smile and a deep breath to mask her confusion, she gestured toward the bed. "I need to get the samples to a lab. Can we do that today?" It took a while to figure out where the lab was, and to figure out how to ride the bus and get there. Grace was nervous about handing her samples over to someone else. Nate, it turned out, was hungry. "Sandwich?" He was pulling the contents out of the bag and beginning to assemble another sandwich for himself. Shrugging, Grace piled turkey onto a slice of bread, noting that it was still cold enough not to worry, and added cheese and a little mustard pack. She was halfway through when she told him, "I need to eat something different for lunch though. This is enough sandwiches." "Yeah, I thought the same thing," he said through bites. "But we should eat this while we have it. No fridge. I'm guessing we should toss what we don't eat now." True to his word, he loaded another sandwich as the first disappeared. They spent the day riding the bus to Denver and heading into the lab. It was nerve-wracking to Grace to walk into the lab and stop at the desk and ask for special service. Grace usually had things lined up with a known contact at a lab. A cold call wasn't her style. It was worse because she was wearing clothes from the 70s that weren't her own. Nate at least looked cool in his fedora. "May I help you?" The woman at the front desk didn't act as though they were wearing borrowed clothes, and that helped. "I'm here to see Rena Johnson." She let it hang in the air, wondering if the request would be enough. Do you have an appointment? With a lab tech? Grace had no idea, but she tried again. I don't, but please tell her my name is Grace Lee, and I'm with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Please tell her Brad Leal sent me. The reference to GBI seemed to catch the woman's attention, and she at least picked up the phone and called the back. They waited for 20 minutes while the side door opened twice, and Grace looked up, wondering if this was Rena Johnson or not. Grace had never met the woman nor seen a picture of her. So here she sat, in a commercial lab in Denver in the lobby for once, waiting for a woman she didn't know who didn't know her. Neither time was Rena Johnson, once was a man. The second time a woman walked out the door to the lobby, and right out the front without giving her and Nate a second glance. The third time the door opened, a young woman looked around and spotted them. Are you Grace Lee? Yes. She fought to maintain decorum and not jump up shouting. And this is, she stopped herself at the last moment. It was bad enough that she'd announced her own name in public. She shouldn't announce Nate's. Not here. Not where his precinct might use this lab and have connections back to his fellow Dark Falls officers. Can we talk in your office? Or somewhere private? She'd had plenty of time to think, but she and Nate hadn't really been able to talk on the trip. Someone might have overheard them. In fact, Nate had insisted they enter the bus separately and not sit together. At least the bus had once again been nearly empty, but she'd spent the ride with her mind wandering to what she should do and how. Now she was here, and she still felt underprepared. Rena let them through the doors and down a long central hall. Grace recognized the sharp smells of several of the chemicals used to pull blood from stains, or to reveal fingerprints, or hidden or washed out blood. She heard the hum, and smelled the metal from the section of the lab that housed several mass spectrometers and MRIs. Though it was unfamiliar, it held the comforting sense of her own lab. I shared this office with several of the other lab rats. Rena waved them into the small space with one high window along one of the walls. Please have a seat. The gray utilitarian desk and matching gunmetal shelf beside it took up most of the space, but Rena tucked herself behind the desk as Grace and Nate took the two guest chairs. They were as uncomfortable as they looked, and Grace guessed that Rena Johnson wasn't used to receiving visitors much in her line of work. Settled finally, Nate looked to her and Grace realized he was expecting her to lead this part of their little investigation. Rena beat her to the punch. What's a GBI agent doing in Denver, and why do you need my help? It's an interesting story. Grace started. I'm a forensic consultant with the GBI, hence the badge, and with several other local and state forensic agencies as needed. I'm here because my brother James Lee died in Dark Falls a week ago. I'll give you all the details if you want, but in the end his death was ruled a suicide and the case was closed. His body was examined and cremated before I even arrived in town. She saw Rena's eyebrows lift and knew the other woman questioned the odd speed of her brother's case. It was a murder? We have evidence. Crap. She hadn't introduced Nate. This is Detective Ryder with the Dark Falls PD. He was originally assigned, she cut herself off. That made Nate sound like a bad detective. She wouldn't throw him under the bus. Luckily, he picked up the thread so she didn't have to. Our ME ruled the death a suicide, and we didn't dig deeper. He sighed. Grace came in and made us reopen the case, and she was right to do that. We have some samples she's gathered from the scene of the crime, but I'm not sure how we're going to pay you to run them. Grace heard his words trail off. I'll pay it, she jumped in, assuring Rena that the work would be covered. You can't. You can't use your credit cards and we don't have enough cash, Nate pointed out. Her shoulders slumped. She'd been thinking she couldn't use her card in Dark Falls, but that was dumb. She couldn't use it anywhere. Any ping would locate them. I promise, I'll pay it. Why isn't Dark Falls PD covering this? It's their case. Rena didn't miss a beat. Well, Nate sighed and Grace knew what was coming. That's because we're still having to investigate this case on our own.
Chapter 16. By the time they left, Nate was about 80% certain that Rena Johnson wasn't going to turn them in. And that was only because she'd called Brad Lael and confirmed his relationship with Grace. Though their strangely out-of-date clothing helped support their story, Rena Johnson had still eyed them warily. The promise of paying her later, maybe from the Dark Falls PD account, maybe from their own accounts, hadn't really won her over. Nate understood. She was accountable for her time on the equipment and in the office. Though it was a private lab that sometimes did for fun genetics tests, they also were often involved in serious legal cases for government agencies. She could lose her job. Then again, what Nate hadn't wanted to point out in front of Grace was the possibility that the lab scientist would be paid out of their life insurance accounts. He was pretty confident that Rena Johnson would check the samples for Grace and wait for her payment. But if someone asked what she was doing, she might spill everything. It was a chance he and Grace were betting on as they headed out the front door of the office into chilly air. She turned to him and asked where to next. He looked up into the sky at the gray clouds rolling in. I don't even know. But that wasn't good enough. We need a place for the night. We need it to be away from here, somewhere new. Somewhere that takes our cash, so nowhere nice. He hated that for her, but there wasn't much he could do about it. How about a nice dinner? If we hit a place along the way, we can sit for a bit and hopefully relax. You think we can relax in Denver? He didn't. He'd have to get them something better than what they had. Probably not. Give me a minute. He turned away with his new burner phone, calling Masuka on his private line. He didn't dare call Zaragoza, even from the burner phone. Hey Masuka. I need a car. He listened to the reply, then made the task about 50 times harder. I'm in Denver. After he hung up, he turned to Grace, not wanting to tell her he might be able to get them a car. He wouldn't want her to be disappointed if they wound up back on the bus. How about we find somewhere decent to eat? She lifted the corner of her collar and quirked a smile. We can go to a diner. He grinned back. Crappy situation, but he wasn't hating it as much as he might have. He didn't even have a smartphone to look up somewhere good to go. He looked around, checking out the streets and thinking, I know a fantastic breakfast place. And we can just make it before they close at 3. We had sandwiches for breakfast, so we can have pancakes for lunch, right? Grace agreed with a smile that hit him in his gut. How long was he going to go on feeling that? Was she going to stay with him? Should he consider moving to Georgia? They needed detectives too, he thought. Then he thought he was crazy for thinking like that. Come on. It's this way. Nate watched as Grace dug into a seriously beautiful and interesting version of Eggs Benedict. For himself, he'd gotten a flight of pancakes, trying out several varieties and struggling to decide which one he liked best. But he'd been here before. He'd known it would all be good. Grace, on the other hand, was wearing expressions that looked like a kid on Christmas morning, or made him think about the things they could have done the other night had he not stopped them. He wouldn't next time. She was right. She was an adult, and she could choose her own regrets. Nate did not intend to be one of them. For a moment, as he watched her eat with gusto, he felt his heart squeeze in fear. What was he doing, thinking about her like this? He wasn't the type to fall hard or fast. He dealt in logic. He dealt in facts. He dealt with people on their worst days. Grace was defying all of it. So did his heart roll because she was unusual? Or did it roll because he'd stumbled onto something he would have to hold on to, and hold on tight? Nate couldn't say for sure, but he had a sneaking suspicion it was the latter. Grace had come in and hit him upside the head, metaphorically speaking. He was still hearing the ringing in his ears, and wondering what he would feel or think when the little birdies and stars circling his brain disappeared. Maybe because they couldn't talk about the case, Nate had struck up conversations about everything and anything in the meantime. They looked and sounded like a couple on a date, and he intended to take advantage of it. They shared favorite movies and TV shows over their breakfast, and as they walked out, she discussed the technology she was working on. I'm looking for a way to statistically measure bite marks. As an officer, he understood that people bit each other far more often than the average person would believe. He also understood that cases had been turned over when bite mark evidence was removed from the record. Bundy would have been released had he not already died in prison. It was a sobering thought. I heard they couldn't measure them. Well, that's the thing. A forensic scientist can go into court and say, I think this man's teeth match that bite mark, and another forensic scientist, often also an odontologist, will say, I think it doesn't. But the new science is showing that even the best scientists mismatch them too many times. We just aren't as good as we thought we were. We? He asked, looking at her face as her expression turned from excited to pensive. I was an expert witness on some of those cases. Only a few, and I don't think my evidence was ever the nail in the coffin. But I was reviewing my findings and deciding if I should push for appeals on any of those cases when the news about Jimmy came in. They'd walked another block, and he had an idea where they were going. He just didn't want to tell her yet, in case it was a dead end. There was an appeal to the fact that she trusted him. So tell me about the measurement system. Her expression bloomed as she started describing her idea, and he had a sudden epiphany. It didn't matter if this was a soulmate kind of thing. She was amazing, and he'd better hold on tight. His concern shouldn't be how he felt about her, but how to convince her to feel that about him. She saw a problem, investigated her mistakes and tried to own them, and she was inventing new techniques to make the science work better. She was out of his league, but he was going to give it his best anyway. They walked a few blocks down to an old-style theater, and he pulled her into the parking lot. He'd gotten a text from Masuka's sister this time. They weren't taking any chances with any of them contacting him too much, with a location and a plate number. Someone that Mari or Masuka trusted in the Denver PD had left them a car. He found the plate and pointed. We have a car. She lit up again, and he couldn't help the smile that tugged at his own lips in response. Pulling the key from under the footwell mat, he held it up, but right then her phone rang and she answered it. His heart jumped. Had she just pinged them?
Chapter 17. Though the burner phone didn't have any contact info in it, Grace recognized the number. Brad. She saw Nate frown out of the corner of his eye, but ignored it. How are you doing? I was calling to be sure you're still alive. And kicking, she replied, leaving out the part about having ghosted out of town and wearing other people's clothes and not using credit cards. But Brad might have figured that out already. The burner phone thing is scaring me. His tone changed from relief at her voice to one that let her know he was worried. Well, it's not ideal, but I have police protection. She grinned at Nate, not ready for the explosion from the other end of the line. Police protection. What in the holy hell have you gotten yourself into? Brad practically screeched it. Crap. She'd let that cat out of the bag, and spent a few minutes explaining the situation. Nate was looking at her like she was yelling it into a crowd, but she wasn't. There was no one else in the parking lot, despite the number of cars. The films must be between showings. She was keeping her voice down, and this was Brad. The very fact that she and Nate were kind of on the run made it all spill out. Nate had anchors, people who knew where he was and that he was safe. She needed one too. Okay, so you're fine, really? Once she'd assured Brad that she was, he asked, what's his name? This guy you're running around with? Nathan Samuel Ryder. She saw Nate's eyebrows pop up. So she knew his full name? Who didn't use Google? It had been easy to find. I'm checking him out, her friend announced, even though she laughed. I already did, remember? Yeah, but that was before you were using burner phones and running around Denver in disguise. He did have a point, but he was a lab geek like her, not a tech guy. Brad knew that too. I'm getting Katie on it this time. She can dig better than either of us. That she could, and Brad would feel better, like he was helping. So Grace let him. Nate ushered her into the car while she was on the phone, and he pulled out. She had no clue where they were going, but figured Nate knew the area far better than she did. By the time she hung up with Brad, they were on a freeway again. "Please tell me that was not your regular phone," was all Nate said, his tone flat. "Of course not." "Then who has the number of your burner phone?" He sounded demanding, and she tried to brush it off, but her nerve didn't let her do it. "Brad, my lab partner back in Georgia. Someone checking up on me so I don't die in Denver, and no one know it until my body is identified." She was biting at the words, getting angrier as she went. Seeming to sense her irritation, Nate nodded and added, "I'm sorry." It took all the wind out of her sails. "It's my burner phone. I didn't use my regular phone. I did give Brad the number since even my parents don't have it." She heard him sigh as he took an exit, changing from one freeway to another. She wasn't keeping track of where they were going, which was a mistake. Still, Grace couldn't muster any real concern about it. "I didn't even think about them. They must be going crazy with Jimmy passing, and now you disappearing on them. Brad has been doing what he can, and they know I came out to investigate." She looked out the window, not liking the dark mood brought on by a topic she couldn't change. Grace watched as he passed several exits, and she asked, "Where are we headed tonight?" "Fort Collins. The opposite direction from how we came. This time it's only just over an hour, so not like this morning's bus ride." He went on to explain how he'd conjured up a car. That despite the new ride and the complete upgrade in mobility, they'd still be staying at a motel that would take cash. Grace nodded. "After the last borrowed house blew up, I'd feel incredibly responsible if we got anyone else in that kind of trouble." She sighed. "I can honestly say I had no idea that could even happen. Next time, I won't be able to live with that. And at least no one lived at the old house. I'm praying Masuka had the place insured, and I'm trying to figure out how to pay it off." "We pay it off and the lab by solving this case," Nate told her. "At that point it all becomes Dark Falls jurisdiction, and these basics will be covered that way. If we don't solve it." She didn't like the way his voice trailed off. Only able to assume that would mean they were dead, she redirected the conversation back to more stable ground. "What exactly is the case we are solving now?" "Why Jimmy was murdered." He said it as though it was obvious. "Thank you." "For." This time he looked over at her, a frown knitting his brows, as though he truly had no idea why she would thank him. "I came to solve Jimmy's murder. But it seems the case has gotten bigger than that. So I'm glad you said it was still to find out about Jimmy. That means a lot." Nate's hand snaked across the console and his fingers wound through hers. It was a gesture she hadn't had any familiarity with in recent times. But it calmed her, and Grace appreciated that. "I'm going to solve this, Jimmy," she thought. And she looked across at Nate, now focused on the road again, and changed her thought. "We are."
Chapter 18. Nate almost swerved the car right off the freeway as he shouted, "You have what from Jimmy?" Grace had told him, out of left field, about the odd text she'd gotten from Jimmy. Basically, that she had more evidence. "I didn't think about it. We turned off our phones and ran." She shrugged, not put off by his outburst. Points to Grace for that. He shouldn't have yelled. "But you didn't show me the first time we met. That would be important." He stayed in his lane now, looking for the turnoff for Fort Collins, and wondering if he would have enough luck to find a good cash motel on his first try. "Well, to be fair, I didn't know you when we first met. But I'm an officer. The officer you were trying to get to reopen your brother's case. You're also the officer who closed my brother's case on false evidence. Was I just supposed to show you our personal texts?" She didn't seem angry, just making a point. One that hit home. "And as I said, it doesn't name anyone or have anything concrete. I'm just wondering if, knowing what we know now, we might find some real leads in it. That's all. I'm not withholding evidence, officer." Okay, that last jab was, well, Nate couldn't really decide if it was a bit too much or if it too was maybe warranted. He let it slide. Taking the turn, he focused on finding a place. Once they did that, then they could worry about the phone. Keep your eyes peeled for a motel you'd rather not sleep in. That's where we'll stop. She laughed a little and answered his comment with, "You sure know how to sell this. Come on, it'll be romantic." He'd been joking, but the words were out before he thought about them. He might have said them to any of the other officers he worked with in jest, but here now the car went still as she contemplated it. So did he. He didn't want to be with Grace for the first time in a seedy motel. But he didn't want to not be with Grace either. He was going for the do this now and make it up to you later method. He just needed to make sure there was a later for that to happen. Over there. She pointed to her right, and Nate barely caught the turn in time. Studiously avoiding his comment on romance, she locked herself in the car and waited while he went in to see if he could catch one of the rooms. 5 minutes later, he was back out with the key. An old metal one. It dangled from a plastic diamond with the room number etched in. His only consolation at the massive safety issues with a key like that was that the white print had long since rubbed off, and only the etching remained. At least no one could read it from across the parking lot. Once Grace popped the locks for him, he slid back into the driver's seat. "I got a second floor, back of the building. We got lucky." She snorted. "Your definition of lucky and mine are not the same." He wondered what she might think of his other definition of lucky. They were in the room less than 2 minutes later. The bedspreads were blue and woven cotton. Not polyester like he'd expected. The sheets were no Egyptian high thread count number, but they were bright white and clean. Or at least he saw clean. He wondered what a forensic scientist like Grace saw when she looked at the place. So he asked, "It's better than most. To be fair, I'd rather not get my luminal and black light out, but I could possibly talk myself into believing I wouldn't find anything here." He would have asked if she really had those things with her, but he'd been through her bags. She did. He didn't ask if she always traveled with them, or if they always nestled in with stretch lace bras and underwear that managed to walk a fine line between sensible and sexy. "I'm sorry we can't stay someplace nicer. The cash and no ID problem is severely limiting." "Whatever." She shrugged as she unzipped her bag and searched for something. "You'd think the price tag on a room would correspond to the amount of disturbing things I can find on a search, but you'd be wrong." "What?" He'd been looking at her ass, thinking about the fact that the bed wasn't bad, and she'd come back with that. "So even if we were in a nice place, you'd want to get out your supplies and check." "No. I never want to check a room I'm staying in. I don't want to know. It would take 5 hours and 5 floors of a hotel to find a room clean enough to sleep in." Jesus, the woman could kill his romantic mood faster than, well, thinking about what could be found in a hotel room. She turned, with pajamas in hand and a small travel kit. Waving them at him, as though to ask permission, she headed into the bathroom. He'd been using the supplies Masuka had thought to include in his goodie bag. Otherwise, he'd been stuck with motel soaps and shampoos. He ran his hand along his jaw, feeling the stubble he'd been unwilling to shave with the kind of cheap razor he might get at a convenience store. He was well past forgot to shave, but luckily nowhere near becoming Amish yet. He just flopped back on the bed, trying to think what he might sleep in. They'd slept in their clothes the night before, having fallen onto the bed with no energy to spare for anything. But tonight, Grace emerged in a set of white flowy pants and a camisole that clung to her in ways he wished he could. He didn't have pajamas with him. He certainly hadn't been about to borrow Grandpa Masuka's. They wouldn't have fit anyway. With only a nod, they traded places. Nate brushed his teeth and washed his face with the low-end washcloth and the soap Grace had peeled the paper wrapper from. He shed the borrowed button-down shirt, but left the white t-shirt underneath. At least it was his. The pants needed to go. He needed to buy jeans somewhere cheap. Goals for tomorrow, he thought. But he checked his reflection in the mirror and wondered what the hell he was doing. Walking back out into the main room, he looked at Grace. She was propped against the headboard with both pillows from the bed tucked up behind her. Was it a signal she wanted that bed to herself? He didn't know. She was reading on a tablet she'd managed to drag around with her, and apparently keep charged as well. He was going to have to hang out with her more often. She was disturbingly together. He almost blurted out, "Do you want kids?" But at least he managed to keep his mouth shut on that one. Out of the blue, it would sound like he could order some up from Amazon or something. Not the tone he was going for. She looked up and must have noticed his awkwardness. Though she smiled, her shoulders hunched a little. These were not pajamas intended for sharing a room with anyone. It was only then that he noticed the white was not only clingy, but a little bit see-through. More than one part of him noticed. However, there were 2 pillows on the other bed. He pointed and asked uncertainly, "Is that my bed?" While she'd taken all the pillows, she'd stayed to one side. One corner of her mouth twitched. "Up to you. I mean, we already slept together last night." Not the way I would have liked. It was out before he thought about the wisdom of it. Too late to take it back, he decided to let it hang. Grace didn't give it the chance. That would be your fault." "Okay, true." He grabbed the pillows off the empty bed and put them in the open space beside her. If it was his decision, this was the one he was making. No more repeats of pushing her away. But if I hadn't, we might have missed the text and gotten ourselves blown up. What a way to go, though. She shrugged one shoulder halfway, as though it were a quirky, delicious thought, but just as quickly he saw the sadness creep into her eyes. She was willing to make a joke, to make the best of things, but she wasn't immune to what was really going on. He'd set the bar in the window and bolted the door. His gun was on the table between the bed. He'd done everything he could to keep them hidden, to keep the room impenetrable. Maybe they could take a little break for just themselves. "Come here." He motioned with one arm, making a place for her against his chest. She shook her head. "Not going there. I mean, not going to curl up and be sad. Want to be something else." This time her smile was genuine. "What else?" Kissed senseless.
Chapter 19. The world slipped away in a haze of lust and anticipation as Nate rolled onto his knees and scooted toward her. He seemed to appreciate the jammies she wore at home because they were comfortable. She hadn't realized until his eyes shifted focus and his nostrils flared just a little that they were slightly see-through. It was a chance she wouldn't have consciously taken. Not with a man who'd pushed her away twice in the last 24 hours. She was glad now she'd worn them. Glad she'd sat on one side of the bed and told him it was his choice. Glad his choice had been with her. The heat of him engulfed her as he came near, oh so slowly entering her space, a look that combined want and need on his face. She sucked in a breath the moment before his lips brushed hers. His touch was soft, but it was anything but sweet. Grace melted into the feeling swamping her entire body, though they only touched lips and even then barely so. She lifted upward, straining for more of a kiss, more of a connection as he pulled back. The moment broke. Was he pulling away again? Her heart froze. Once was bad, twice was terrible. A third time and she'd be done with it. With him. Nate froze too, and interpreted the look on her face correctly. "I was just teasing. I'm sorry." "Maybe you don't tease until you have a better track record." "Touché." He leaned into her again, the heat returning, the cold receding into the distance. Her hand came up against his chest. This time it was her turn. The surprise on his face didn't stop her. "Are you going to crap out on me again? Are we just kissing and nothing more? What is this, really?" His chest heaved in a deep breath, and for a moment she wished his shirt was off and that she hadn't asked anything that might stop their forward progress. She wanted him. She wanted the feel of him under her fingertips. And maybe more than that, maybe scarier than that, she wanted Nate Ryder the man. She'd wanted men before, wanted sex, was attracted. She'd gone out with and dated men she liked and wanted to be around. She'd even met some that fit both categories. But none had blown her out of the water the way this man did. Though he was breathing deeply, looking for his words, she was holding her breath, waiting. When he finally spoke, it was smoke over gravel. "This is everything. It's up to you. It's all your call." She almost frowned at him again. Sure, he was putting things in her court, and that was nice, but you already know my call. And thank God for that. He dove at her this time. No teasing, no tempting, just fire and lust and a scent of sex already on the air. His mouth took hers, and her senses filled as she went under, physically pulled down by strong arms around her. Grace let herself go, strangely comfortable in the arms of a man who should have still been counted a stranger, but was somehow anything but. Her hands traced the lines and planes of him, over the thin cotton shirt. He was hard, trained, fit, but the feel of his muscles moving beneath her fingertips excited her in ways she couldn't put into words. Well, she couldn't put anything into words right then. Her intimate knowledge of the human form guided her fingertips up his arm. Her hand wrapped around, her fingers gripping bicep and tricep, appreciated his collarbone as she slid her hand up and traced the line it offered. She wanted her mouth on him. Did he smell as good up close as he did from here? She'd been reveling in the feel of him touching her, kissing her, pulling her soul up through her and returning his own on the breath they exchanged. Her head tipped back, breaking their kiss with a sound from her throat that she didn't recognize. Had she begged for more? She should. The thought had barely passed as his hand moved. She was on autopilot, and her body knew what it wanted. It wanted Nate Ryder. Nate's fingers wound through her hair and pulled her head up. In a flash, she wondered if he was stopping her, but her eyes flicked to his, and she saw the heat flashing there. No, he wasn't stopping. Neither of them would be stopping. Not until they'd had their fill of each other. When would that be? She didn't know. It wasn't right now. Right now his mouth was on hers, taking and giving, his tongue sweeping inside. She writhed into him again as his hands roamed. She wondered if there was a way to do that more than just for tonight.
Chapter 20. Nate felt his breath rush out as his hand snaked under the waistband of her flowy pajama pants. The top was tight, showing every curve. Now it showed everything. She wasn't what he'd chosen in the past, but it turned out she was what truly turned him on. He wouldn't have picked the pieces of her, but Grace altogether was a sight to behold, and he realized he'd been choosing wrong before this. Hell, he'd been a damn fool to turn her down last night. And he wouldn't do it now. What a difference a day made. Whether he said her name on a whisper or roared it into the night, he didn't know. He was a mass of exposed nerve endings. Want and lust and need somehow rolled together with respect and admiration. They breathed each other's air, in perfect timing together. After, a sigh came from her lungs, contented and sated. He felt a smile curl his lips. Grace Lee had stormed in like an avenging angel, to right the wrong of her brother's death. Though his body was thoroughly satisfied, that thought did something for his brain. Grace Lee was his. He breathed that in once, twice, before it occurred to him that he might be wrong. What if she wasn't his? What if she just liked sex in general, but hadn't felt the world shift the way he had? Nate headed into the bathroom, as his thoughts pulled back. As he stared at his reflection in the mirror, he thought he'd looked at his reflection just like this, when? 30 minutes ago. An hour. He'd wanted her then. He'd had her now. And he still wanted her. She was still out of reach. He quirked an eyebrow at Mirror Nate. At least she couldn't go anywhere while they were on the run. Should he ask her if they were together now, or just do his best to make her realize that was how the universe wanted things? Well, it was how Nate Ryder wanted things anyway. He flushed the toilet for no reason other than to make noise, and told himself he needed to get back out there before his boy-like crush and subsequent emo questioning of their relationship became obvious. As he opened the door, he saw she'd crawled under the covers and had the corner flipped back for him. He didn't reach for anything other than the smooth feel of her skin. He curled up next to her, stroked her back, and tried to fall asleep. But the feel of her hand on his chest, his waist, his hip, brought him to full attention again. "You're not sleeping, Nate Ryder," she whispered in his ear. Not with you doing that, I'm not. He grinned as he listened for noises beyond the hotel wall. The window had a bar, but the real safety feature was that the place was too cheap to use glass. Breaking the plastic would be harder and take several hits. He'd looked to the lock on the door when he emerged from the bathroom. Though the limited points of entry were also limited points of exit, there was nothing he could do about that. So he rolled forward into Grace's firm yet soft touch. Jesus, woman, I may never sleep again. I'll let you sleep after this, she promised, though her voice promised things that had nothing to do with sleeping.
Chapter 21. She woke to see Nate was still asleep, but she wasn't disappointed. She had no expectations of this man. One morning didn't make him the kind to sleep in, or not. Now she had double her previous data, though 2 mornings was hardly a worthy set of information. Grace found herself wondering if she would get more. If today would be the day they found out who killed Jimmy and hauled them away. If Nate would lock her in a safe house until he and the Dark Falls PD solved it themselves. Or if they'd just wind up going their separate ways. She had no idea, seeing the cards she'd been dealt only one at a time like the game war. She had to play whatever she flipped over. Last night she'd flipped over Nate. That turned out to be a jackpot, though she'd suspected that would be the case. The man played her like a guitar, and she'd been happy to be touched and stroked and appreciated until he wrung a stellar orgasm out of her. She wasn't frigid by any means, but she wouldn't have thought she was easy either. But the world had disappeared around them, all of it, the cheap motel, Brad's concern that she was running around with a police officer she didn't know, her parents' sadness and Jimmy's death, and she'd ridden the tide the two of them had created. She'd needed that. She didn't let herself think that she'd also needed Nate specifically. There was no room for hopes and wishes when a drug lord was showing up at your hotel and chasing your car through the streets. If she had any doubts about the danger, the house explosion dispelled that quickly. Whatever it was these people were hiding, they were more than willing to kill for it. She had no doubts they'd killed Jimmy, and now they were trying to kill her and Nate too. Nate rolled over and his eyelids lifted lazily. Not like yesterday, where he realized he should be more alert suddenly. His hand reached out to stroke her arm and she loved the simple touch. Though it was only then that she realized she'd propped herself up and had probably moved around too much. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. He shook his head at her to say that wasn't the case. His lack of actual words made her think it probably was. But his fingers still touched her, as though he'd been allowed to touch a Michelangelo sculpture. If she'd been wondering what the morning would be like between them, he was answering. She would have reached out for him, except they couldn't afford the risk. The first time they'd tried to be together, his reluctance had saved their lives. There was every possibility that Slater X's men were out looking for them now. With the lack of use of their credit cards or cars, there weren't many options for them but buses and cash-only motels. They probably wouldn't be hard to find. Do we need to leave? With a heavy, regretful sigh, he nodded at her, still not forming actual words. Shower? She asked him, and the spark in his eyes made her laugh. I mean separately. Now that's a mistake. His grin lit up his face, but his look made her see that he understood. He nudged her, go first. Taking him up on it, she wondered if he thought she'd be slow. But she wasn't. There were 3 bath towels hanging next to the old tub shower, and she claimed 2 of them. Long hair gave her that right, she decided. She emerged from the steam, having finally figured out how to get the water the right temperature, less than 5 minutes later. Nate sat on the edge of the bed, ogling her. Whether that was because they'd screamed each other's names several times the night before, or because the towel was so short it could only be worn in front of a man she'd just had sex with, Grace couldn't tell. He stood with the weariness of a man who wasn't quite ready to be awake, but he kissed her square on the lips as he passed her, then he smacked her butt so lightly she almost wasn't sure it had happened. Still, when he came out, towel slung low enough on his hips to make her think about peeling it off him, she was standing there, ready. Another set of borrowed clothing on, bag packed, feet in shoes. Grace quirked a brow at him, as if to ask why he was so slow. Nate only grinned at her and shook his head. Damn, she liked this guy. She watched while he got dressed, dropping the towel to the floor and leaving that fine ass in full view. Whether it was comfort or tease, she didn't know. Since she'd already gotten all her things together, she had nothing to do but sit and stare. So she did. Then she reminded herself that they lived on opposite sides of the country, each with a career firmly in place. That wiped the smile off her face. She managed to get back to neutral by the time he turned around, the first Masuka button-down shirt back in place. "You ready?" he asked, though that was clear before he'd started. "What are our plans for today?" She hadn't moved, realizing that she had no clue where to go from here. He pulled the burner phone out of his pocket, his regular one tucked into his bag like hers, and checked the time. "It's still pretty early. 1. We just have to get out of here. Sadly, we have to stay on the move. 2. I think we find a big store that's open and buy ourselves some clothing." Hallelujah, Grace almost shouted it. She was tired of borrowed clothing. She disliked everything about it, including that she was almost the same size as Grandma Masuka. The indignity of Nate finding the clothing too small was balanced by the dignity of not fitting into the things in the closet. Nate laughed. 3. Get breakfast. You won't top yesterday's breakfast for lunch, dinner thing. She tipped her head at him, as if to ask if he could. Oh really? Just wait. He slung his bag over his shoulder and grabbed for his gun. With the efficient movements of a law enforcement officer, he checked the weapon, making sure he had one in the chamber. Then he motioned her behind him, as he slowly undid the lock on the door and pulled it open. Luckily, no one was around, but Nate didn't let down his guard. Grace reminded herself that anyone after them could squeal into the parking lot at any time and open fire. They could capture her and Nate, demand to know what they'd found out, then kill them and leave their bodies in a shallow grave. She thought about the irony of a forensic investigator being left in the woods and not found for years or decades. But the thought of what that would do to her parents kept her glued to Nate's back. It kept all her comments about overkill buttoned tight behind her lips. She only relaxed when they were in the car again, and she pointed out that Nate had zipped past a perfectly good department store. 2 problems with that, he said as he took a ramp onto a freeway. 1. It's too close to where we spent the night. We need to hit a different section of town. So if they find where we were, at least where we are isn't close. Grace nodded. She usually thought about putting things back together, about tracing steps after they happened. Nate thought the other direction. He was thinking about how to stay safe going forward, how to anticipate moves. She was still thinking about it when he spoke again. 2. A department store is probably more expensive and we need to conserve our cash. Since we don't know how long we'll be living on it. I don't know, she countered, watching the city of Fort Collins go by outside the window. You can get some good deals at a department store. Sure, but we should go someplace where we can also get condoms. Well, when you put it that way, she let it trail off. She was getting hungry, but breakfast was the 3rd thing on their list. He was pulling into a far too well-known discount store before her stomach could work up a grumble. Ah? She climbed out of the car, wondering if they were safe or if people would think to look for them at a store. Mart of Darkness. Nate laughed out loud. Is that what you call it? I can't say I think it's a good idea to give them my money, but, well, they could completely survive off the times people say, but where else can I get itch medicine and snorkeling fins at the same place? It is the perfect place for running from criminals, he conceded, and they headed inside where they got t-shirts and cheap jeans and condoms. Nate grabbed a few extra things, snacks, bottled water and a few more necessities, making their cart full and the condoms almost invisible. Though why she even thought about that, Grace didn't know. It wasn't like Breathless, Georgia, where she'd grown up, where her parents still lived. That place was small enough that people would drive into Atlanta just to buy condoms anonymously. No one even knew her here. After paying cash for the whole lump, they headed out to the car and Nate commented, Damn. I want to wear the jeans and t-shirt but we'll need to stop to change. Gas station? She asked, and they were off in a different direction and she still didn't know about breakfast. Later, they pulled up in front of the same restaurant where they'd eaten the day before. "They have one here too?" she asked, surprised. "It's a chain?" "I think there's only about 3 or 4 of them, but there's one here." "You told me I couldn't beat yesterday, and you're right, but I can match it." She teased him about conserving their cash at Walmart, but then blowing it here. It didn't stop them, though, and by the time they were headed out the door, she would have sworn she was waddling rather than walking. As they climbed into the car and waited for the heater to kick in, Grace pulled her new cheap jacket tighter around her shoulders. Nate had insisted they get new jackets. The ones from the Masuka house had been different from their own. Since people often worked the same jackets all the time, they were beacons of identification if anyone was looking for them. They needed to change up their outerwear periodically, if nothing else. She was just grateful that this one was warm. It seemed the temperature had dipped again since they'd come out. "I thought it was getting warmer," he said, and cranked the heater up. "I'd love to say it's not normally like this, but it is. You think spring is coming, and then it pulls the rug out from under you again." Could it snow? She had no idea. Her Georgia girl self had seen snow only when she traveled. Would that be bad for us? It was something she hadn't considered. Could help, could hurt. Just depends on how it ends up. That was not comforting. He started the car and she asked, "Where are we going now?" "That's the problem. I don't know, but we have to move." They burned gas and talked about what their next steps were. They decided they needed to see Jimmy's text to Grace, but they couldn't turn on the phone. In the end, Grace called Brad again to see if he could help. "I know you don't hack tech, Brad," she said into the burner phone, "but if you could find us someone, that would mean a lot." "No worries. I already have someone." It made Grace wonder why Brad was already in with the hacker, but now was not the time to worry about it. "I'll get it to you when I have it." In the meantime, he warned her, making the hair on her arms raise, "Be careful, I don't like what we're finding in Dark Falls." "What are you finding?" She glanced at Nate, wondering if he was listening in. But he seemed to be focused on driving to nowhere, looking for landmarks and turns. "I don't have anything concrete yet, Grace." Brad sounded apologetic. "But I can tell you this, don't trust any of them. Something is up. I just don't know exactly what or who to pin it on." He hung up with promises, but his words made her shiver. Was he insinuating something was up with Zaragoza? Or with Masuka? She'd given him both those names before. Brad's digging made her nervous, and she glanced sideways at Nate again. "Next order of business," she told him. "I've been thinking we need to get Jimmy's ashes. I can maybe get them tested." "Will they still have them?" He seemed confused by the possibility. "They won't be in an urn anywhere, but they might be in one spot. Supposedly the crematorium would have them waiting for me or my parents to pick them up. That was standard protocol. Though the way this was going, Kevin might have been given the ashes. Unless the crematorium is in on it too, there's no reason for them to have done anything untoward with the ashes." Nate didn't ask. Maybe he'd already heard of the kinds of things that could happen with ashes, such as straight up mixing them up, mixing several sets of remains together, or just faking them with some other kind of ashes. All those options took a reasonable level of forethought or severe disregard of standard operating procedures. She could only hope that whoever was trying to cover up Jimmy's death would think that getting him cremated would be enough. She sighed. "My first check will have to be that they are Jimmy's ashes, and only his ashes." It wasn't something she'd thought about in conjunction with her little brother. She didn't like thinking it now. "We should also get in touch with Kevin if we can." Finally, Nate spoke. "I don't know if that's a possibility. If they know about Jimmy, they know about Kevin. Thus, they'll be watching him, as it would make sense for us to show up and talk to him. In fact, it's odd that we haven't already." Grace agreed with that, though being tailed by killers reduced the oddness considerably. It was understandable that she hadn't reached out to her brother's long-term boyfriend. "So are we headed back to Dark Falls?" "I think we have to be. We can only hope that they know we went out of town, and it will buy us some time before they figure out we're back. This is going to take some serious maneuvering.
Chapter 22. Nate wished he'd been kidding when he talked about how much work it would be to get back into Dark Falls unnoticed. He'd almost told Grace it would take some serious maneuvering to keep them safe, but that would have made it sound like he could do that. He couldn't. Slater X and his men had already proved they were more than willing to kill, and he and Grace had to be the most obvious targets. To get to Kevin, they would have to do so not only unseen, but not alerting anyone that they had contacted Kevin. This meant Kevin couldn't do anything unusual, couldn't exhibit any changes in behavior. That was a lot riding on Jimmy's boyfriend, a man Nate had met only once and didn't have any real experience with. Nate and Grace first went and bought another burner phone. Then another, and another. They had to go back through Denver to get to Dark Falls, so it was going to be an all-day event just to get there. Nate also insisted on buying the phones in several different places. Stores usually sold batches, because most people didn't give a crap if their phone could trace back to the location and time it was sold. But if Slater and his people had the tech, and Nate wasn't willing to bet Grace's life that they didn't, then finding one phone would mean they could ping the batch. When another phone from the same batch sold in Fort Collins triangulated in Dark Falls, they'd be found. He didn't like that idea. So he made them buy each spare burner phone in a different location. They bought other clothing, each of them buying a spare jacket. He went into a tech store and picked up 3 car tracers. It was only there that he flashed his DFPD badge, having decided that he trusted the man behind the counter was not in league with Slater X and crew. It was a risk, but he had to take it. A man coming in and asking after 3 car tracers with trackers, not cell phone apps, was suspicious in and of itself. He would rather the clerk know not to talk about it than not know and say something about his weird purchase. In the end, Nate had no idea if it worked or not. He probably never would. They didn't get close to Dark Falls until well past midnight, and even then, he stopped 2 small towns out. Chances were very high someone had searched for him here already. Whether they'd asked the front desk in the motels if he and Grace had been by, or they'd been warning people to call in if they were spotted, the results were the same: no motels. They just weren't safe. Grace had been unprepared for his proclamation. She hadn't realized why he'd spent their dwindling money on a tent and survival blankets. He was hoping to get in touch with Zaragoza or Masuka for another infusion of cash, but he knew it had to be hurting those guys. He tried to spread the love around, not just lean on those 2. He said he also trusted Sevier and Cantu, after Masuka looked into their histories and declared them safe. Now he was hoping no one would think to ping their phones to check for Nate. But they couldn't help. They'd been called out on an arson case that they were in up to their eyeballs. So he would lean on his partner again. It didn't matter that he would make sure the money got paid back. It was a loss to her savings now. If she had any. He didn't know, and that made things worse. He'd still have to ask. "We're camping?" Grace's voice had been incredulous. "You don't camp?" He tried to be cheerful about it, funny even. Grace did not take it that way. "Not in the snow. That means it's close to or below freezing." He started to hold up the supplies he'd bought, but she wasn't having it. "I thought the heater was for the car. For if we had to do a stakeout. I didn't realize that was a tent. And no, I don't think a foil blanket is going to make me feel better." "I'm sorry. I can offer body heat, if that makes you feel better." Her eyebrows raised, suggesting that no, it didn't. "You know I searched the woods for dead bodies, right?" "Sure, but I'm not intending to camp us on a burial ground." "No, but what I usually find is animal bones. I find human bones with all kinds of bites and scratches in them. There are way more animals out there willing to eat people than the average American thinks." "So you're not a camper then?" She gave him a death glare and sighed heavily. He didn't like the rift suddenly growing between them, but he didn't know what he could do about it. It didn't stop him from turning off on a national forest road and opening the gate. "You had a key for that." "They supply the police with the keys, so we don't have to wait to get in. There was a body of a little girl found before, and there was a lot of brouhaha about the police standing around waiting for National Forest guys to let them in. She glared at him. Told you there are bodies in here. It was over 20 years ago. I'll bet it was a serial killer, though. Grace was not to be convinced. Nate liked camping, but maybe that was okay. He'd hold on to this disagreement when she told him she was going back to Georgia, and she thanked him for the orgasms and help reopening and solving her brother's case. That didn't stop him from making a pass at a defense. It wasn't a serial killer. She shrugged, wrapping her arms around her. I'll keep you safe, Grace. He whispered it into the darkness of the car, after pulling the gate closed and heading up the gravel road that had once been for logging. That's my only job now. That softened her. Even without the light, he could see it. Your chivalry and dedication are not my worry, Nate. Her head tipped as though she was thinking. I'm not a fan of camping, and this seems kind of sprung on me. It was. I'm sorry. I couldn't say anything in the store. Paranoia is keeping us alive. I couldn't look or sound like I was buying a full set of camping equipment, but I should have said something in the car. I just thought you saw it. Nope. Non-campers don't see camping gear in everything at the store. I'll deal. No worries. He hadn't doubted that. She was tougher than maybe even she knew. Hell, she still hadn't really broken down over her brother. The quest for his killer was keeping her on her feet. Her anger and her undeniable thirst to solve the mystery drove her forward. Nate refused to think about what might be left when the case closed. They were burning hot and bright, and he couldn't bear the thought of cold when this burned out.
Chapter 23. Grace had not gotten into her pajamas for the night. There was nowhere she could stand up and change. Though she knew Nate hadn't planned this from the start, she was grateful she'd showered the morning before so she wasn't a total troll. At least Nate didn't seem to think she was. They'd brushed their teeth with bottled water. He'd gotten an inflatable mattress with a battery-powered pump and installed it in the tiny tent. So though she was sleeping in the noisiest forest in the history of fairy tales, at least her back didn't hurt. She'd also curled into Nate's arms the whole night, as she was not to be responsible for heating her camping burrito self solo. He'd kissed her goodnight with tongue and touches, but they'd crashed too quickly to do anything else. It had taken too long to shop, find another store and drive on. The road they'd pulled off of to get up the old logging road had been blessedly clear, and no one had seen them pull off the shoulder at all. Grace believed she was safe here. Who would look for them in the woods? The feeling was much more comforting than she'd thought. She'd have to apologize for all the cross things she said about being taken surprise camping. Once again, she awoke before Nate. Now she was beginning to think either he wasn't the light sleeper that all cops were purported to be, or else he trusted her enough to kick ass on his behalf should anything happen before he woke. She kind of liked the quirkiness of the first thought and the trust of the second. A low moan from him told her he was coming awake and made her think of the night before last. The foil blanket crinkled as she rolled over in his arms. Facing toward him, her nose buried against his neck, she whispered her question. "Oh God, Grace. Now? In this horrid little tent in the woods?" She smiled at the sarcasm in his voice and tipped her head up in time to see the grin break out on his face. "I thought you'd never ask. I missed you last night." At that admission his grin cracked, as though he'd gone too far, said too much. Though maybe he had, Grace wasn't going to let it ruin a morning. "Me too." He was on top of her, foil blanket shuffled around to keep them covered. Her body was hot, but her face was cold. "Think you can be quiet?" he teased. "Please? With these birds and squirrels and shit making so much noise, it won't matter." He laughed but turned to the task of logistics. They were both in jeans, shirts, jackets even. He grabbed at her wrist, stilling her. "That isn't going to do." He flipped her over, turning her away and confusing her for a moment. "Next time," he growled it out, his voice and his touch too needy to be argued with. Next time, when we can find a real bed and some heat. Shush, baby. Shush. He whispered it into the shell of her ear, then bit down gently. Her heart pounded, and her chest clenched for a moment as she suddenly became afraid. Straining to listen to the sounds of the forest, she waited to hear footsteps, the sound of a gun or rifle being cocked, or maybe worse, a random camper stumbling across them. I don't hear anything. It's too cold for campers, remember? He seemed to read her thoughts, and she relaxed back into him, for a moment wanting to ignore the rest of what their day entailed.
Chapter 24. Nate stayed curled against her like that, under the stupid, crinkly foil blanket for a while. God, he really knew how to romance a woman, didn't he? If he ever told anyone, they'd laugh him off the planet. He was supposed to bring flowers and offer dinner dates to get to know each other. Though he was pretty sure Grace wasn't a roses and steaks kind of woman, animal sex in a pup tent was way too far off the mark. When we get this wrapped up, I'm going to take you somewhere nice and make love to you the way it should be done. He smiled to himself, thinking about it, until she stiffened ever so slightly. Crap. Even worse than taking her in a tent in the freezing cold, he just referenced finding her brother's killer as an occasion for a couple spa day. Jesus, he wasn't just putting his foot in his mouth, he was putting it up his own ass. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. I know. It's okay. There was a pause to her words he didn't like, and her next words confirmed that feeling. I just don't know exactly what happens when we find Jimmy's killer. She let the thought trail off, but he could fill in all the pieces. She had a job that she was clearly very good at. Though he hadn't seen her out finding bodies, he suspected she loved it. The way she talked about her measurement techniques made it clear she was enamored both with the research and the field work of it. Did they even have enough here to interrupt that? He knew what it meant to find the job you belonged in. Still, he tugged her closer against his chest and hoped he could convey what he couldn't find the words for. Though she curled back into him, the silence pressed in and they didn't last long. He sighed into the cloud of her hair. We have to get out of here. Can't stay in one place too long. Her comment was flat, and only repeated what he'd been saying. Nate wanted to get into her head, know what she was thinking, but he didn't have any way to do that, so he let it slide and motioned her to be quiet. It was stupid given the noise they'd just been making, but being stupid for a while didn't excuse continuing to be stupid. Grace waited, and he slowly drew back the zipper on the tent and peeked out. When he decided it was clear, thank God because they'd been screaming each other's names, he unfolded himself into the cold day and watched his breath steam in front of him. Do we get coffee? She asked as she stood up stretching behind him. Yes, but not here. We can't risk a fire or a smoke signal. You didn't get us a battery-powered coffee pot, she teased him, and grinned despite the cold and the fact that she was still in yesterday's clothing. Nate sauntered over and turned on the car, running the engine to warm it. Nope. I did not. I think we can take turns changing in the car. She frowned at him. Take turns. Are you afraid I'll see you naked? The horse is not only out of the barn on that one, he's fled the state. Nate laughed into the chill air. He shouldn't feel this good with a target on his back, a dead body, and compromised fellow officers. But he did. I was thinking more that one of us should stand guard. Can you use a gun? I like that this is the first time you've asked me that. And the answer is, I've seen it on TV and I'm guessing that's not good enough. Hell no. But he was still laughing. For a moment, he thought about showing her how to hold it properly, how to shoot. But there was no time for that now, and even Grace seemed to grasp the fact that an untrained shooter was about the most dangerous thing out there. I guess we'll get you a big stick then. I want a shiv. And you should just change fast. She crossed her arms and started folding up the tent.
She hadn't even gotten a shiv. Nate hadn't had one for her, and there wasn't time to sharpen her toothbrush. Oh well. Grace sat in the passenger seat as they drove out of the forestry land. Nate had opened the gate and run down the road and signaled her to pull out, hoping they wouldn't run into anyone. It did look suspicious, coming out of the closed road. but he'd pulled it off. So she'd sat in a diner, and drunk some coffee, and eaten some eggs that were nowhere near as good as what they'd had in Denver. She hadn't showered, but she tried not to let it bother her. He hadn't either. She'd asked him what they were doing that day, over the top of her coffee mug, and now that the day had worn on, she was beginning to regret it. They'd stalked Kevin, trying to find a way to get in contact with him without alerting anyone. This would involve getting him one of the burner phones. That meant breaking into his car, Nate had tools at least, and then staking him out and waiting. The problem was Kevin lived on a relatively busy street. He worked in an office building that, no matter how long they'd waited, had not offered an opportunity to pop the locks unobserved. They did not need the Dark Falls police called on them. Though Nate could probably get away with it, there was still at least one shady officer in the PD. Maybe more. Nate wasn't willing to chance it, and neither was she. That meant they sat in the car all day and waited. Grace's toes got cold since they couldn't run the engine all the time. Wrapping herself in the foil space blanket, or any blanket, would have been suspicious. The coffee and fast food and waiting was more than she could handle. She'd never make it as a cop. For 4 straight hours, she'd been about 10 minutes away from calling off their little stakeout. And this was a case to solve her brother's murder. Nope. She'd gladly sit in the dirt and lean into a deep pit to haul out a skeleton bone by bone, never digging, only brushing the dirt away. But this? She was going to murder someone, then Nate would have to arrest her. As soon as it was dusk, they risked it. Nate did the work, leaving Grace as the getaway driver. She wanted to go up to the door and hug Kevin, say she understood, and that she was glad he'd been there for Jimmy. She couldn't. Chances were good people were watching Kevin. Possibly Slater X's people. Possibly the PD. The reasons Grace and Nate needed to get to him were obvious. He was the first place anyone would think of looking for them to turn up. Her heart had pounded at her ribs as though it were trying to escape, as she sat at the wheel and watched Nate jimmy the lock. It seemed so obvious to her, and it was technically a crime. Not that Kevin would press charges. Nate stayed low, barely in view. Someone would have to be looking for him, or directly at him to see what was going on. But if they did, they'd see everything. She waited with white knuckles gripping the steering wheel. He popped the burner cell onto the seat and clicked the door shut. Then he disappeared. Grace held her breath as she'd watched him. She knew how it was supposed to go. He'd disappear for a minute, then show up on the street a few houses down, walk to the car, climb in, and they'd drive off. She waited. And Nate didn't show. She waited more. Watching the little car clock. 1 minute. Hardly enough time to worry. But the digital number clicked to 2 minutes, then 3. And there was no Nate. Grace had not thought her heart could pound harder, but it did. Nate said Slater X would be watching Kevin if there was anyone with any logical reasoning skills in his organization. He'd come up against Slater before, and thought the man was very intelligent. It's why he was still on the streets. Had they figured out that the better bet was to watch the back of the house? Nate was too smart to walk along the front. And he hadn't. Had it gotten him caught? She took 2 deep breaths. There was no contingency plan if Nate didn't show. There was a gun in a lockbox under the seat. It had been left for them, with spare ammo, by the Denver police officers who supplied the car. She knew the combination now, but she was no closer to being able to fire the gun. And she'd not gotten her damn shiv. It had been a joke, but as she watched the time tick to 10 minutes that Nate hadn't shown up, she wished she'd gotten it. These men had killed Jimmy. Whoever they were, Slater X's gang boys or DFPD, if they came at her, she'd have no problem taking any of them out. Her eyes fogged with unshed tears. Was Nate dead? Should she go and look for him? She'd only seen pictures of Jimmy's body, his autopsy, and that had been startling in itself. Could she handle being the one who found Nate's body? She didn't think so. With a sniff, she turned the car on. She had waited too long and was in danger if she stayed. If they'd gotten Nate, they would be coming for her next. If he'd gotten away, Nate would be calling her. She picked up the phone in one hand and waited for it to buzz. When the car clock turned over another minute, she hit the gas and pulled out, still wondering what the hell she was going to do. The hedge at the end of the street made her nervous. Nate had commented on how people planted them to keep city noise down, but they blinded drivers, cops, and foot traffic alike. It made it easy for someone to surprise someone driving or walking along. Something was clearly wrong because Nate had not come back. It should have been 2 minutes tops. She was pushing 13 now. Grace came to a full stop at the hedge, just following the sign, not afraid that Slater X's men were waiting around the corner to blow out her tires or her brains. Where was Nate? She sniffed against the tears and looked at the phone again. Nothing. So she took the turn and froze at the sight of a man on the sidewalk. His back was to her, his jacket bulky, and his head hunched down as though he was on his phone. Grace took the turn and tried to smoothly drive past. She watched for moving hands, reaching into his jacket for a gun or something. Instead, he turned and peeked up at her. Nate? It was Nate. She almost hit the brakes and hopped out to hug him, but the expression on his face stopped her cold.
Chapter 25. Nate turned his face away from Grace. They had not planned for this contingency. He'd been trying to signal her, but mostly he wanted her to drive away. If something went down, he wanted her far from that action. He was only acting as though he was on the phone. So he spoke as though he was hanging up, shook his head, and dialed Grace as he walked around the hedge and back into the yard it shielded. As he'd opened Kevin's car door, he'd seen someone lurking in the backyard caddy corner to Kevin's. Though Nate couldn't put his finger on it, something about the man seemed off. Having learned to trust his gut years ago, Nate pushed the phone just under the edge of the seat, hoping it would slide out when Kevin braked on the way into the office tomorrow morning. Nate also grabbed the jacket off the middle console. Holding the handle up, he'd quietly closed the door, still hoping he hadn't been seen. He'd rolled his way around to the other side of the car and out of Grace's line of sight. He'd known then they were off book and hoped she could handle it. Shrugging into the jacket, he made his way through the bushes and stood up on the back porch at the neighbor's house. His only plan at that point was to look like he lived there and was getting out of the house and around the hedge to have a private phone call. No one was on the street, and in this neighborhood he could see that happening. The houses were small enough and close enough together that anyone needing call privacy would step out beyond the big hedge. Only, as Grace had finally come around the corner, he'd spotted a second man. Nate had to assume they'd been watching Kevin. Grace picked up the phone this time, frantic. "Why did you wave me on?" "Hey, baby." He couldn't say what he wanted. If there were 2 people watching, who was to say there weren't 3? 4. Anyone could be listening. Anyone could jump out at any time. "I've got 2 avocados for our dinner tonight, but they're both rotten. There might be more, but I don't know." "Nate?" she asked, waiting for anything that made sense. She wasn't going to get it. "You know, the avocados you wanted." Still a pause. Then, "So you saw 2 bad things?" "Yeah, like that." Good, she'd caught on. "Suggest what you want to do instead." She paused again. And no wonder. He knew the area, she didn't. She'd never even been to this neighborhood before, since she hadn't ever visited Jimmy and Kevin here. Nate tried again. "You tell me what you want to do, and I'll make it happen." "Drive around and pick you up." He played up the sound, even as he walked around the backyard with the one big hedge. He didn't see anyone now, and he liked that even less than seeing them. "Ah, baby, why'd you pick that?" "I do not have the stuff to make that." "Try again." "Pick you up in front of the house behind the yard you just ducked into." "That I can do." She had to go around the block again, and that was suspicious. He tried to signal her to drive away. Take about 5 minutes to come back. Hope they didn't recognize the car, or maybe had moved on. It was dangerous either way, but waiting was more dangerous for him, so that's what he chose. He walked the backyard, pacing it a few times, pretending he was still talking to his girlfriend about dinner. When he was close to the back fence, he found a hole and pushed through it, hoping he did it fast enough to go unnoticed. Nate shed the jacket as he went, leaving it wadded in the corner of the adjacent backyard. He pulled out the hat he'd been carrying and tucked his hands in his pockets, cell phone hidden in his palm. He could only hope Grace didn't call. But there she was, slowly pulling up, stopping and looking indifferent while he climbed in the passenger side. He didn't like it with her driving. She didn't know the streets, hadn't taken evasive driving courses, wasn't prepared for a chase or a bullet through the back window. Still, he didn't say that. Nothing he could do about it right now. Good work. That sucked massive monkey balls, Nate. He laughed. She was angry at him, and he laughed. He shouldn't have. He barely managed to point to the turn he wanted her to take. You disappeared, Nate. And I waited. Yes, I'm sorry. He pointed to the next turn, and managed to keep from laughing harder. When he calmed himself down, he managed to get out the words, I don't think I've ever heard anyone use that term before. Glad you liked it. Her tone was flat, her expression still angry, and that was what sobered him up. She was clearly not glad about any of this.
Do you think they were cops? Grace asked him after they'd made the turn and she stopped worrying about a bullet shattering the back windshield. She was holding it together quite nicely if you asked her. No, I don't. He adjusted his position in the seat, directing her to make certain turns as he pulled off his hat. Another change to not be noticed. Grace wondered if he'd think about changing her out for another woman soon. A mixed Asian woman was far more recognizable than an average Colorado girl. She definitely stood out. Didn't wear the usual gear that said she liked hiking and boba drinks, and owned a $5,000 bicycle because there was nothing about them that said cop to me. Grace heard the words, though she was relatively certain she'd missed some in between, thinking about how she didn't fit in. She hoped it wasn't anything important. But she nodded at the thought. It was good they weren't cops. Then she amended that thought. Is that bad? I mean, if they were officers, they'd at least try to take us down nicely, right? Not if they're dirty. Nate shrugged as he looked out the window and motioned another turn to her. As though he hadn't just proclaimed they'd get killed at the hands of whomever they ran into. She drove on thinking about it, then was shocked when she saw where they were going. Still? He nodded. They were heading toward the crematorium. She'd thought that would wait for another day, given the trouble at Kevin's. So they were going to break in and steal Jimmy's ashes. She wanted to bury her face in her hands, but she was driving. We can't wait another day, Nate told her. If I'm right, and they made me at Kevin's, then they know we're in town. We have to get out as soon as possible. We can't stay in Dark Falls another night. So we do this now, or we don't do it. Your call. She startled at the idea that she could call this off. But she wouldn't. He had to know that if there was one thing she would not call off, it was the toxin panel test that might determine her brother's death. That alone might prove a murder. It would simply take a while. But she had to have Jimmy's ashes to do it. Thinking it through, Grace tried another tack. She did not want to break into a facility and commit a theft at all, let alone now that it looked like Slater X's men knew they were back in town. It was either that, or there was now a third player after them. None of it was good in her book. Felonies weren't in her normal plans. So the testing could take weeks. First, we have to do DNA testing to determine if they actually gave us Jimmy's ashes. Nate interrupted, You mean that we actually stole Jimmy's ashes? She sighed at him. Yes, we are stealing them, but we're not taking a random bag and crossing our fingers that it belonged to my brother. We'll take the one marked with his name. If that's wrong, it's just another layer of cover-up in a really ugly scheme. It sounded even worse out loud. But she had to keep going. So several weeks for that, then if they are his ashes, we can do a talk screen on them and see what the tests can still discern. That will take so long, I can't imagine we'll still be on the run then. So what if we wait and get them later? What was another week, when it was going to be a minimum of 6 or 8 to start with. Nate, his tone ever reasonable, answered her. We can wait if you want. However, they know we're back in town. If they are going to get his ashes and hide them, then we need to get to the remains before anyone else does. So I'm afraid if we don't get to them tonight, they probably won't exist to test later. Grace nodded. It sucked that he was right. Nate continued. I realize you aren't much of a thief. Honestly, neither am I, but I at least have some experience. We talked about stealing them, but wouldn't it be better if we didn't? That's what I just said. But of course, now he'd talked her into doing it. No, I mean if it at least appears we didn't. You mean if, instead of flat out taking them, we swap them with something else? She was seeing what he was getting at. Nate nodded and pointed to another turn. They were getting farther out of town. That made sense to her though. Crematoriums weren't the neighborhood grocery. People didn't tend to like to have them in their backyards. The best thing to swap with would be another person's ashes, but you're going to tell me how much that's not okay. Oh my God, Nate. That's so not okay. You're interfering with people's religious beliefs about the afterlife. You'd make someone else's loved one disappear. That's terrible. She realized she was talking about cremains, the ashes that were gathered after cremation, in her normal mode, not as though she was speaking of her brothers. For a moment, the lump came back. It formed a hard knot at the back of her throat and made her want to cry, because she'd never see Jimmy again. She fought it down and it settled near her heart, but at least she could mostly ignore it there. So, taking a handful from several other people and making a new fake batch would be just as bad. She felt her shoulders slump and couldn't decide if he was trying to make her feel better by being outraged at him or if he really thought that was okay. No, Nate. You have to keep all the remains together. I understand that most people won't know the difference, but I honestly can't live with myself by desecrating the dead that way. Then what's the best substitute? We probably need to get something before we go in. What should it be? Fireplace ashes? Grace shook her head as she drove down the dark, straight road taking her to a place she didn't know. She was just following Nate's lead here, but she was leading too. It was a good partnership, even if he thought fireplace ashes might suffice. She probably said things that were just as ridiculous to him sometimes too. Nope, they don't look or smell the same. That would be really obvious. The best substitute that wouldn't piss off most people is a cremated animal. Maybe an unclaimed one. But the chances that the crematorium has those lying around from the last time they cremated pets, but didn't throw out the unclaimed ashes, is pretty small. Our best bet is chocolate cake mix. Grace grinned as she watched his eyes go wide. Seriously? Won't they smell it? Won't it look wrong? It's the best. She was smiling now and it felt good. Chocolate cake mix doesn't smell strong enough to detect an odor through the bag, like fireplace ashes would. So unless someone unties the bag and sticks their head in and gets curious enough to take a taste, they'll never know. The problem with cake mix is that it's too consistent. It needs a few chunks and flakes. She could see the conversation was turning his stomach a little. Her topics of knowledge often did that to people. He should be glad she wasn't talking about finding a partially decomposed corpse or using bugs to determine time since death. So we'll put just a little muddy water into the cake mix and rub it until it flakes and powders again. That will help dampen the smell and make it look right. Well, you learn something new every day. He leaned back into his seat. It won't fool everyone, and it won't pass anything up close. Or if anyone decides a taste test is in order. He interjected. Grace laughed. I don't know why they would do that. But if they look, they'll see what they want. They'll see Jimmy's cremains. Well then, take the next right. We've got some cake mix to pick up.
Chapter 26. Nate checked over his shoulder as Grace crouched down and Duck walked along behind him. He'd located several cameras on the outside of the building. His plan was to avoid them, even though he was relatively certain they didn't work. It wasn't the time to take chances on that. Grace carried her bag of fake cremains in her hand, and Nate had spare Ziploc bags shoved into the back of his pants. If the camera caught them, it would be clear they'd come to swap out some ashes. They made it to the back door without any alarms going off. There was a light over the back door, and he'd debated standing in it or shooting it out. Gunshots would be bad, so he'd picked up a thin but sturdy stick and hoped it would work. Standing flush along the wall, he held the stick up and pushed it through the grill around the light. The yellowed bulb popped and everything went dark. Checking his watch, he turned to Grace and grinned into the darkness. "You look adorable, in all black." "I hate you," she replied, but there was no heat behind it. "Nah, you love me." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he realized what he'd said. Well, he'd waited for an alarm long enough. If it was silent, their only hope would be to get in and out as fast as possible. So he turned away from the words he'd just put out there and started to pick the lock. Like the light and the camera he was pretty sure was fake, the lock wasn't worth much. The bolt gave way easily, and the door swung open. Most businesses didn't take as many security precautions with the back doors as the front, using their business-facing doors to put up a good impression of security. But anyone trying to get in would likely come in the back. This time, he was grateful. Motioning Grace inside, he lit up the red flashlight that he carried. This particular wavelength of light didn't generally trip alarms or motion sensors, though he and Grace physically moving around would. Nate didn't think this place had them, given the ease with which he picked the locks. He was about 15 feet down the hallway before he realized he had no clue what he was doing. He didn't think he'd ever been in a crematorium before, so he had no idea how the building might be laid out. Handing the light to Grace, he took the bag from her and asked if she wanted to lead the way. Assumedly, she would have been in these places, right? She must have been. She still didn't say anything about his comment, but the situation didn't really allow for it. Grace made her way down the hallway with conviction. She must have a good idea where the ovens would be, the offices, storage, etc. He'd seen the smokestacks, but other than that, he had no clue. His wily partner opened 3 doors before he had to stop trying to look at her ass in the darkness. She turned around with a smile and pointed him toward a room stacked high with identical boxes. Each had a name in black marker on the end. Until he'd talked to Grace, he'd thought of the place like a shelving unit for various urns. But the urns happened later. And usually, families just put the whole bag down into the urn, trying to prevent Grandpa's ashes from blowing away or needing to get vacuumed up if someone tipped it over. Here, there were only stacks of brown craft boxes likely bought in bulk. These are just the ones no one has picked up yet. Jimmy's probably on that end. She pointed. It's where the newer ones are. The left side of the room was packed tight, but the right was almost empty, showing off an almost methodical system. Grace headed straight towards it and started shining the light on what looked like the most recent boxes. Sure enough, some dates were even from earlier today. She traced the light backward through the days, and Nate tried to follow for a bit, but his eyes quickly crossed. She was looking for something particular, and he'd serve them better as a lookout. He turned back to the door they'd pushed almost shut. That would save them if anyone came down the hall. Stopping and standing as still as he could, Nate didn't close his eyes, too dangerous, but he focused on the sounds around him. He heard crickets. Noises in the forest beyond them. The building popping and creaking. A car in the distance. That was the one that made him nervous. A car could be out here for no reason. Or it could be headed this way. He was turning to Grace to say something when she spoke first. Got it. She was already pulling a box from the shelf and handing him the flashlight to hold. The lid was off, and she had the bag opened before he could even say anything. Grace shook her head. The red light is making it hard to distinguish the color. Then she put her head near the bag and smelled. Had he said something about love? He was watching her sniff her brother's remains. But he had to respect it when she looked up and said, "It might not be Jimmy, but it's at least animal, and I think it's human." Well, that was a skill he didn't expect to find anywhere else. They knelt and began the process of dumping the cremains into a zip-top bag and then putting the cake mix into the original bag. As he stood up, he heard another car sound, this time closer. His heart started tripping. "We have to get out of here. We have to put it back the way we found it, or this was all pointless." Nate agreed, but it didn't make him less nervous. By the time she had the box back in place, and the room looking untouched, he was sprinting down the hall. The car was getting closer. He definitely did not like it now. Grace came flying through the door behind him, a triumphant smile on her face. That is, until she hit the moonlight and saw the expression on his. "Go, get into the woods. Someone's getting closer." "You're not coming?" She wasn't going. "Grace, move. I have to put the lock back. If I don't, this whole thing is pointless, right?" He was already shoving the lock-picking mechanism into the awkwardly shaped keyhole. It took 3 breath-holding tries, but he heard one of the tumblers click, and this time when he tried to turn it, it held tight. He didn't even try to put the pick kit away, but he had his weapon out in his other hand. Nate bolted toward the woods. He heard tires hitting gravel just as he made it into the trees.
Grace stopped running long enough to look back for Nate. He was hard to see, which was the idea, but right now she hated it. They kept going nearly blindly in the dark. That worked in her favor, but she hated that too. Petrified of stumbling, she played the odds of how fast she could go and how much a stumble might cost them. Lost time? A twisted ankle? Noise? She had no idea what was back there, but whatever it was, it made Nate run. That scared the crap out of her. Her breathing heavy, Grace was sure she was alerting the whole world to her presence. She was pretty sure she was on the path back to the car, but it was at least a mile away. Nate hadn't wanted anyone to see them at the crematorium, so they'd hiked in. Now she was running the trail backward, uphill in the dark. She'd only ever come down it the one time. She hugged the stupid zipper baggie with her brother's ashes close to her heart and prayed they made it. None of this meant anything if she didn't survive. Grace was certain that losing Jimmy was tearing her parents up. It was part of why she was here, to at least prove that he hadn't done it to himself. But if they lost her too? She didn't know if they'd make it through that. She wasn't going to let her entire family be wiped out by some crazed drug dealer. Her grandmother had immigrated into a southern U.S. state that hated the Vietnamese. But she'd persevered, been kind, and changed minds. Her mixed-race daughter had married a Chinese man and stayed in that American South. Grace had not yet married and had her own children. Jimmy had not either. She stumbled a little, rolling her ankle and shooting fear straight and cold up her spine. But she pushed onward, not feeling pain. It hit her then that she was the last of her line. Turning again, she looked behind her for Nate and found him closer than she'd expected. He was still waving her onward, even though he was catching up. Now was not the time for questions. At least he was here. A few minutes later he'd passed in front of her, grabbed her hand and was gently tugging her along. His footsteps showed her where to go. His hand pulled her but also helped hold her upright. His presence helped her push forward when she was long since out of breath and ready to quit. It seemed forever later that they got to the car. Nate had pulled into another gated road, this time an old logging road. Still, he tucked the car off the way and covered it in branches. Grace ducked around to the passenger side and came up under the branches, slowly opening the door and sliding in. She didn't do a visual sweep of the back seat to look for anything lurking. She trusted Nate to do that for her. She was just grateful to have made it with her brother's ashes still with her. Sinking bonelessly into the passenger seat, Grace waited while Nate sat for a moment, listening to the surroundings. She almost apologized for her still heavy breathing, but figured that would cause more problems than an "I'm sorry" would help. Instead, she vowed to go to the gym more regularly. She wasn't out of shape, but damn, she'd not been ready for a 1-mile obstacle sprint in the dead of night. She almost chuckled as Nate started the engine and pulled out. If you'd told her she'd need that skill 2 weeks ago, she'd have laughed you off the face of the earth and commented that since dead people were pretty slow, her running skills weren't required. Boy, had she been wrong. They headed down the road in the direction they'd come in from. It wasn't until Nate consulted some paper map he'd found that she realized there was actually a plan. She asked, "We're following this road we're on to this one over here. It's a U.S. Forest Service road. Here. Can you navigate?" He handed the paper over to her. "No GPS?" she asked, immediately wishing it hadn't come out of her mouth. She didn't have any energy left, even for wasted words. "Nope, can't have anyone pinging all the cell phones in the area and finding us." She nodded and looked back at the map. It was easier to follow now that it was in her own lap. She followed the forestry road around to where it connected to a highway. "Thank God. I need a hot meal, a shower, and a bed." Nate sighed in return, and she didn't like the sound. "I can offer you the snacks from the back seat, an icy cold lake, and a tent. We can't afford to hit the roads until tomorrow. We need sleep, and we need to stay hidden." "Well, damn." Grace rested her head against the seat and wondered if she could just expire here.
Chapter 27. Nate woke up to the sounds of birds and running water, and to the bone-deep fear that he'd missed something. He'd slept so hard, he hadn't even realized that Grace was awake and missing. Normally, he would have taken a slow check of the tent before unzipping it and popping out into a possible ambush, but this time he didn't. Where was she? At that moment, he hated that the tent was opaque. Usually, that was good. He couldn't see out, but no one could see in either. Right now, he wished it was clear. Outside the tent, he stood up, and only then realized that in his fear, he'd drawn his weapon. If he was lucky, she was fine. But his heart pounded. Nothing about this case said, lucky. He couldn't yell for her. If someone had managed to follow them here, she could be dead. Yanked from the tent in the middle of the night. Tortured. His mind went terrible places, but he talked himself down. He wasn't normally a heavy sleeper. He didn't think Grace could have been pulled out of the tent without him rousing, unless he'd been drugged. Nate crouched down, trying to make himself a smaller target, and stalked out around the tent. As he moved, he thought up 3 different ways someone could have drugged him and dragged Grace away. He told himself that even though it was possible, it still wasn't likely, and he kept moving forward. Thinking like a cop was painful sometimes. He followed the most likely path, and was grateful when it led down to the water. He couldn't get his heart rate to slow, but he could think. If Grace had just gotten up and needed to take care of things, which was the best option, then she likely would have gone toward the water. He'd set them up in close proximity to the river the night before in case they needed it. Moving water meant rapid escape. The cold could mean death, but it was at least slower than bullets and offered more chances for survival. She'd been asleep by the time they made it here, and he'd pulled things out of the trunk, set up the tent, cut down more branches to cover it, and even inflated the mattress, all while she slept. He didn't begrudge her the work, and that was a first for him. He'd been raised for everyone to pull their fair share. But the fact was, Grace always pulled. Sometimes more than her share, and for some reason it made him want to do more for her too. He'd protected people before, but they'd been useless at best, dangerous at worst. Mostly, he'd been in danger because they'd gotten themselves in trouble. Not Grace. So he'd set everything up, nudged her awake, and led her to the tent. Though he'd tried to get her to eat something, she'd stayed mostly asleep. The only thing she did was clutch the bag with her brother's ashes and shove it under the mattress so she was sleeping on top of it. No one was going to take it without her knowledge. Crap. He should have thought to check for it before he left the tent. But he saw her then, and his heart flipped over as boulders of stress rolled off his shoulders. She was fine. He took 3 deep breaths and holstered his weapon. Turning his feet sideways, he started down the steep slope to where she was. By the time he arrived, she'd seen him, turned and waved. Holy hell. Only once he calmed down did he see she'd used her t-shirt as a washcloth and was doing her best to bathe in the icy river. She'd periodically shiver as the water hit her skin. Now that he knew she was safe, it was turning him on. At the bottom, He pulled up next to her, delighted when she didn't try to cover herself. He grabbed both sides of her face and pulled her in for a soul-deep kiss that even he didn't quite know where it came from. As he pulled back, Nate realized that kiss let the last of his fear dissipate, and he took a deep sigh. "I'm sorry for the morning breath, but I had to do that. You scared the crap out of me. There wasn't even a note." He didn't mean to berate her, but it had come out, riding the last wave of his adrenaline. She smiled. "I tried. But there was no paper. I had a pen, but it's in my purse, which is in the car, which is locked. I did find a bark that makes a color, but writing where I was on the outside of the tent didn't seem wise." Grace turned back to her bathing, and Nate almost couldn't take it. She was watching him from the side of her eyes and offering a sly smile. When she handed over a toothbrush, he took it. 3 minutes later, he'd assessed the surroundings and decided that anyone watching them was beyond stealthy. If he was going to die, it would be happy. So as Grace watched, he peeled every stitch of clothing and walked down into the river. "Holy crap! That's cold." He barked it out, trying not to yell it for all the world to hear. But he dunked under, held his hand out for the soap, and took the world's quickest, coldest bath. Then as he climbed out, shivering, he approached Grace. "Hold me. I'm cold." "That's your own fault." She shrieked and stepped back. They should be quiet, he knew. But he wanted her. He was grateful she was here, she was okay. He needed a moment to hold her, and maybe more. But she was laughing and scrambling up the slope away from him as she pulled a dry t-shirt on. He saw how it clung to her, and grabbed his things and chased her up the hill like a lunatic.
They'd risk going inside at a butcher and baker cafe, but took their food to eat in the car. Grace sighed and leaned back. It tasted heavenly. "I'm sorry it's not a nice restaurant. You deserve better." "It's not Taco Bell," she told him, taking another bite of the sandwich she'd gotten. "And I don't know what I deserve. I'm the one who opened up this can of worms, so I'm not sure why you think I deserve better." He nodded and seemed to think about it. "I made the can of worms by not catching the problems with the case when they first came up." She shook her head. She'd walked in that first day wondering how the Dark Falls police could have missed something so obvious. "No, once I saw that medical examiner's report, I knew you'd have to be very well trained in a field other than your own to catch it. You would have had to call your ME a liar to his face to see what was going on. I don't hold that against you." "Well, I appreciate it." He was grinning, and she had to go and ask. He answered, "I really liked what you held against me in the tent this afternoon." She'd bust out laughing, but hoped it hid the hot flush that spread through her system at the memory of the way he'd slowed down and showed her how much he wanted her. They were in close quarters and clearly attracted to each other, but she was starting to think there was more than just circumstance here. Grace told herself not to fall for him, but it wasn't working. When her stomach growled at the sight of the Taco Bell, he told her to hang on, he knew somewhere better. And while he wasn't coming up with flowers and nice dates, but he was doing the absolute best given the circumstances. He didn't have to, either. He could have assigned her to someone else. Could have pushed her out of the loop. Just her handling her brother's ashes caused problems with the chain of evidence. Well, stealing them had done that too, but she was the only one who even knew what to do with them. The only one they knew wasn't compromised in some way. As a case, this was all kinds of messed up. As a romance, it was too. But she was actually enjoying parts of it. The sandwich and the close quarters of the car. Trying not to scream his name into the tiny tent as she came again and again under his clever mouth. The way he looked at her. The running, petrified through the forest had not been fun. Nate disappearing at Kevin's had not been fun. But she was holding up, and she believed they'd find Jimmy's killer. She finished the sandwich and fresh-cut fries, and felt 100 times better. She was shoving Nate's trash down into the bag when her phone started ringing. She held it up. "I don't know the number." "Answer it. If it's a robocall or a survey, it will at least confuse anyone tracking the call records." But no one should have this number except people we know. Maybe Kevin, she said as she answered, hopeful. The cell phone with the note that Nate had left inside Kevin's car would only clue him that it was from her. She and Nate were counting on him being smart enough to not use his own phone. He had to know Jimmy wouldn't have done this to himself. Hello? Hi, Grace. This is Mari Zaragoza. It's good to finally talk to you. Hey. How did you get to call? There was a laugh on the other end of the line. I had some serious shaking to do to be sure I was alone. I'm in a hotel room out of town with my own burner phone and a bug sweeper. That was some dedication, Grace thought. Can you put me on speaker? As soon as she did it, Zaragoza started talking to Nate. I've got an update. Someone stole James Lee's ashes from the crematorium last night. Grace looked at Nate with wide eyes and saw him looking back at her. What exactly did they take? He asked, keeping one eye on the road. Only James Lee's ashes. Zaragoza hadn't figured it out yet, so Grace hopped in. How do you know? I mean, what objects specifically are missing? The box that held his ashes. The logs say it was there. The clerk saw something on the floor, like spilled ashes, so they probably opened it up to check, then made off with it. Before you ask, no other remains are missing. Grace looked at Nate right as they both busted out laughing. When Mari pressed them, Nate explained. We stole Jimmy's ashes last night. We got in and out right before the next crew came along. They stole the cake mix we substituted for the cremains. Cake mix? Yeah, we're on our way to Albuquerque to get these tested. It took a few more minutes to explain, but Grace noticed Nate didn't tell that they were headed back that night. That they already had testing being performed on the blood samples from the hotel room. That it was Brad Lale who'd found them a second lab because Nate didn't fully trust Rena Johnson from the first lab not to roll on them if pressed. And it was better not to have all their tests at one lab. Albuquerque was the closest place that had the capability for the tests they needed. This time Grace had called ahead. Their contact with the lab was ready and waiting. In the parking lot, she climbed into the back seat of their car and scooped a quarter of Jimmy's ashes into the container she had waiting. While she was doing that, she handed Grace a vial and told her to spit into it. Unable to speak while making her sample, she'd let the tech explain. According to Grace, first we need to prove this is actually the cremated remains of James Lee. Without a hair with a root ball, a blood sample or a skin scraping, his sister is the best option to match him to. We won't be able to prove it's James Lee, but we can prove these ashes belong to a direct family member of Grace's. Since James is the only option, that will do. Nate had nodded, watching while she spit. Well, this was a complete 180 from how sexy she'd felt in the tent this morning. Then again, the man trusted her enough to jump into freezing water in front of her. After she'd spit more than she thought she possibly could and produced less than seemed plausible, Grace capped her vial and handed it back to the tech. I'm going to run this myself. It won't be good for anything other than knowledge, though. So you hold on to those ashes. If this goes to court, we'll have to repeat all the testing for official results. Grace liked this woman already. Willing to help out because Brad had asked her for a favor, she was on her a game. She was already popping back out of the car, having gotten what she needed. I have your numbers. You have mine. Notify me if the numbers change. I'll contact you as soon as I see anything. Hopefully in a few days. Thank you. Grace called out as the door closed and the woman disappeared. Then she sighed. Hotel. Nate said as they drove away. Well, motel but not a tent. It's too late to go back. Mari Zaragoza is the only one who knows we're here. Well, and her. He pointed over his shoulder, obviously referring to the lab even though it was far in the rear view by then. Do you trust Zaragoza? You're sure she's not compromised or anything? With my life? Nate reached out a hand and took hers, lacing their fingers together. But that's my gut. Logically, she's relatively new to the station, so someone getting to her would be really hard at this point. I trust her not to be followed or monitored either. She's smart. Knows what she's doing. So let's get a meal where we can sit down and then get a real bed. Grace tucked the ashes, the only thing left of her brother, up under the seat. It was positively abnormal to be driving around with human remains. Though she did it all the time, now was not the time to have to identify herself or explain why a Georgia Bureau of Investigation badge was getting flashed in Colorado. Or actually, New Mexico now. Nate was right. This had been a 7-hour drive. They'd not left the parklands until nearly noon, and the tech had stayed late to meet them. There was not enough time to head back. She sighed at the thought of a real bed and a real shower and getting to sleep at a regular time.
Chapter 28. Nate watched Grace as she moved through the woods in her dark gear. Last night they'd watched a movie that he'd risked going back down to the desk and handing cash over for. He'd waded through enough porn stations to make him squeamish, but eventually they'd found a recent release neither of them had seen. They'd curled up together against the headboard in a way that seemed perfectly normal. They'd ordered pizza to the room, and he'd handed over more of his dwindling supply of cash. But once he managed to ignore that they watched the TV at an angle, so they didn't sit on the bed closer to the window, and that his sidearm was aimed at the door. Between them and all comers, it was a stunningly regular kind of night. As long as he didn't count the way his heart managed to pound, and the way his mind entered a zen-like calm. Something in his thoughts whispered that this was exactly how it was supposed to be. He was supposed to be with Grace. Having her curled up against him felt like being home in a way he hadn't known existed. His heart twisted, though, because another part of his brain reminded him that she lived on the other side of the country. That all the things he loved about her, there was that word again, were the things that meant she wouldn't pick up and come out here to be with him. He ate the pizza and told himself it didn't sit in his gut like a rock. Halfway through the movie, her phone rang again. Only this time, it was Kevin. He watched her heart in her eyes. This was the man her brother had loved, and she clearly was taking the connection as something more than just information. Nate got on the line and talked Kevin through a meetup the next day. It would take some maneuvering to shake the watchers Kevin clearly had, but once Nate told him that there were several people keeping tabs on him in his neighborhood, Kevin got mad. "I know Jimmy wouldn't do something like that. And I wondered why you hadn't reached out to me again, Grace." "I know. I told you I was coming to town and then, nothing. At least this explains it. I'll do anything to help find whoever did this." Nate didn't say it might take that much. When the movie ended, he turned her to him and made love to her like he wanted. In a real bed, not a nice one but a real one, and showed her all the things he didn't yet know how to put into words. He told himself that the way she moved against him, the way she reached for him, showed that she felt the same way. The next morning they slept in, feeling lazy and decadent, ate brunch at a local stop, and hit the road. After fast food and a long day in the car, Grace had been a trooper. Once it was dark, they turned onto yet another closed road and found a space to camp out again. It was still far too dangerous to get a motel near Dark Falls. Nate noticed Grace shaking her head and sniffing at the air as they set up the tent. He'd been moving them to a new location each night, since they couldn't afford to be found. So they were now on the south side of town, and Grace didn't like the way it smelled. She'd started off through the woods, following whatever she'd detected. Luckily, they were in their dark clothes. Too close to town this time, they couldn't even wear bright colors. There would be no bathing in the river without worries. They didn't even use the red light, just stayed low and kept a slow pace and headed toward the scent that he couldn't smell. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, he did, he just couldn't detect it. And it was odd following someone else toward something he couldn't sense. He didn't like her being in front either. It was harder to protect her from behind, and he tried to remind himself that while she had no idea about a gun, she was hardly defenseless. If she came up against one of Slater's men, he'd put odds on Grace. She was smart, and she was angry. The problem would be if they came up against more than one of Slater's men. Even Nate and his gun and his extra magazine might not be able to handle that. Grace, he whispered. Maybe we should turn around and head back. We can send someone else to check this out. Obviously, we can't. She didn't even slow down. You can't smell it, so why would anyone else? I have a good nose. We need to follow it. We can come out with dogs. He didn't like this. Something sat odd in his chest. Maybe it was just that he was following blind. Maybe it was being in the woods, not his forte, in a near pitch-black night with no plan. But something was telling him to turn back. Grace wasn't having it. Explain? The dogs will stay quiet how? And since I'm struggling to define the smell, though I'm confident I've smelled it before, how will we tell the dogs what they are looking for? Damn it. She was right. She was just right. He was out of arguments, and the bands of dread around his chest squeezed tighter and tighter until he almost grabbed her and hauled her the other direction. She'd protest, and he wouldn't be able to tell her why, but he had to do it. Nate felt his lips twitch. He was about to do it. Grace, my gut instinct has saved me so many times. She stopped and turned to look at him. And right now. He smelled it. He sniffed the air again. It was coming from the direction Grace was headed. It was odd. He couldn't place it entirely, but something told him to look up. It was hard to see through the tall trees and the darkness. The moon helped, and Nate stood still and focused. Thin tendrils of dark blue-gray smoke rose into the sky. Crap. Is it a meth lab? Grace whispered, finally pulling in close to him as she looked in the direction of the odor and the smoke. Nate couldn't see anything on the ground. The forest was still too thick. Grace's phone buzzed in her pocket then, and she pulled it out. As if his tension wasn't high enough already. She had to check it. They turned down the brightness on their screens, but it still looked like a homing beacon in the dark. Even though she opened the phone under her shirt and peered down the neck to read it, it glared brightly. She was doing everything right, and he was winding up like a toy with a crank. What is it? Just Brad checking in. At this hour? He must have looked at her oddly, because she answered the question he hadn't given voice to. He hasn't heard from us that we got the ashes to Albuquerque, and he just had a bad feeling or something. She didn't look at him. She was ignoring the phone now, and looking toward the meth lab site. And Nate hated that Brad Lael's bad feeling only solidified his own. He told Grace what he thought. I don't think it's an actual meth lab. They're cooking something, but the smoke is the wrong color for meth. And the smell isn't quite the same. She was nodding, though Nate had no idea where she'd smelled a meth lab before, and she didn't volunteer it.
Grace tried to keep her breathing steady, though she hoped Nate wouldn't think it was odd if she was breathing heavily. They were out in the middle of the night, trying to follow a smell. A smell he didn't want her to follow. They'd found a lab, but Nate would have had her not even search out the smell in the first place. Do we need to go back? We know what it is now. She was looking at him and trying to find something in his face, but his expression was closed. Her heart pounded, and her brain was screaming at her. It was screaming the text message Brad had sent. She'd returned a thank you, just so he'd know she got it. Brad was a smart man. He knew she was on the run with Nate. He knew she couldn't just pick up the phone and call him and say everything was peachy. Because it wasn't. She hadn't lied about Brad having a bad feeling. It was just that Brad's bad feeling was about Nate. He hadn't liked that Nate just picked up everything and followed her out the door to investigate a case that he'd already closed up with a bow. It was a pretty bow, too. No officer would want to undo that. So he'd done some digging and not liked what he'd found. She tried to calm her breathing while Nate thought about what he wanted them to do next. What if he walked her right into the compound and made her a prisoner? He had everything. He had Jimmy's ashes, so he could barter with Slater X's people. He had the lab in Denver. It was Nate who'd suggested the results come to him. That he had a P.O. box under a false name in Dark Falls. At the time he'd said it was for confidential informants to get him information, but that was an easy lie. She felt like she was going to collapse. Grace had trusted him. Brad hadn't. And the massive bank deposits Brad had discovered in Nate's personal saving account said Brad had been right. Grace almost sank to her knees and cried, right there in the national forest, so close to a meth lab she could smell it. Only it wasn't meth, it was maybe something new. Hence the desire to protect it. Jimmy's text had said he thought he'd found something. This must have been it. Jimmy had suspected local officers. He'd specifically mentioned forestry officials and sheriff's deputies, but Grace knew now that some of the DFPD were involved. And Detective Nate Ryder had caught her brother's case and closed it in 24 hours with a faulty autopsy. One of the deposits to his account, one of the bigger ones, had come the morning after Jimmy died. They'd been noisy in the tent, and no one had found them. Or maybe they had, but it wasn't part of the plan. The motels, had that been too easy? It was all she could do to hold it together until he said, "We'll go back tonight. We can come check it out tomorrow before we meet with Kevin." Kevin. She'd set Kevin up too. She'd slept with Nate and now she wanted to vomit. But she hid it the best she could and trekked behind him back to the tent, reminding herself that Nate had her sewed up. He had control of all her blood samples and lab results. He had control of the results from Jimmy's ashes. But she had the remaining ashes. So when she got to the tent, she pleaded exhaustion, and she tucked her hand under the air mattress and touched the bag with the last of her brother's ashes. She vowed to protect Jimmy's memory from her now colossal mistakes.
Chapter 29. Nate watched as Grace shrugged at him and said, "It's up to you." She'd pushed so hard last night, but something had changed. "We can go check it out. I'll call it in to Zaragoza when I get a chance. Maybe the SWAT team can move on it. You can already call it in, can't you?" Her expression looked worried, and he wondered where his full steam ahead Grace had gone. He reached out for her, but she pulled back, shaking her head. "I don't feel well." She tucked the baggie with her brother's ashes inside her jacket and was hugging it, just as she'd done all morning. She was still eyeing him sideways. She wasn't feeling well, but Nate bet it wasn't physical. He nodded his acceptance of her statement, but added the issues with calling in the site. "I can call it in, but I don't have any information other than a relative location and a funny smell. They'll have to send a recon team out here. That will just as likely trip some sensors for the people in the lab, and nothing will come of it." Grace stared at him with wide eyes and a vacant sense of connection behind them. He hated it. "Can you please tell me what's going on?" She shook her head this time and hugged her arms closer around her. Crap. He did not like this. Unfortunately, they did need to do some investigation and call the site in. But she was no longer willing to come along. This was possibly the best chance to shut this operation down, find out who the moles were in the department, and get him and Grace out of their on-the-run life. He needed his job back. He needed a meal of way too much Chinese food. He needed Grace to look at him like she cared, like she trusted him. He wasn't getting any of that, it seemed. He sighed, heavy and deep. "This all sucked. I don't like leaving you here alone, but that's all I can think of if you won't go with me. We need to do some recon, so we can get this properly shut down." She nodded at him, still wearing only that blank expression, and turned away. He reached out for her, before remembering that she didn't like that now. Didn't want to be touched, or maybe just didn't want him to touch her. "Grace." She turned back. "I'd feel a lot better if you were with me. I don't like splitting up." In fact, they hadn't split up at all over the past week. That would make most couples homicidal, but it hadn't done that to them. It had just driven him closer and closer to her. But now she was shutting down. Was she thinking that she hated the way he breathed, and she blamed him for this mess? And how could he ever find out if she wasn't talking to him? "I'll be fine." Fine. It was an awful word. "Do me a favor, and turn your phone on for 5 minutes each hour. I'll reach out to you to check in. You can text back. But if I text you that everything is fine, that's a signal that it's not. Turn your phone off and run." "Okay." She frowned at him as he reached into his pocket and fished out his car keys. He tossed them to her, and she caught them with a swipe of her hand, but she was looking more and more confused. He stared at her for a moment, but when she didn't say or do anything else, he turned and walked away. What else was there for him to do? Maybe she'd talk when she was ready. Maybe that was it. He felt like just as they were on the brink of breaking this thing wide open, he and Grace were suddenly falling apart. Leaving her there at their little, hidden campsite was one of the hardest things he'd ever done. It shouldn't have been so hard. She was an adult, and a smart one. She wasn't in Witsec, she wasn't a prisoner, or one of the criminals he had to protect because they'd flipped on their buddies. She was just Grace. As he stalked off into the woods alone, it pissed him off to think that he was better with her beside him. He saw more. He could trust her to watch his back, and he could look for more. Hell, they wouldn't even know about this place if she hadn't smelled it. She pitched in, pulled more than her own weight, and was. That was the problem right there. Grace was undefinable. Nope, he told himself. Grace was utterly definable. She was not his. She'd made that clear this morning. Maybe she'd seen the writing on the wall, seen that this was, hopefully, close to over, and she was pulling back. He stepped on a branch and listened as the crack reverberated through the trees. That was dumb as dirt. He hadn't been watching, and his only consolation was that the echoes bounced the sound around enough that no one would likely locate him from the noise. Crouching down, Nate gave himself a little pep talk about getting his head out of his ass. At this rate, he was going to walk himself right into the center of the compound moping about Grace and not even realize he'd done it. He was 99% certain she wasn't back at the tent moping about him. When enough time had passed, he slowly stood and scanned his surroundings. He told himself Grace was fine. He checked his watch. And he headed toward the smoke, stepping carefully, unsure what he might encounter. 20 slow minutes later, he saw a clearing with a cluster of trailers. All but one had a cobbled-together vent made of crudely cut HVAC ducts, with a thin plume of that blue-gray smoke drifting out. He could smell it from here. Though he'd smelled a few meth labs in his day, mostly after they'd blown up, he felt confident enough to say this was different. He'd expected a perimeter with armed guards. Fencing. Something. But maybe that wasn't necessary. They'd come so far out that these trailers could explode, and no one would hear it. He certainly would never have found them if it hadn't been for Grace. Looking around, Nate took note of the precision with which the place was laid out. Though the trailers were nothing to look at, they were evenly spaced. He didn't know, but he would guess they were at a good blast radius distance from each other. Wouldn't want them all to go like popcorn if one of your cooks had a bad day. While he stood there, he saw a man come out of the one trailer without a chimney. He talked on the phone and stalked around for a few minutes. Then, as Nate watched, he waved to someone and a truck pulled up the road. With a shout, he alerted all the trailers and one by one doors opened. Each trailer burped out one man or woman holding a teddy bear, probably stuffed with drugs. Nate looked at his watch. He'd missed his check-in with Grace. But he had enough information. Turning away, he carefully walked far enough out of sight and turned his phone on. Then he texted Grace that he was on his way back.
Grace frantically paced around the camp. She had to get out of here. She needed the map of the roads, and it had taken her too long to find where Nate had tucked it between the seats of the car. She'd spent the first part of the hour with her back against the biggest tree she could find, frantically texting Brad. Where are the deposits from? She was looking for an out. She knew it. She did not want Nate to be guilty. Still, evidence was evidence. It took 5 minutes, but Brad texted back with information about an offshore account. Grace had an idea. Did he spend it? That came back pretty quickly. No, it's all still there. She'd thought if he didn't spend it, maybe that meant it wasn't his, or it was part of an undercover sting operation. But it didn't help. He couldn't spend it. Any criminal knew that spending their ill-gotten gains could get them caught. Nate would know that better than most. If he was doing it, This would be his equivalent of a better 401k. Crap. It could be a setup. It might not be. Nate might be the dirty cop in the middle of all this. Or one of them. Grace wanted to scream, but that was about the worst thing she could do. So she packed up to leave. If she was wrong and Nate was clean, he'd laugh at her paranoia. But if he was a dirty cop, she could wind up dead. The only safe choice was to go. She had the car keys. Why would he give her the keys and leave her alone if he was crooked? The only answer would be that he hadn't. He was testing her. So she had to look like she was just putzing around. If he'd killed Jimmy, she'd see him rot in hell. Still, she couldn't reconcile that with the man who'd held her while she cried and seemed maybe too perfect for her. Wasn't that the problem? She looked around the camp, making decisions. She couldn't prove anything one way or another. He looked dirty. But that didn't mean he was violent. In the end, Grace decided to leave the tent. It was too much trouble to pack up and run with it. Plus, if the temperature dropped again, sleeping in the open might kill him. She simply couldn't do that to him. She'd be out soon. She had half the remaining cash, which wasn't much, but it would get her back to civilization. Bundling the remaining food in the cloth grocery bag, she thought twice and threw in the gun from the lockbox under the seat. She didn't know how to shoot it, and did not want to get caught with a weapon in her vehicle. If she was pulled over and anyone checked it, they would find it belonged to an officer in Denver that she suddenly realized she couldn't even name. Bad enough she'd be driving that car, she wouldn't do it with a firearm on her. Crap. Her phone. She turned it on late and saw the ping that Nate was on his way back. But he'd sent it 15 minutes ago, and she had to get the hell out of here. She used the rope from the trunk and slung up the grocery bag in a tree, anchoring it with a slipknot. She wouldn't let Bears get his granola bars and gun, though she almost laughed at the absurdity. She was torn between declaring that she loved him and stabbing him in the back. So somehow she'd found a way to do both. She crawled into the tent to check for her things, then popped out and stood up, tucking Jimmy's ashes into the waistband of her jeans and under her shirt. It felt dumb to do it, but she wasn't giving up the only proof she had without a fight. Grace had just clutched the car keys in her pocket when she heard the twig snap behind her.
Chapter 30. Nate headed back through the woods, almost whistling. He'd done what he set out to do, and he was hopeful that a little time on her own would make Grace want to at least tell him what was going on. She was acting as though he'd done something heinous, and she just didn't want to speak to him anymore. That thought stopped him cold. Had he? Did she think he had? With a few deep breaths, Nate tried to turn his detective brain toward Grace. She'd been acting weird last night, too. They'd gone out chasing the weird smell just fine, but by the time they got back, she was using monosyllabic words and saying no to everything. It was the text she'd gotten from Brad. That's when things had changed. He turned on his phone again and saw that she'd texted back that all was well at the campsite. Neither of them had used the word fine, so aside from whatever Grace knew or thought she knew, things should be okay. But he was worried. He sat on a log and reached out to Brad via text. "Hey Brad, can you tell me what you told Grace last night? She's pretty upset." "No." "Well, damn." Nate tried not to jump to conclusions. "Is it about me?" This time, the answer wasn't so fast, and it didn't answer the question either. Why isn't Grace answering her texts? Because we are only two, screw it. He pushed the button and called. Ryder. The reception was as chilly as Grace's mood. What was going on? Because we're only turning on our phones once an hour to check in. I'll get her, and she'll talk to you herself. Nate didn't dare say, she'll tell you she's fine. Then it would really sound like he was holding her hostage. There was another pause. Give me to Grace. I'm probably about 15 minutes away. You can't see her. It wasn't a question, but a demand on why Nate would be so stupid. Brad had a point, and Nate started walking. It was dumb to be on the phone out here splitting his attention, But things had gone from survivable to batshit in the past hour, and Brad's comments and questions were only making the whole situation worse. Her choice. She didn't want to come with me this morning. So you left her alone. At least this time, the question dialed up a bit and the accusation down. What was I supposed to do? She isn't speaking to me, Brad. I left her with everything. The tent, the food, the car keys. You left her with the car? The tone was so different, so surprised that it stopped Nate again. He didn't get a chance to speak before Brad interrupted his surprise. She probably won't be there when you get back. What? This time, it was his turn to nearly yell. Shit. He couldn't do that out here in the woods. He wasn't far enough away from the drug lab to be yelling at Brad. His feet were eating ground. Why would she be gone, Brad? I found your bank statements. Nate tripped over a root from a tree, and pain shot up his leg. That didn't even make sense. His bank statements would show that he was a single man living on a detective's salary. What? You hacked my bank? Not me personally. Lovely. So you told her I eat at China Hut too often for a normal human. Brad laughed. Crap. The guy did have his bank statements. That was the laugh of truth. I'm a bachelor. And he'd be one forevermore if he didn't figure out what Brad had told Grace and why she was running. I'm only telling you this because my guy just found a weird trace. But we found several $50,000 deposits into your checking from an offshore account. Deposits? Plural. What? No wonder Grace was running. It's not there. I don't have that kind of money unless it happened since. He counted back and named the last time he'd used his phone to check his balance. No, it's been going on for months now. With an extra 15 grand, deposited the morning after Jimmy was killed. Brad's voice was cold. Nate's heart stopped cold. He'd been set up to look like Jimmy's killer. His feet stopped too, and he turned a full circle looking around the woods. His breathing went deep and then shallow. He kept his voice low. Maybe it's better that Grace ran off. They're setting me up to take the fall for Jimmy's murder. It gets the guy who's hunting them out of the way and stops the department from looking for a rotten cop. They'll think they found me. Brad. Brad. What? I'm sending someone to my house to send you copies of my actual bank statements. He was a cop. He had print copies sent every month for exactly this reason. If something happens, please be sure Grace knows it wasn't me. He hung up on Grace's friend and dialed Zaragoza. He wasn't ready to go back to the camp and see that Grace was gone. He wasn't ready to give up either. He told Mari everything. The lab, the location. Ping this phone. I think I'm about 1 mile east of the lab. That will give you coordinates. Then he told what Brad had found and begged Mari to get to his house right away and send Brad and Grace copies of his old statements. Nate's hopes of getting out of this cleanly were going down the tubes, fast. Only then did it strike him just how much he wanted to stay with Grace. Having the plug pulled on a future he hadn't realized he wanted was worse than hopping into the frigid river had been. He was likely going to prison for something he didn't do, and he would die there. He had no illusions about being a cop in lockup. When he hung up, he ran toward the campsite he was certain he would find empty. He'd have to pack whatever Grace might have left for him, hide anything he couldn't carry, and hike out. He was thinking about rationing his food and how far in they'd driven. He had to stay away from forestry trucks and anyone coming through, including his own team looking for the lab. Or him. He hadn't even asked Brad if he'd turned the knowledge over to any authorities yet, or just to Grace. He came pounding into the campsite, only thinking about Grace being gone. How the worst thing in the world was actually turning out to be for the best. But when he arrived, he found Grace sitting on the ground, her arms around her waist and a gun to her head.
Grace watched as Nate approached. Her heart sank, and she felt like 7 kinds of fool. There were no good outcomes for her here. If Nate was dirty, she wasn't safe. If he wasn't dirty, then she'd just let herself be used as a trap. She should have been paying better attention. She should have just gotten out of here. But then what? They would have just found Nate. Though that was only a problem if he was clean. She couldn't keep track of all the what-ifs, and tried to let them go. Job 1, get the hell out of this. She offered Nate a wry shrug. There was a gun to her head. She was coming to terms with the fact that she might not live past today, and inside, she'd already asked her parents' forgiveness for her foolhardy rush to solve a murder. She seemed to have forgotten that if her brother was murdered, then there was a murderer. And that murderer was more than willing to kill people who got in his way. Grace had put herself in his way and stayed there. She was resigned. By her calculations, whether Nate was taking money or not, he was her safer bet. He hadn't killed her yet, nor handed her over to anyone else to do it. His eyes found hers, and something in there told her there was a metric ton of things he wanted to say but couldn't right now. She looked at him and fought tears. The man who'd snuck up behind her had cocked the gun, and though she hadn't heard him approach at all until he'd cracked that one twig, she knew the sound of a gun being cocked and she froze. He'd quickly maneuvered her into sitting cross-legged on the ground while they waited for her boyfriend. She'd missed her chance to do much of anything with it. Once she was sitting, an outburst or a sudden play for the gun was much harder. And the way he spoke, this man didn't know anything about Nate. He was waiting. He told her, I won't kill you. I need you alive to control your boyfriend. But if you make a move on me, and I have to pull the trigger, that's just the way it is. Keep in mind, I'll try to keep you alive. You're useful if you're breathing. Your pain, however, is no concern of mine. It had been effective. She'd obeyed, though now she wished she hadn't. Behind her the man laughed and his voice boomed. Detective Ryder. Welcome to the party. Nate put his hands in the air and followed instructions to slowly walk forward. Shit. Grace thought. It was going to work. This guy was going to get Nate too. With her eyes she begged him to make a move, but Nate's mouth flattened as though he wouldn't risk anything. He should risk her. Getting caught was her fault. Obviously not new to this, her captor quickly patted Nate down. The whole time he kept the gun aimed on Grace, and she was stuck on the ground, twisted up and unable to run, fight back or even make any reasonable outburst. She expected the building anger to explode out of her chest at any moment though. The man made short work of finding Nate's gun and tucking it into his own pants. Then he found a knife at Nate's ankle that Grace hadn't even known about. The man had the car keys, the weapons, their phones, and he'd even pushed the nearby sticks out of her reach. She wanted to scream. He was trying to get Nate to sit down beside her, but Nate was stalling. Why are you here? What do you want with us? The man laughed. I want to take you back and get rewarded. Though I'm not sure if you need to be alive for that. Nate tipped his head as if to acknowledge that, then he nodded. True, but I'm already AWOL. He wasn't even playing the naive card. He was going for the jugular. Since I already called in your location, you can kill us, but it won't stop you getting shut down and going to jail. Check my phone. Nate motioned with one finger. The man had stepped back out of range, keeping Grace and Nate as 2 points on a triangle. It was smart. She was struggling to figure out how to get out of his range and make some kind of move. She wouldn't run. She was not going to die getting shot in the back by some petty drug thief who was in with the people who killed her brother. She also wasn't going to leave Nate to defend himself alone, cop or not. Move over, the man motioned with his gun. He'd not told her his name. Unlike bad guys in the movies, other than his one statement about keeping her alive, which had been a threat more than a monologue, he hadn't revealed any evil plans. Nate still stalled. I don't want to. I'll shoot you. You do that, Nate offered with a falsely cheerful shrug. I'm already missing from my job. They know what I was looking into. And I have contacts. Like I said, I already called in the location of your little factory back there. He pointed as if to prove he knew what he was talking about. And I pinged that phone of mine that's now in your pocket, and it's on, by the way, to this location right before I saw you. As Grace watched, the man's eyes got rounder and rounder. Had Nate really done those things? Or was he just talking a good game? Look at the phone, Nate encouraged him with the tip of his head. You'll see I made 2 calls just a few minutes ago. It won't take much to find you. Especially if you've got my phone and hers pinging your location. The man reached into the side pocket of his cargo pants. Though he didn't take his eyes off Nate or Grace, he was clearly thinking about pulling the phone out. His brows frowned at them and his eyes narrowed. He looked like he was going to shoot one of them, if Nate was lying. And Grace had no idea if he was or wasn't. The man pulled out the phone and started pushing buttons to try and get past the screen. Apparently, that was what Nate had been waiting for. Grace? He screamed it at the top of his lungs. But it didn't make the man look to her. He looked to Nate, swinging his gun toward the man who'd yelled. She was in the clear, just for a moment. Out of the corner of her eye, when she expected Nate to duck, he ran toward the man. It was madness, but there was nothing she could do except trust that Nate knew what he was doing. So she rolled to one side and up to her feet. Well, she wasn't cut for running long distances through the woods, but she could sit on her knees for hours and then pop up like nothing. She was never more grateful for all that training digging things up than she was now. Grace? Run? Nate hollered, and even as her feet began moving, she saw he'd grabbed the man's hands and pushed the gun upward. Her heart still started as she heard the report of a bullet leaving the chamber, but she could see that Nate wasn't in the line of fire. It didn't matter, what was done was done. The next job was to stop anything worse from happening. Even if she had to bandage one or both of them up later. She sprinted the 5 steps to the other side of the tree and yanked at her slipknot. Another report came from the gun, and she saw the dirt go up in a puff where she'd been sitting. Grace didn't think it was possible for her heart to pound any harder than it was, but it did. But she didn't stop moving. As she yanked the knot free, the bag she'd tied up dropped suddenly into the space between her and the gunman. The sight of something dropping down startled the men, and Nate took advantage. Grace surprised even herself by managing to clear the several feet and catch the bag with an oof. As she cleared her lungs and looked up, she saw that the gunman had his arm around Nate's neck. Doing the only thing she could think to do, she swung the bag at him, grateful she had a shot at the back of his head. The weight connected and dropped him like a stone, nearly dragging Nate down with him.
Chapter 31. Nate heard the thud and felt a sudden change in the arm around his neck. It tried to drag him down, though he fought it. The pressure on his neck was going to leave a mark, but his first thought was Grace. As time stretched out from the adrenaline in his system, he realized the first thing he had to do was keep her from getting shot. Too many stray bullets had already been fired. Moving like lightning, he managed to put his foot on the man's wrist so that he controlled the gun as he removed it from the lax hand. He was breathing heavily, standing 3 steps away from the man with the gun aimed, before he remembered this man had everything from the phones to car keys on him. Crap. As fast as he could, he cleared the pockets, hoping to accomplish it before this asshat came around. When Nate had the man's pockets cleared of his own pilfered stuff, as well as a few things the man had brought with him, he finally looked up to Grace. "How are you doing?" She just shook her head at him. "No." Nate looked her up and down for obvious problems, but she looked intact. She wasn't speaking. There was no blood. She was upright. She was holding the cloth grocery bag they'd been keeping some of their things in. He seemed to recall it flying through the air. Looking down at the man, and seeing he was still out cold, he felt a little better. He wanted to go to Grace and kiss the living daylights out of her, but he couldn't let this man escape. So he talked to her. "What did you hit him with?" She shrugged. "Granola bars." "That wouldn't do this." Nate frowned, and Grace seemed to shake herself a little. "Oh, and the spare gun. I didn't want to get caught with it, so I left you food and the gun tied up in the tree so bears wouldn't get it." She looked sheepish. "You were running." She nodded, and tears started forming in the corners of her eyes. He was surprised it hadn't happened before now. Hell, he was surprised he wasn't in tears right now. "I'm sorry. she whispered the words softly into the space between them. He shook his head at her. It was the right thing to do with the information you had. But there wasn't time for this conversation. Though she'd clocked him with the spare Sig Sauer, and those things would give a good bonk when used that way, their former captor might wake up at any time. Can I have some of that rope? It took a moment for Grace to realize she was still trailing the line from the tie-up for the grocery bag, and then to untangle it and hand it to him. As she passed it his way, their fingers brushed, and Nate felt the sizzle in the space between them. He smiled at her, and was pleasantly rewarded when she smiled back. He tied the man, cut the spare rope with his knife, and was pleased that when the man came around he would find himself trussed up like a holiday turkey. He wasn't even going to holler out to his friends. Nate had gagged him as well. Only then did he reach for her. Without letting go of the gun, he grabbed Grace with his other arm and hauled her close. His mouth closed over hers, and he felt the first shiver of relief run through him. She was okay. Grace's arms wrapped around his neck, and she clung to him. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have doubted. Hey, baby. Shut up. He grinned at her. I talked to Brad. I know what evidence he gave you. You made the right decision. If I had been dirty, you could have been dead. I'm sorry. He shook his head as much as he could with her face buried in his neck. Nothing had ever felt better. It's okay. I make a good fall guy on this one. I closed your brother's case with breakneck speed. I made myself an easy mark. I'm not surprised they took it. Sliding his hand along the side of her face and loving the feel of her skin under his fingertips, he tilted her face up to him. I've had Zaragoza send copies of my old print statements to Brad. Maybe he can help trace things back to where they originated. And it will prove I wasn't taking money. I wouldn't do that to you. She kissed him then. Hard. And Nate let himself get wrapped up in the need of her pushing closer to him, the searching of her tongue, and the way she clung to him. He wasn't going to let her go. Lesson learned. He stayed there until he heard noises from the man on the ground as he finally came around. They had to get out of here, quick. Grace grabbed the car keys and backed the car up to here, please. I'm going to shove him in the back seat and have you drive us out of here. She nodded and had the keys in her hand before she asked, Are we leaving everything? Nate stopped for a moment. His hurry couldn't be so great that he missed things. Leaning toward her, he whispered, You still have your brother's ashes. She nodded and patted her stomach. Smart. He smiled. Then think through what we need to take. The car was backing up toward him before he could catalog everything. Popping open the back door, he forced his prisoner to wiggle himself into the back seat sideways. It was no easy task for either of them, but Nate wasn't about to untie him. Without moving his eyes, he called out to Grace. We need all the guns and knives. Put them in the trunk or the front seat with us. I've got the food too. And your bag. She must have pulled it from the trunk to leave it for him. Even when she'd been running from him, she was at least kind about it. Trunk? He told her, and climbed into the passenger seat where he could turn around and hold the gun on their prisoner. Grace closed the trunk and the doors and slid in beside him. She'd gone almost half a mile down the road before she said again, I'm sorry. Stop being sorry. He grinned at her. She was smart and she played fair. What wasn't to like? Pulling out his phone, Nate called Zaragoza one more time. Please tell me you are somewhere near me. We're leading SWAT into the National Forest, not their usual game, to find this place. Why? I've got one of their players. No idea how big or small. Nate glared into the back seat as the man glared back at him. It wasn't very effective at inducing fear now that his hands and feet were all pulled up behind him. Nate and Mari worked out the exchange, and as Nate was hanging up, he saw the man make a decision. Somehow, he lifted up off the back seat and made a lunge toward Nate, but Nate was ready. He didn't want to shoot inside the car, not toward the back seat. He had no clue where the gas tank was in this car. This guy was banking on that. If they broke the car, they were stuck in what Nate was learning was Slater X's territory. But Nate peeled back his fingers and held the gun on one side. When the man got close enough, Nate slammed his hand down with whatever force he could. Unlike when Grace had knocked him out, Nate's gun was not softened by a cloth bag and granola bars. There was blood, and the man slumped forward off the seat and into the footwell. Aside from ruining a borrowed car, Nate didn't care. He usually could find some sympathy for the people he dealt with. Even the worst gang members were not always inherently bad people. They simply found themselves with few other options, and those sucked worse. But any compassion Nate might have found for this man had fled like smoke wisps the moment he saw that gun to Grace's head. Now, he leaned over between the seats and watched the man ooze blood onto the carpet. Too bad, so sad. But he couldn't face forward. That would be a mistake. They bounced down the gravel roads with him stuck in the awkward position, but it was necessary. They stopped a ways from the main road, letting Zaragoza and Masuka, the only two he really trusted, come up to meet them. When Mari slid out of the driver's side door, Nate popped out and hugged her. I have never been so grateful to see someone in my life. It wasn't their usual partnership MO, so he was happy to be hugged in return. Jesus, I was afraid something had happened to you. Mari squeezed him once before letting him go. Masuka reached out and shook his hand. Glad to see you're still in one piece. Grace had slid out at the same time he did, or Nate wouldn't have gotten out at all. He wouldn't have left her in the car with the man they'd captured. Now he turned and led Zaragoza and Masuka over to the car, where the three of them wrestled the limp body out of the back seat. Nate looked at him on the ground, as the three of them made a motion to get him into the unmarked car his friends were driving. Well, Nate said as he nudged the man and got no response. If he didn't have a concussion from Grace cracking him with the Sig Sauer, he's got one now. Zaragoza and Masuka smiled at each other, then at Grace. You clocked him? She saved me. Nate spoke up before she could deflect it. I was doing fine, but he got around me and got me in a half-decent chokehold. Grace managed to drop a gun from the sky and beamed him with it. She was half smiling now. A much better response. He smiled at her. For a woman who studied violence but didn't commit it, she'd sure had his back when it counted. They traded information, and Masuka and Zaragoza both handed him more cash, for which Nate was grateful. We still have a meeting with Kevin this afternoon. I don't think this is over yet.
Grace sat at a table inside a nearly empty shop that served po' boys and red beans and rice. The tables and curved seats were formed plastic, not a cushion or a tablecloth in sight. Her food came in a basket, and her drink cup was large enough to bathe in. No one needed that much soda, but it was a welcome refresher after sleeping in the woods and drinking lukewarm bottled water. She'd wanted to hug Kevin when he arrived, but that would have drawn attention. As it was, Nate was still surreptitiously checking the small restaurant and parking lot to be sure no one had trailed Kevin here. It took me a bit to figure out the GL, and why there was a cheap phone sliding out from under my seat. Kevin hadn't taken too long though. Nate had set him up with a car to trade out. It looked like Kevin had pulled off Nate's carefully detailed instructions. Using the mail-delivered key, he'd worn a different jacket and hat, exited his work building by a different door and gotten into the car they'd asked Masuka to leave for him. They were all relatively certain that someone was trailing Kevin. Whether it was just to get to Grace and Nate, or because they wanted to know what Kevin knew, no one could yet say. It had been risky getting him out here. Given that at least 2 officers in the DFPD were compromised, putting him into security there would have been a bigger mistake than letting him roam free. After their po' boys, Nate called in some officers from Denver to cover Kevin. He didn't like taking Kevin out of town or needing the Denver PD, but the operation was suddenly much bigger than they'd originally thought. Grace knew more than she wanted to, and they decided not to tell Kevin much, so as not to make him more of a target than he already was. As casually as he could, Kevin put a present on the table. It was a blue bag, packed with some tissue paper and tied with a small ribbon. Happy birthday, almost sister-in-law. GPS? She asked him, as they'd agreed he'd get Jimmy's out of his car and bring it to them. I thought this was less conspicuous or memorable than just handing you a GPS across the table. Smart, Nate told him. Then they dove into Jimmy's emails. Brad had gotten into Grace's old phone without her having to turn it back on. She and Nate had already been through the texts Jimmy had sent her, but they wanted Kevin to help them attempt to stitch it all together. There's also a notebook that I found last night. Kevin took another bite of his meal, as all of them were trying to look casual when this was anything but. I tore the place up. He said he was on to something. This is what I found. It looks relevant, but I don't know the players. I'm hoping you can make better use of it than I. That's wonderful. Thank you. Nate seemed almost as moved by the meeting as Grace felt. Though they'd spoken briefly on the phone several times when Jimmy was alive, and once after, there hadn't been time to bond like Grace had wanted. This man should have been her brother-in-law. Her heart ached that this was how she was meeting up with him. It made Grace think of Jimmy bringing Kevin home for Christmas, something that hadn't yet happened and never would now. She decided right then that she would make the effort to stay in touch with this man who'd loved Jimmy and made him happy in these past few years. But she was getting maudlin, and she didn't notice until Kevin leaned over the table toward her. I got a call this morning before I left the house. He looked both ways as though someone might have sneaked up and to listen in at the Cajun joint at 3 p.m. When he didn't seem to see anything that concerned him, he continued. It was someone in the department. They said someone had stolen Jimmy's ashes. He quit acting secretive and started sounding angry. They wanted to know if I knew anything about it. As if I'd break in and steal them. I think I could have just gone and picked them up. Grace didn't correct him. Then again, the way things were running around here, with Slater X's men having their hands in everything, he probably could have just picked up the ashes. He and Jimmy hadn't officially married. That should have made Grace next of kin, but nothing had worked that way with Jimmy's case so far. Kevin continued, a little louder now. It's a final insult. I don't get anything of him to keep. I've been consoling myself that you might give me some of his ashes to scatter here, though I can live with it if you don't. He held up a hand to stop her speaking. But the fact that he'll never be laid to rest now is killing me. You can have half the ashes, Grace blurted out. She should have asked Nate first if she could reveal that she had them, but it was a little late now. Luckily, Nate was nodding at her as if to say, go ahead. Apparently someone did steal them, but they stole them after Nate and I did. I don't understand. Kevin wasn't even pretending to eat now. None of them were. It was Nate who cracked up. We traded them out. Grace said chocolate cake mix is the best substitute. And it looks like it worked, as there's no word on the street that the thief has been had. Cake mix? Jimmy's ashes are cake mix? Kevin looked terrified, and Grace shook her head at him. No, I have the real ones. On me, in fact. She told him how they went to get them drug tested, and were waiting on the results. You can have half of them. She turned to Nate. Shouldn't we do that now? I was petrified of losing the last thing I have of Jimmy, the last piece of testable evidence too. Wouldn't it be safer if it's in more than one location? It would make it harder for them to destroy the evidence. Nate was nodding at her before she even finished. Despite the fact that she'd tried to flee from Nate, fought off a gunman, and had a secret meeting with her almost brother-in-law, Grace's appetite had fled. They'd all pushed their food baskets away, and Nate said the Denver PD was incoming to get Kevin. There was no easy way to do it, but Grace got another plastic bag out of the box they'd bought and transferred half of Jimmy's ashes to Kevin. It seemed disrespectful of the dead to be carrying what was left of her brother that way, but it would be more disrespectful to let him fall into the wrong hands. Kevin took his bag and stared at his half. What about your parents? They won't even notice. Very few people know how much material is supposed to be there after a cremation. She shook her as if to tell him not to worry. However, I'm going to tell them that I gave some of his ashes to you. They'll be glad that I did. As the Denver PD pulled up, Nate stepped aside and went through the procedure of calling in their badge numbers, and even making the desk clerk give him physical descriptions of each officer. Then he asked each one what their sign was, before confirming that with dispatch. He wasn't letting anyone get to Kevin, and though the whole exercise felt surreal, it warmed Grace's heart. Now that they were safe, and it didn't matter as much if anyone thought they were weird, Grace reached out and hugged Kevin. "I hope I'll see you again soon." When Kevin had gone with the officers to a safe house, Nate offered up a sigh and a sad look. "We need to hit the P.O. box before we get out of Dark Falls again. And we need to do it before it gets too dark."
Chapter 32. Nate felt his heart in his throat. Once again, he'd left Grace alone. The last time he'd done that, she'd tried to run. And she'd ended up with a gun to her head. Clearly, he was completely traumatized by that because just letting her drive around the block while he ducked into the post office box bay was making it hard to breathe. She was in motion, for God's sake. He consoled himself with the statistical unlikelihood of two hideous things going wrong in one day. But it was too soon for him to walk away from her. It had been a sharp stab in the gut to realize that he was happy to die for the guy holding the gun, that it was much easier to do that than look at that barrel aiming at Grace. He'd forced himself out of the car and had tried to be casual as he said, "I'll be back." Grace smiled at him and sucked in a breath. Whether that was because he was leaving her alone, or because they might get some of the test results back, he didn't know. Fighting the urge to reach up and pull his baseball cap lower, Nate instead hunched his shoulders a bit. He needed to go unnoticed, and tucking himself into a ball where no one could see his face was not the way to do it. Being invisible was an art form he was discovering. Show his face enough so the people around him didn't care, but don't look at the cameras. Still, if anyone checked who owned the P.O. box, they'd likely trace it back to him. It didn't go to the PD, though they reimbursed him for the cost. But since the idea of a confidential informant was confidentiality, often no one else in the department knew who a C was. It helped the C stay safe. Now Nate was hoping that same P.O. box would keep him safe. He walked in through the glass door, for once not pleased at the entire wall of plexi that let everyone see everything as people checked mail and grabbed packages. The service center was closed at this time of night, but he'd picked this place because the boxes themselves had 24/7 access. Sliding the key in, he opened the box and found 3 pieces of mail. It was normal to flip through them, so he did it even as he closed the box and turned the key. His heart skipped. There was a letter from Rena Johnson's lab in Denver. He was out the door and standing on the curb as Grace pulled up. "Was there anything in there?" she asked before he even got the car door closed. "Yes." He buckled in, but didn't take his hat off. If anyone was watching, he wasn't going to flash his face. It was bad enough they could see Grace. He'd had her tuck her hair into the back of her coat again, so at least it looked shorter at first glance, not like the long dark mane that made her easier to spot. Grace pulled away, but he could see her hands shaking. "As soon as we get a chance on the freeway, you can pull over and I'll drive. Then you can read it." He wanted to reach out and hold her hand. Though he touched her back and kissed her hard the one time, there'd hardly been an opportunity to make up for the way the day had gone down. She shook her head. "I want to be in and settled somewhere before I read it. I don't know what it says. I'll want to put it together." She was still breathing, heavily though. The information in the envelope teased at them, and they still had a good distance to travel. Grace made it halfway to Denver before they pulled over for a stretching break and food and a chance for Nate to take over driving. Their tent was gone, though they still had their suitcases, and that meant they were back to cash-only motels. Any ping on a credit card could mean death. He was beginning to get weary of being on the road and on the run. He was dreaming of his own bed. Only his own bed didn't have Grace in it. He was torn. They ate Taco Bell because they wanted to be sure they didn't have to leave the motel in the morning for food. They'd leave early, but the better fed they stayed, the better off they'd be. Still, 2 a.m. drive-through tacos were hardly keeping them better fed, maybe just fed. Though they rolled into the motel lot around 4 a.m., the woman at the front desk couldn't have cared less about Nate or his needing a room at such an odd hour. There was no second floor here. No front and back rows, only the one squat line of rooms all facing the parking lot. At the far end, two women stood smoking. They started to beeline for Nate, until Grace parked the car and stood up. She managed to look both tired and elegant as she handed him his bag and slung hers over her shoulder. She still had half her brother's ashes tucked inside her jacket, he knew, and she was clutching the letter as though it were some kind of talisman. And maybe it was. Once inside the room, she ignored everything to open the letter. He checked the place out, found a brace for the window, and decided security was not its middle name, nor any of its names. He checked the bathroom and found a high frosted window to the back of the building. It was painted shut, and it was a cheap glass. He wasn't sure anyone would fit through it, though. As soon as he had that secure, he texted in to Zaragoza's burner phone to see how the raid was going. When he came out, Grace had the lab results spread out on the bed in front of her. "Nate, you have to see this."
Grace felt her breathing grow shallow. "Look." She pointed to the papers arranged neatly in an arc around her, only then realizing that was stupid. It was possible Nate didn't know how to read electropherograms. And it was definite that she'd left no room on the bed for him. So she started over. "Rena Johnson is amazing. Brad had a guy in the Denver PD reach out to her and get results so he could run them through local banks and Cody's for DNA matching." She was talking too fast, but she couldn't slow down. "You're really that well connected?" She smiled up at him. "Brad and I have traveled all over the U.S. and even Vietnam to bring back bodies and work cases. We know people in a lot of different departments and precincts. Luckily, we had a case just outside Denver 2 years ago, and we were really helpful. The PD likes us. I'll say." He was grinning, but he held up a finger to hold her off for a moment while he checked his phone. Grace ignored it and turned back to the paperwork. SWAT is finally moving on the compound. They were waiting for nightfall and a lack of activity. Apparently, the place has been a beehive all night with stuff coming in. Nate looked at her again. They were trying to wait to get the most people in the net. "Slater X?" she asked. He was the one who'd come after her and Nate. They wouldn't be safe until he was locked up. Nate shook his head. He wasn't there. No one has any doubt that this is his operation, but until we can tie him to it, we can't hold him. "Do they know where he is?" she asked, holding her breath. She had it. She had the answer. "Nate? Let me ask." He punched the message into his phone, and Grace hoped that Mari Zaragoza would be able to get back to them soon. The moment he looked up, she started pointing things out. Room 11, where Jimmy died, was a gold mine. So of the 5 blood samples, she matched 3 of them to DNA profiles in the system. She pulled out one lab sheet printout and held it up. This sample matched to an officer in the Dark Falls PD. Officer Derry Winfield. "Our DNA is on file?" Nate looked at her, stunned. "Nope, but his is. He bled at a crime scene, cut himself, 3 years ago and had to donate a sample to have his DNA profile removed from the evidence." "How do you know that?" He seemed startled. "There was a note on his profile saying that it wasn't in for any suspected criminal activity." She turned to him. "Unless the PD has record of him bleeding in this motel room, in conjunction with an investigation, then this is highly suspicious." Nate was frowning. "Do you think it's possible that his blood was at the earlier crime scene because of involvement, and he cut himself on purpose to have a reason for it to be there? A cover-up?" "It could have happened. Do you know this guy? Is he likely crooked?" "He's in tech. Follows the trackers on the cars, checks out the equipment." As he said it, Grace could hear the realization in his voice. "He's perfectly positioned for it," she added. "Let me get Masuka to check." "You're going to text him at 4 a.m.? Nate just laughed. "We're officers. We work around the clock." She nodded and waited while he sent that message. Ready for the next one? Because it's better. So 3 of the blood samples we sent in now have a DNA profile, but not a match. I thought you said there were 3 matches. Grace grinned. There were. 2 came from the same sample, meaning both people bled in the room at the same time and dripped in the same spot. Does it have to be the same time? She nodded at him. It has to have occurred quickly enough that the first blood spatter didn't clot before the second arrived. So within minutes. It's possible that it could have occurred from 2 separate instances, but nearly impossible that the 2 people in the profiles weren't there in the room together. Nate nodded at her, and she gave him a minute to absorb. She dealt in this stuff all the time, but he didn't. The 2 remaining matches come from that one sample. One is a DNA profile you had on file from a victim. An affluent kid who, get this, was brutally murdered in the same hotel room as Jimmy. She watched as Nate's eyebrows went up. Then she grinned even wider. The other sample is Greg Slater. Nate's mouth fell open. Then he shut it. Then he started throwing questions rapid fire. Are you saying that you can link Slater X to Gary Glenbow's death? Why wouldn't we have caught it at the time? Does the mixed blood mean that? She held up her hand. If the techs took several samples, they did their job. It's impossible to sample every drop in a room with blood spatter. But I found the one that also had Slater X's blood in it. So yes, we can link him to the place and time of the Gary Glenbow murder. We can hold him. Nate's excitement filled the room, and he leaned over and kissed her. She was on her back with Nate on top of her, and papers flying everywhere before he jerked himself upright and said, "Crap. We have to get this to the right people. Right away." Then he breathed heavily. Do you need to sleep? She shook her head. Not anymore. Grace was certain when she finally did crash, it would be long and heavy. But she was too wide awake to do it now. Give me food and I can keep going. Can you organize this and be able to present it to your guy at the Denver PD in an hour? Grace nodded and got to work. She gave Nate the name of the officer she knew and let him rouse the guy out of bed. She took pictures of all the lab results, making sure she could read them, then emailed them to herself and Nate, and as an afterthought, she CC'd Brad. Then she pulled a red pen from her bag and started circling the important numbers. When that was finished, she begged for a shower and Nate readily agreed. By the time she was ready, Nate was at the door with his hand out to her, and the sun was just peeking through the cold, foggy mountain air. They hadn't even unpacked anything. Let's go nail Slater X's ass to the wall.
Chapter 33. Nate stood in the hallway of Denver Precinct 22 and motioned for one of the officers to hand him paper and a pencil. He spoke into Grace's phone. Can you give me a minute? The phone had rung while she sat inside the concrete meeting room with her papers and 3 of Denver PD's finest. She told her contact he could bring only 2 people that he trusted absolutely. She'd handed Nate her phone and asked him to keep it. So he was out here, talking to the tech from Albuquerque about the results from Jimmy's ashes. I ran both the talk screen and the DNA tests simultaneously. If the DNA didn't match, I would have wasted a talk screen, but I figured it was worth it, she told him, as he finally was handed a pen and a small notepad. I'm ready. What do you have? The DNA profiles match. The cremains belong to a male, immediate family member of Grace Lee, though we can't tell if it's her brother, father, or male child. Nate understood that DNA matching was about percents, and a lot of different family relations produced the same percents. It was the idea that Grace could have a child that had thrown him. He tried to get the thought out of his head. Her father is still alive, no children that I know of. Only the one brother. Then you can conclude that these remains belong to James Lee. Nate was nodding, but she kept plowing on. The talk screen showed virtually no heroin or opioids of any nature. Nate felt his heart settle. Grace had insisted that Jimmy was clean. So had Kevin. Now they had proof. However, There were traces of chloroform and high numbers for galantamine hydrobromide. What's that? Nate was not Grace. He knew murder weapons and guns. He knew domestic disputes and what could go wrong during a routine traffic stop. He did not know galanovanata whatever. It's a dementia drug, but it's also a sleep aid. And it's lethal in high doses. He made her spell it. Checked that the lab results indicated a fatal dose, and she assured him that it did. It was only after he hung up that he began speculating. The lab techs wouldn't do it. They dealt in numbers. But to Nate, that made it sound like Jimmy had been chloroformed to knock him out. Then he'd been given the sleep aid to kill him. He might have even died after the scene was set. The thought saddened him. It was hard to get clean. It was hard to stay clean. And Jimmy had done it. Then he'd been murdered. No question about it now. The needle staged in his arm was just that, a stage. No heroin was in his system. It had all stayed in the needle. Exactly as Grace had suggested. He headed back into the room and tried not to interrupt Grace as she further explained the evidence against Slater X while she answered all the questions the Denver PD was throwing at her. But he slid the notepad over to her, unsurprised when her eyes went wide for a moment before she closed them. Though she was only looking at the lab numbers, she understood without having to be told. Grace stopped talking for a moment, then she looked at Nate. They murdered him. She paused, and for a moment Nate thought she was going to throw her arms around him and cry, but she didn't. They matched the DNA too? Because that seems fast. He nodded. She ran the tests concurrently. Grace, being Grace, simply understood. Seeing as she had herself together, he asked if he could head back out to the hallway to make more calls. She nodded, and it was 30 minutes later that she came out to find him. They're going after Slater X now. Good. Zaragoza sat down with the chief and told her everything. They're opening an investigation into Derry Winfield. He put his arm around her and said, "You and I need sleep." He was grateful when the Denver PD offered the use of a safe house and an armed guard. They were far out of Dark Falls, but not far enough. They'd stirred the hornet's nest these past few days, and Nate wasn't feeling safe yet.
Grace woke to darkness. The shades had blackout filters, and so did the curtains. A huge ticking clock on the wall told her it was 3 in the afternoon. She still hadn't slept much. Something had woken her. Beside her, Nate sat bolt upright, his eyes wide and wary. Yes, something had woken both of them. But what? She listened to the front doorknob turn and watched as Nate grabbed his gun. Shaking his head at her, he motioned her to get behind the bed. Her heart pounding again, too many times in the past few days, Grace tried to get close to the floor and make herself small. If Nate was worried, she'd stay out of the way. She heard him rack the slide on his gun, loading a bullet into the chamber. The noise meant he thought he needed it. That scared her more than anything. The guard was supposed to tap the door 3 times before coming in. But the knob was turning without the signal. Not good. Grace recounted to herself that beds were often good bullet shields. Not always, but the sheer mass of material would often stop someone from being injured. She wished Nate was back here with her. Moving her head lower, she looked under the cheap bed frame and spotted his feet. He was planted, aimed for the doorway, and now she could hear angry footsteps beyond it. She held her breath, tried to stay quiet. Tried not to scream like she wanted to. The door banged open and she saw a pair of boots. No words were said, just gunshots echoing through the small space, ringing her ears. Nate's feet disappeared from view, and she felt the bed move as he landed on it. Her hand flew to her mouth to smother the gasp she'd made. "Where is she?" A voice growled. "I don't know." Nate's voice meant he was still alive, and Grace felt tears leak from her eyes. Nate was going to die defending her. "This is my last stop. You and that lay bitch are it. Then I disappear." If Nate died, this guy, probably Slater X, was going to come around this side of the bed and execute her. So Grace decided. If she was going to die anyway, she was going to give Nate a fighting chance. She popped up to her feet. "I'm right here." The barrel of the gun raised quickly, moving from Nate to her. In that moment, she thought about all the things she hadn't said. About the trips she hadn't yet taken. About one more hug for her mom and dad. And about Nate. But Nate was moving too. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, he pulled the trigger. Twice. 3 times. By the time Nate fired his 6th shot, even Grace could see that it was flying through the open doorway into nothing. Slater X had fallen unmoving to the floor. She stared for a few moments. She'd seen the scene so many times before, but she'd never been present for the death. She'd never been the target. She'd never been the one defended. At that moment, her thoughts broke and she threw her arms around Nate. He didn't hug her back. When she startled and looked at him, she saw that his right hand still aimed his gun at the dead man just in case. His other arm was bleeding profusely. "Nate, you're shot."
Chapter 34. Nate replied in all seriousness, "It's just a flesh wound." Shaking almost too much to do the job, Grace checked him out, then proceeded to rip up an old t-shirt to bind it. It was bleeding enough that she wouldn't let him move until she had it tied off. Eventually, she conceded that he was right. He'd been grazed and would get a scar, but that should be it. When that was done, Grace still wasn't breathing normally, but Nate's shock helped him spring into action. He called the Denver PD and reported the incident. They didn't dare leave the house, having no idea who might be outside. They moved Slater's body from the entry to the bedroom and found their guard shot and bleeding out just inside the front door. The only lucky thing was that the door was already closed. Grace checked to be sure he was dead, but instead popped up, surprised. "Nate. He has a pulse. It's faint, but it's there." They raced to get an ambulance for the man. Inside 15 minutes, vehicles of every size and shape flashed a variety of light colors and practically encircled the small house. After the guard was taken to the hospital, and Slater X's body was off to the morgue, Nate turned to Grace. Taking her into his arms, bandages and adrenaline and all, he hugged her tight. He knew what was coming next, and he had to warn her. He kissed her once, then held her face in his hands. "They're going to take us away. Separately. They'll probably hold you for a while. There won't be any charges against you, but they're going to press you." She nodded at him. Nate continued. Better she knew what was coming. "They're going to make you tell each story at least 3 times. They'll ask questions, maybe try to trip you up." "But why? I didn't do anything." "It's not about that." He shook his head and hugged her again. "It's that they have to build a court case, and you may be a witness. They have to know you're reliable, that your story won't change. So when they question you, take a deep breath, take your time, and answer however you remember it. Detective Ryder, we need you to come with us." An officer from the Denver PD was reaching out to motion them forward, and the words were stuck in his throat. He didn't get to say them. They weren't handcuffed or anything, not shoved in the back of a squad car, but he and Grace were effectively separated. He smiled at her as they were led 2 different directions. Because he was an officer, he was questioned much more intensely than she was. Though she was with GBI and had a badge, she was technically a consultant, a civilian and not an officer. Grace was released late that night, he heard. He couldn't see her, as his actions were still under investigation. He'd left his post. Not reported for work. Fired his weapon. Withheld evidence. And so on. He wasn't even released from custody for 3 days. It was another 3 before he wasn't called in at 6 a.m. and questioned until midnight. He understood. They were building a case. He had to account for every action, every threat that made him make the choices he had. He answered all of them. And he missed Grace more than he'd thought possible. They brought in Masuka and Zaragoza to confirm his stories. And even Sevier and Cantu. Nate had been walking over to thank them, when a rookie officer had come down the hall and told them Johnson was on the line from arson for them. So Nate's one possible interaction was stolen from him. When he finally got a chance to speak to someone, and ask after Grace. It had been almost 6 full days since the safe house incident. He found out she'd flown home to Georgia the day before.
Chapter 35. Grace stood beside her parents, her black dress swirling around her knees in the light breeze. The funeral had been lovely, though a bit unconventional. There was no viewing, no coffin at the front of the church, no pallbearers. Just the lovely urn that Kevin had picked out and brought with him for the ceremony. He'd taken his portion of the ashes and held a small ceremony for Jimmy in Dark Falls. A few friends had scattered some of Jimmy's ashes there, where he'd chosen to live. Kevin reported they'd gone all around town for 3 days, eating at Jimmy's favorite spots. They visited the theater they always went to, and the park where he and Kevin had met. The small group of friends left a smattering of his ashes at each location. They even left some at the base of his favorite roller coaster at a nearby amusement park. Kevin had left a little in the urn, not wanting it to be empty, and he'd flown in for the funeral here. Breathless, Georgia sat just far enough beyond Atlanta to feel like the small town it was. It was named for the stunning vistas and cliff-like drops that opened to wide lakes below. Grace and her family stood at the edge of one now, Lover's Leap. She changed into flats for the walk up here, and was bolstered by the number of people who'd come. After the ceremony at the church, she had announced the family's intentions. Her parents would keep the urn with a small portion of Jimmy's ashes. The rest would be scattered at Breathless Lake, from the top of Lover's Leap. It had been one of Jimmy's favorite places as a kid. Their mom and dad, and even Grace, had been afraid his daredevil, try-anything nature would eventually take him over the edge. Instead of just a few people, almost everyone had come. With a look to her parents, Grace asked if they were okay if everyone who wanted to could have ashes to cast into the wind that was blowing today. Her mother nodded, though her father didn't speak. Having to be more organized than she'd planned, Grace went down the line, trying to dole portions out so there were some left for her. She'd thought it would be herself, her parents, Kevin, and maybe a few close people, but the crowd was a testament to Jimmy's life, and she couldn't be happier that everyone was here. She spoke to each person as she gave them ashes. A few refused, but as she hit the end of the line, she recognized the hand held out, palm up. Nate? I wouldn't have missed it. I owe him a debt. Grace nodded and tried to smile. She hadn't seen him at the funeral, but he was here now. She'd made it through most of the ceremony managing to keep herself together, but now tears formed in her eyes as she looked up at him. At the end of the line, she stood with the urn cradled in one arm and her other hand raised to the wind, letting it carry the ashes away. And that was the end of it. People came up and hugged her one by one as they left. They offered their condolences and their well wishes. Nate stayed quietly by her side the whole time. When the last guests were gone, she turned to him, not failing to notice they stood at the top of Lover's Leap. My parents? It was all she could say. Other words wouldn't come. Nate beckoned over her shoulder. Turning, she handed over the urn with the last of Jimmy's ashes that they would keep. Her mother drew her into a tight hug and whispered in Grace's ear. I assume that's Nate that you've been talking about. Grace nodded, her tears now flowing freely. If he can give you a ride home, you should stay and talk to him. Your father and I will take the limo back. Nate must have heard. I've got it covered, Mrs. Lee. It's just up to Grace. She nodded to her mother, who was holding one of her hands, just like when she was a little girl. Grace wiped her tears, though it didn't do anything. They kept coming. Then she hugged her father goodbye and watched as the two trekked down the hill hand in hand. At last, Grace turned back to Nate. Thank you for coming. He nodded absently and looked out over the cliff. I couldn't not come. I never met Jimmy, but he did a lot for me. He solved several of my cases with that notebook of his. Grace smiled at that. Of course Jimmy had. And he brought me you. Nate was looking at her now. She didn't know what to say. Where did they go from here? Nate seemed to know, though. You left without saying goodbye. They wouldn't let me talk to you. I had a case here. I had to come back for the funeral. She shrugged. It had seemed the only option at the time. You didn't ask me to stay. It hung in the air for only a second before Nate replied. You didn't ask me to come with you. Her heart flipped over. Would you? Would you stay here? He laughed, though it sounded a little self-deprecating. I'm sure it's too forward of me, but I already checked out jobs with the Breathless and Atlanta PDs. Breathless doesn't need any detectives right now, but I could work my way up quickly. With my experience, the chief thought I'd be next in line. Grace felt her chest constrict, and she tried to stay in the conversation. Atlanta's a little too far for a commute. You do that? Go back to being uniformed to stay here? You haven't figured it out? I'd do anything. That's hardly a sacrifice. Is that what you want? Her heart was beating stronger and stronger, not racing, just a steady, confident beat at what he was offering her. I don't know anything about the place, except that it's where you are. Tell me what you want. She nodded. What if I went to the CBI as a consultant? I travel a lot. There's no reason for you to be stuck in a town where you don't know anyone at a demotion when I can go anywhere easily. You do that? He was holding her hands now, the world shrunk down to only the two of them. You haven't figured it out? I'd do anything. She mirrored his words back at him. I love you, Grace Lee. I was trying to tell you when they split us up. I meant to tell you days ago. She smiled and leaned forward to kiss him. When at last they broke apart, she smiled at him. So I'll apply at the CBI and move to Dark Falls. I'll find a place to live and we'll try this. Nate shook his head. No, Grace. No finding your own apartment. No trying. Let's really do this. Move in with me. Marry me. We'll give your parents some time to get used to the idea before we make it official, but I want everything. Everything? Are you proposing? She was grinning ear to ear. She just buried her brother, but solving his case had helped her deal with his death. This man in front of her had made it possible to get through the hardest thing in her life. He was ready for anything. So was she. It didn't really surprise her when he said, "Yes, I am. I even have a ring. I wasn't planning on getting it out now, but nothing about you has been according to my plan. It's all been better. I'm not trying, Grace. I'm all in." Thank you for listening to Dark Secrets on YouTube. Remember to subscribe to this channel. And check out the playlists with already completed series ready to binge. Find me online at savannahcade.com. Subscribing to this channel will give you updates on all the new releases on audiobooks. Please also like and comment on this video. I'll be releasing my entire catalog here for you in dual narration audio, but I need subscribers to know that it's worth the effort, that people are listening. Thank you so much for being here and listening. I'll keep writing more. Afterward. Dear reader, you might have already known this, but I also write suspense under the name A.J. Skadier. This book was my first cross between suspense and romance, and I loved writing it. I'm educated in forensic science myself, so I had a great time breathing life into Grace. Also, since the Breathless series was just getting started as I wrote this, I enjoyed getting a sneak peek at the town from my own eyes. The Dark Falls series was a project I was invited into, and I'm so very glad that I said yes. Not only did I get to work with the other great authors in this series, I learned so much. And Dark Secrets won the 2019 Maggie Award for Best Romantic Suspense. So all around, this has just been the most amazing experience. If you haven't been reading all the Dark Falls books, you're missing so much. Go grab them now. I do a lot of research for my writing, and I've now ridden along with officers in 3 different police stations. I can't thank them enough for their time and their patience answering my questions, and for helping me out with what I didn't even know I didn't know. You can see so much of what they taught me in this book, and in Nate. Thank you for joining me on this wild ride. If you fell in love with Grace and Nate like I did, and you want to leave a review, that would make me do my happy dance. As always, thank you for reading.